I'm Mark Callahan, Mr. Saltwater Tank. It's been a tough week here at saltwaterquarium.com. Everybody's working hard. I lost my voice after last week's live stream, so we'll see how long it lasts tonight. But you're not interested in that. You want to know, what are the deals? What am I saving? What can I win? What have you already won that you didn't even know you've already won? You're in the right place for that tonight here at saltwaterquarium.com. We're at headquarters here in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. We've got all kinds of giveaways going on because it is Tanksgiving, even though this is just a Black Friday day that most people talk about. We talk about sales and giveaways all month long. In fact, even into December, we're going to have giveaways going on. We've got more guest speakers tonight, guests joining in with us from all walks of the industry. You never know what kind of surprises the boss has up his sleeves, things that he randomly give away because we're right here in the warehouse. We could walk in the back and go, that looks like a good giveaway, or let's discount that. You never know what the man's going to do because it's his show. That means it's his party. Now, for those of you who's paying attention, last week we said anything that's going to go on sale is now on sale, which has been absolutely true. And then sometimes manufacturers pull a stunt on us as well. Some things that were on sale last year, all of a sudden out of nowhere in the middle of this week, they went on an extra 5% off. Well, sometimes that happens. They don't tell us they're going to do it. Their manufacturer just randomly does that. So yes, some things such as Neptune gear, some Ecotech gear, AI stuff. For a while there, it went for an extra 5% off. Now it's 20% off. Lots of stuff. Can you want to roll those graphics so everyone can know what we're talking about here off the homepage? So you've already placed your order and you got the 50% off. Now it's 20% off. Don't worry, we got you. Write to us, sales@saltwaterquarium.com. We will get the extra 5% discount applied to your account. This may take a minute. Don't freak out. We've got lots of emails because this is the biggest sale week of the year. We will get to you. We will absolutely get you taken care of. If you want your stuff faster, just hang on. We will get it to you. Last thing you want to do is cancel your order and then reorder it, because then it's going to kick you way back in the queue and you got to wait even longer. So again, if you ordered any of this Ecotech gear, Neptune stuff, AI stuff that went on an extra 5% discount that we didn't even know about, we didn't know that was coming. Again, don't worry, we got you. Just write into us. We'll get that extra 5% added to your account. We got you taken care of 100%. Take a deep breath, have some more turkey, take another nap. We'll get you taken care of. All right. We also got all kinds of discounts going on all month long through Cyber Monday, even a little past Cyber Monday, if I'm not mistaken. We've got giveaways. We're going to talk about that. Trax is here tonight with his matching green vest. By the way, this is a Greg Trax gift. There's the man now with his ugly sweater on. It was your idea, buddy. Don't blame me. Fantastic, by the way. He'll be on later tonight with trivia. And remember, we've got all kinds of discounts already on the website. So if you're thinking something's going to go on extra sale tomorrow or Cyber Monday, no, it's already on sale. If it happens to go on extra discount because the manufacturer wants to try to pull a fast one, no worries. We'll get you taken care of. So if you're looking for deals, they're up there now. Jump and they grab the order now and get yourself in queue. Now, one thing we've been saying for all along here at saltwaterquarium.com is we are a small business. We don't have hundreds and hundreds of people back out in the warehouse. So not a bad thing. We're not complaining. We're a little bit behind on orders. Usually we turn those orders around in 24 hours. You might see that take an extra day or two. We haven't forgotten about you. It will get out the door. All right. So again, if you're shopping, everything that's going to go on sale is on sale. We got all kinds of deals on the website, sales on coral, sales on gear. We'll be doing giveaways throughout the next 6 hours. We're going to be on this live stream. And as I said earlier, we're going to have guests coming in with us. First guest tonight is Harley from PNW Customs. Harley makes, well, let's say he started out in the company with those micro-reefs, the little tiny things where you like take a scoop of water and that counts as a water change. And if you've been following our show all year, you saw us interview a guy at Reefapalooza who had one that he carried around as like a therapy tank. If you haven't watched that show, Jimmy talked about that. Super cool. He's even taken it on airplanes. So Harley is with us tonight. And if you've been paying attention to any of the streams, first, thanks for tuning in. Second, you'll know that while we're interviewing one of these guests, we have a special deal running on their equipment. So right now, for the next hour-ish or so, when we're talking to Harley, we're going to be giving away a frag rack from PNW Customs, the orange one. So you, University of Tennessee, you know who you are out there, University of Texas at Austin, Hook 'em Horns, it's orange. You should like that. So Harley, thanks for being with us from the left coast. I hope you sound better than me. Tell us what you're up to on Black Friday. Tell us a first little rundown about PNW Customs for those of anyone watching the stream who has never heard of PNW.
Wait, Mark, let me jump in real quick before we get to Harley. Let's do a brief introduction of everyone who's on the stream with us tonight. I'm Ken Brown, the owner of saltwaterquarium.com. I created this company 15 years ago. Wow, it's been a lot. So today I'm pulling a 16-hour day, just like yesterday and the day before. For instance, some of the guys that are on with us, let them do their own introductions. This is, take it away.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Sean with Reef Builders. This is Evie with Reef Builders. And we just wanted to invite all.
I lost his audio.
Yeah, I did too.
We can't hear you.
I just lost your audio. Here, let me rejoin. All right, Jimmy, who are you?
Hey, everybody. I'm Jimmy, or some know me as Jimmy Newbie Reefer. I got started in all this craziness with 2 tanks now, just because of that guy that you saw in the introduction, Mr. Saltwater Tank. Mark and I have been friends for some time. I just started out as his cameraman years ago through a mutual friend. And then after making videos with Mark, I was like, man, I really want to have a tank. It's something I always wanted. And so 3 years ago now, Mark and Ken helped me do my first saltwater aquarium, my reef tank. It's a 160-gallon Pro Clear that I have in my office. It's awesome. It's doing really good, especially now that I got a new Hanna tester. And yes, I'm testing now, Mark. And so things are looking really healthy in that. And then I started this tank just in May, and this is my new Fowler tank. So it's a predator tank. I've got, you can see a few fish swimming around in there. I've got a panther grouper, a clown trigger, a couple of tangs, a couple of clownfish. And then this week in my quarantine, I have a porcupine puffer, which was always the goal for me ever since I first saw a saltwater aquarium in my wife's boss's office 35 years ago. So it's all coming to fruition for me this week. So thank you, everybody that watches. You can watch my whole journey on this tank here on our YouTube channel, saltwaterquarium.com YouTube channel. It's the newbie series. I try to come out with a new episode every Saturday. Go back and watch the old ones. If you're a newbie, there's lots of, sadly, I show my mistakes, but I do have great guidance with a support team at saltwaterquarium.com. And of course, my friend, Mr. Saltwater Tank, helping me out. So, hey, thanks for joining us. Hope you're having happy holidays and you're not too stuffed on turkey. Who's up next?
Hey, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
There you
Okay,
go.
good. All right. Sean and Evie here with Reef Builders, and we just wanted to welcome the Reef Builders community into your live stream so they can see all the great interviews you're going to be doing with Harley and the other brands that are coming on. We're going to be coming back on at 4:30, but just wanted to welcome the Reef Builders community into the live stream, and we'll be back. So,
And with that, Harley, what's up?
Hey guys. Hey, I'm Harley from PNW Custom. I am a first hobbyist at heart. So I started my business due to my love for the hobby. I've been reef keeping for about 7 years now, and it's all been a journey along the way. So I run a small business called PNW Custom. We specialize in desktop aquariums like these 3 on my side here. We focus on teaching people how to keep these desktop aquariums, the proper techniques for maintenance, for setting them up, and then also the most popular items to put inside of there. So the desktop aquariums, those are our most popular items, but we also make tons of other things like frag racks. You guys might know us from like our pop stands. That's one of our more popular little frag holders. We make mushroom boxes, acclimation boxes, fish traps. So we make tons of things revolving the reef because that is my sole love for the hobby.
So you started this company when, Harley?
So I started about 6 and a half, 7 years ago. And it was kind of not really started as a company. It was just started because I wanted to make aquariums for myself. I went into a local shop, asked them how much one of these tanks was. It was an all-in-one 13.5 gallon at the time. And they gave me like an astronomical price. It was like $350. You had to get a $150 light. You had to get all these equipment pieces. And it was kind of hard for me to wrap my head around. But I knew I really wanted to reef keep. So I figured with my background of manufacturing, I had a little bit of college experience learning how to design. And I kind of went headfirst into making my first aquarium for myself. So I started about 6.5 years ago doing that for me. And shortly after, when I brought my first tank into the fish store that quoted me that high price, they asked me to make a tank for them, and the ball started rolling from that. So it was very, very immediate.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
So what? How long ago was that?
So that was going to be in 2018. Tail end of 2018, I started making my first tanks, and I made like 6 or 7 10-gallon tanks. And then coming into 2019, I started learning how to make frag racks with little silicone lockers to hold the frag plugs. And we got really popular very quickly from our frag racks. I just needed them for my tanks, and I needed them for what I was doing. So I started posting them in the local community. My business is called PNW Custom, because PNW stands for Pacific Northwest. My whole goal was I was just going to sell things in the Pacific Northwest for friends, and I was going to make custom, aquariums or custom size stuff. And that was my whole idea with it. Quickly after, I posted them online, and they popular. We went to our first trade show up in Seattle, which was called the Reefworks trade show from Sean as well at the time. And I quickly fell in love with the traveling aspect and actually getting to see what the road may take. So right after that, we went to our first Aquashella in 2019 and Chicago, and I loved it. It was so cool. And then COVID came, so that changed the game for everybody. So when COVID came, we decided, okay, we're going to kind of double down on the online market. We're going to ship everywhere, across the United States, also throughout the world. So we started to post more onto like local Facebook groups, started sharing our stuff. We created an Instagram page and started actually like promoting our products as an actual way for me to make some income, because during COVID, I was a small business person before that, manufacturing things for a completely different aspect. I was doing racing stuff for small engines. And during the time, the racing community completely came to a halt. I lost all my income. And since I was a small business, the government kind of just saw me as not self-employed, and I was not able to be unemployed or on benefits like that. So figured out how I could make my own money making frag racks, tanks, things of my hobby that I was also into, and immediately turned around into going into the online market with the frag racks. Really excited to just continue innovating things for myself that other people wanted as well.
So recently I saw you had a viral Instagram. Is that true?
Yeah, so our Instagram has been definitely blown up recently. We had a video specifically with this tank here where we brought it through TSA. So that was really cool. We bring this tank everywhere. You can actually find us at the different trade shows with this 40-ounce.
And that's a wrap, huh? I think we lost Harley. Hillary, thanks for joining us.
I'm muted. There we go. Hey.
Who are you? We're going to pause on Harley for a second till he gets back.
I know that this wasn't asked, but I'm going to go ahead and say I love Harley's tanks. If you have seen any of my Cold Water Curiosity series, that is the tank that I am using. It is the 1-gallon PNW Custom tank. So I take out to the water, and I collect some stuff and observe it for probably an hour or 2 hours, and then I put it back in the water. So if you have young kids and you're looking for something fun, that is a great option because it's so easy. One of the things, and I'm sure Carly, you will probably talk about this, is the packaging. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the packaging was designed that you can put the tank back in it and travel with it, right?
Yes, precisely. Yeah, so we designed the packaging like that because I know a lot of people are going to set them up and maybe they'll move, or maybe they're going to be in a college dorm, or maybe they're going to, have it at a house. And my whole goal with these tanks is to be very versatile. So not only can you set them up, not only are they really easy to maintain, but you can also take them with you. So like for this one, I can actually take it around and fly with it. For the smaller one, just like you're saying, you can pack it into the box really easy. You can even like have your livestock still inside of it and drive it around. So it's a really cool way that we designed the packaging. I was focused on making it easy to use, easy to pull out, and then also reusable. So it's not something you just keep the box for. It's something that's actually going to come in handy.
So did you ever see yourself as a trendsetter?
Yeah.
When I see that mobile fish tank, dude, I was like, this guy doesn't know how popular that could be, at least on social media. I was like, this guy does not even know what this is yet. When I saw it that first trade show, and I was like, this thing has legs, dude. You should hire this guy.
Yeah, so that is Roaming Reef, Mike. He took our tank that we make, our 40-ounce micro-reef, and since he travels for work, he flies on a plane 3 times a week. His whole shtick is he is a traveling micro aquarist, so he can't have a big tank with him, but he wants to be able to still reef. He literally brings a tank with him to different job sites, different aquarium events, different like really cool landmark points. So when I got in touch with him and really started to become friends with him, he started to come up to these different trade shows. So now you can typically see him and I at our booth at the trade shows with the tanks. He's a really, really funny character too. Like his whole stigma of a person is just hilarious, very lighthearted, but also like extremely intelligent, and will convey to you how to keep specific species, how certain things are done, but it'll also make you laugh at the same time. So Mike from Roaming Reef is kind of actually the inspiration behind my traveling tank. And since I've done the same thing as him with traveling with it, we've had those viral videos with TSA. I've had lots of really cool interactions like in Vegas. We brought it to the Strip and people loved it there. And our social medias have just been considerably growing just from that.
Dude, I want to walk around Vegas with that on my neck. I can see that right now.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. When we brought it to Vegas, I literally set it out in front of the Bellagio, and we just kind of hung out there for like 10 minutes. And I probably had at least 100 people come up and look at it, just be shocked. Like, what, you're bringing a reef tank with you? So that was really cool.
That's awesome.
Okay, cool, man. Do you want to give us a little tank tour of those tanks? Maybe zoom in a little bit, maybe show us some of what it means to be a small business guy?
Yeah, most definitely. So we'll start by looking at the tank a little bit. So we'll flip the camera around. I've got, flip this here. Let's see if this came up properly. You guys see the tanks here?
No.
We see your hand.
I think you might have to hit that button to flip it twice.
I thought I did. All right, facing back camera.
Get your melon out of the way, Harley.
I know, it's so big. All right, well, we'll just go closer from this angle. Anyhow, I have a whole bunch of different corals inside of here. There's over 50 different species of animals. So between the corals, the invertebrates, snails, hermit crabs, we have our 1.5 gallon tank as well, and our 1 gallon tank. And so these tanks have been set up now for a while. This particular tank we've had running for 3 years, and it is legitimately the easiest aquarium I've ever kept. I barely do water changes on it. I try to do them once a week, but sometimes life slips on by. And then this one I've had set up now for about a year.
And nothing in those tanks is static, is it? Like, I feel like I've seen you like getting stuff at trade shows and like adding new things. Do you take stuff out ever? How do you maintain
No, it typically just lives in there. So everything that you see in there just kind of either grows in there. Hopefully it lives for a while. I have had some issues recently with like, I have a little sexy shrimp that I've noticed starts to eat some zoa polyps. So it's just kind of nature, you know, as things progress. Sometimes some corals will grow faster than others. I have this mushroom in the front that's killed off a few different zoanthids that it's covered. And same with the button scully. But like you can actually look back. We have a video we just posted a year ago, and a lot of the same corals are in there and considerably grown.
That's awesome.
But Harley, if something stings something or the sexy shrimp steps on a line, it's super easy to catch because it's like a 1 gallon tank. The thing can't run away.
No, you're right. Truthfully, I like the sexy shrimp probably more than I would take it, more than I would worth taking it out. I love the shrimp. I love my little goby Glenn. He's hanging out over here. But
His name is Glenn.
yeah, I've got a goby in here named Glenn. Let me see if I can.
How did you name it Glenn?
So Mike from Roaming Reef has Toby the goby, and it's just this nice, simple 4-letter word. So I had to think of something similar because they're cousins. You can see his little head right there.
Where?
Oh, I see him.
He's hanging out right next to the Scully.
Oh, here he comes.
Left against the wall.
He's right in the front, right next to the Scully, the button Scully, the little red one.
That's so cool.
So yeah, I that's his lair, and anything that kind of happens in there, I take control of. So he makes sure that all the corals are in line and everything looks good.
Now, Harley, that setup that you're just showing, you can buy it as is, like with the light, and it comes with all of that, right?
Yeah. So the tanks come with the light. They come with the return pump and everything to set them up. Right now, I'm actually walking over to my shop, and I'll show one off a little bit more.
All right, perfect.
So here's where it's all made.
Whoa.
So we have a CNC in the back. We have a couple of really big lasers over here. Our main assembly table. And then we've got some workspaces for my friend Jordan and another workspace in the back for my friend Jeremy. So the micro
This is like
tank.
live action right now, huh?
Oh yeah, literally. Like we're in the middle of building another batch of tanks right at the moment.
Go build one. I want to see you build one right now, Harley. Go.
Me build one, it'll take me a sec.
Try to flip the camera around if you can again, maybe.
He's way better at building them. So he'll get like 2 or 3 done in the time I'll get 1 done.
Oh, you're on a practice.
You're right. That's what it is. And then Jeremy's over here getting all of the magnets glued up. So we hand assemble all the magnets. They're all using epoxy coated magnets, and then they're fully encased in acrylic. So he's building some right now. And
so
then
is it
after
safe to say that employees at PNW like sniff a lot of glue throughout the course of the day because you're gluing
they
everything?
sniff a lot of glue. Well, technically it's not glue, it's solvent. Which is even more fun actually. So it's
I
I
don't sniff glue. I've moved on to solvent.
Yeah, exactly. And as you see right now,
that's what bonds it. It bonds it.
Yeah.
The solvent is a bonding agent as well.
What this does is essentially it actually melts the 2 pieces of acrylic together and on a molecular level bonds it. So instead of like glue is actually joining the 2 pieces, this will melt the 2 pieces and actually make it one. And then here
we've been talking about the micro. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
we were talking about the little micro, but you make several sizes, right? It's not just that little tiny 1 gallon. You have a whole gamut of, say, desktop aquariums.
He's got an XXL now.
Exactly. So this is our XL.
There it is.
So that's our 5 gallon tank, and usually my hand covers the entire tank, but here it's only a quarter of it. So that's our 5 gallon. We make a 1 gallon. We make a 1.5 gallon, a 4 gallon, a 2 gallon. So our whole goal is to corner the desktop aquarium market. So all the smaller size tanks, that's what we make. These are all the stumps we're getting prepped up for micro tanks right now. We have some crazy orders. We have literally like 3 sheets full of orders just from just from Wednesday to Friday right now. So it's been busy.
So Harley, the biggest tank you have is 5 gallons. That means your whole product line, you can do 100% water change with a 5 gallon bucket or less.
You're right. Technically, I have one more size that's a little bit bigger. That's a frag tank. Actually, I can show that off too because I have that one sitting right here.
This is show off time.
Yeah,
that's the big one, Mark. That's the big one.
This is our big tank.
Ooh.
And it actually, it grows our live rock. So it's our frag tank that we just put rocks inside of and wait 6 months until they're ready.
We can help you
So
accelerate that, but that's another conversation for another time.
yes, I mean you can. I put in Microbacter 7 and some of that Fritzyme 9, but it's only so that I have it in here for people when they're ready to start and get established right away.
Now, I have a
So
question
yeah,
for
this is
you.
Hillary wants to chat with you.
So have you talked about the fun little themed frag racks that you have? Because it's holiday season.
I haven't. This year we actually are skipping the top stand because we're doing some different items. So let me see if I have one over here. I probably do. Yeah. So we just started making these really cool keychains.
Oh, I
So we
love
make a
that.
whole bunch of different ones. This one is our micro-reef keychain. We make, I'll pull some more of them out right here. We make some like tangs and different shapes and sizes.
You know what? I wore the wrong earrings today. I should have worn your earrings.
Oh my gosh, yes, exactly. Ken,
Dang
that's
it.
the saltwater aquarium fish, the emperor angelfish.
Yeah, coming soon. It's not listed yet, but I just got them in.
Yeah. Well, it's just for fun, just to have them for giveaways or whatever. So these guys were doing a giveaway on all of our orders when you purchase one of the tanks from our site. And then I know Saltwater has a whole bunch of the Emperor Angels. We just sent them as well that only they have. So we won't actually even sell those.
Nice. I love all the fun stuff that you can get from companies. And you guys, like, through the years, like, you have the cool little Halloween ones. I think
Yes.
there's a pumpkin and a skull. I know there's some, like, a Christmas ornament one from the years past.
Let me see if I can find my favorite one.
I tell myself I need to order more corals so that I can use the frag racks every holiday.
I can send you one of these.
Oh, I don't have that one. I miss
I
that one every
know.
year.
Yeah,
I
so
love that.
I only have a few of them, but yeah, that's our dreidel pop stand. We make Halloween pop stands. We have the Christmas pop stand, which is possible we might bring a few of them back for a limited time, but we actually kind of missed the Halloween one this year because I was so focused on getting tons of orders out that like I realized on like mid Halloween season I was like, oh no, this is too late to release.
Good though, you're busy. We like to hear that.
It is, yeah. What's cool is the micro-reef we've had going on now for about 4 years. I think we just celebrated the 4-year birthday in October, which was really, really cool. That's actually Aqua Halloween when I met Ken from Saltwater Aquarium. And from then to now, this is the busiest the micro-reef has ever been. So it's really cool because almost would have thought that's when it was launched, it was the busiest.
Okay, I
Yeah,
have
so
another
on the
question
top
for
of your top of your head, how many do you think you've ever made? Ever?
We've sold over 3,500 of these tanks now.
Oh wow, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, so it's pretty crazy to think like throughout the years I thought I was going to maybe sell 10, 12, like it was just for fun. It was literally just for me to enjoy. And now we've successfully shipped them all over the world. They've been in multiple different countries. Lots of different stores carry them. Saltwater Aquarium has ordered at least 1,000 of them from us throughout the year.
Dude,
So
it's not been that many, huh? Really?
so you started with 200 and then throughout all the trade shows we go to, we could usually do like 30 a trade show, 100 a year through those.
I lose count these days. Numbers are just wild.
It happens so fast. The only reason that I'm actually still able to like know is because these little pieces here that cut out of the stands, I still keep all the pieces. I haven't figured out what to use them for. Like sometimes I'll use little random drops, but I have over 3,000 of these from the stand still. So I know I have a ton of them.
So Jimmy, I saw you brought something on. What do you got?
Jimmy, your audio.
Jimmy, no sound, buddy. No sound. You're muted.
That's because I muted myself to be. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
So I have a PNW Customs fish trap that I've never even opened it up. I was just checking it out because I have a new fish that I'm going to acclimate in here, and I think he'll start in the box so that the other guys can see him. But yeah, it's the first time I ever even took this thing out of the box. I'm just checking it out. So since I'm talking to Harley, I thought if I have any questions, I can ask him right now. But looks pretty straightforward. Yeah, I like that it's got a little sliding door and came with some little fishing line to actually trap fish. Would have came in handy a few years ago when I had to capture a fish in my tank. But yeah, no, I just grabbed it because I hadn't seen it, and I was thinking about it when Harley was talking. So Harley, we talked about the micro tanks. We've seen your shop. What's next? What are you going to do? What other things you're talking about? You know, really kind of capturing the market of the micro tanks. But how about some new ideas? Because you're an idea guy.
Yeah, let me jump in there real quick. Every time I see Harley, he's like, I got this, and I got this, and I got this, and I got that. I was like, wait, hold on. Let's go back. Let's make sure we have the best sellers and all the stuff in the past. He's like, well, what about this? And what about this? So go ahead.
Yes, that's correct.
He's always on to the next thing.
No, he is 100% correct. I'm always thinking, 3 weeks ahead of where I am right then and there. And then I realized that actually I missed something when the day comes from that 3 weeks that I could have probably done before. So that's a very, very accurate statement. That being said, we do have some more tanks in the works. I don't know if you guys have started to see too, we just released our plug and play kits. So essentially that's our regular micro-reef, but now we ship it to you guys with everything that you need to set it up. So it comes with the sand, it comes with the rockscape. And then after you receive the tank, the week after, we send you all of the water and the coral. So essentially it's, you plug it in and you literally are ready to run on that. So it comes with like just some basic starter corals, green star polyp, zoanthids, and mushroom. And our whole goal is to just honestly expand the hobby and get more people into it. So that being said, we just also released one today for our macroalgae kit. That's a 4-gallon macroalgae kit that's designed to just get more people into the hobby, show people how easy macros are to keep. And then, in my opinion too, it's a great transition from the freshwater into the saltwater because you get the look of the planted style tanks. It's very, very easy to keep, very forgiving. So that's our most recent one that we released today. That being said, I want to continue doing more of the everything that comes ready to go kits. So like we did our 5-gallon kit. Maybe we'll come out with a plug and play kit on that. Our whole goal is making people successful. So the more we can do for success is our number one thing. We actually just also launched these little toolkits here. So these toolkits are essentially the pieces that I use in my micro-reef to maintain it and make sure that everything is working good. We also got them custom engraved with our logo on them, so that was really cool. And more stuff to come of reliability, how to keep tanks, how to do things easier, trying to break the stigma of small tanks are hard to keep and they're impossible, and to show people that, with a lid, a proper light that's going to grow the corals, and equipment, like, you can keep it.
So that little one that you just had and you were showing, what is that? What does that retail for? What does that cost?
These little toolkits?
No. The little tank that you had. If I want that, what does that cost me?
So these tanks, actually, they're on sale right now through saltwateraquarium.com. They're 20% off. We also have them on our sale. They are, I want to say, $134 right now, and that comes with the tank, the light, the return pump. It comes with lids for evaporation control. So essentially, all you need is your water, rock, and media, and you're ready to roll. We have them on our site, but we are slightly backed up. I know Mark was also saying that you guys are slightly backed up too. So it sounds like that's how it is around the boards right now, huh?
Yeah, that's normal for this time of year, though. But we're not that far backed up. We're way ahead of where we have ever been, actually, at this point.
Oh, that's awesome. No, I would say that it would be the same. I had a ton of stuff prep, but we oversold faster than I thought that I ever would. So that's a good problem to have. We're going to be working throughout the weekend and working all next week, just literally getting orders together, slinging tanks together. So really, really fun to be able to sell out of what we have and rush to continue, work the extra 2 to 3 or 4 extra hours that day and get them done.
So let me ask you this: on that little, what's the water volume in that little guy you just were showing?
So that's our 40-ounce tank. So it has a display of 28 ounces, and then the sump underneath here is 12 ounces. So total water volume of 40.
Okay, and you have one that's like, what's the next size up from that?
So the next size up from this would be our our 1 gallon tank. That's our small in one tank. And then we also have a 1.5. The small in one tank is really, really cool because it comes with the light, comes with the lid that covers the entire tank. And in my opinion, it's probably one of the easiest aquariums that you can actually set up and get started with. So because it has that lid, it fully covers the top. Instead of evaporation just constantly leaving the aquarium, it condensates on it and then drips back into the tank. So the small in one, that's our 1 gallon size. Super, super popular. And we're actually so popular that we're getting more right now done so that we can continue building them and finishing up the next prep.
Okay, I want to know a little bit more about that small in one, because this is what my wife just asked me for Christmas.
What?
Was something for her desk at work.
No
Nice.
way. You're
So
not
I don't
gonna
know
do
if
that,
it's
Jimmy.
a small in one or maybe even up to the 5 gallon. But so for me, I'm still a newbie at this because each tank is different. So I have a 160 gallon and now this 210. But now my concern is, how do I take care of a micro tank? Like, how do you even do a water change in there? Because you're going to drain the whole ocean. Because everything you do is so much larger, right? You do a drop of something, it's like dumping a bucket in this tank.
Yeah, so I don't
Jimmy,
put
here's
any
the best
chemicals in
part.
them.
You don't have to test anything, Jimmy. You
That's
just do
it.
a water change. That's it.
You just
No
do a water
testing.
change.
You just do a
No
water
testing.
change. That's it. Done.
But what do you do? How do you do a water change? Do you empty it? Like, are all your corals sitting out of the water and
Yeah.
everything for a minute? You're like, okay, so you just drain it down.
I use
And
an
what do you do,
airline
pour
tubing.
it?
Personally, I use an airline tubing and then just pull the water out, or use a turkey baster and just pull the water out. I do a 30 to 50% water change. You are actually like the perfect person for one of these. So we make this like little checklist here, which goes over what we do every single day, shows you what days that you should do a water change, how much of water volume, where to keep the salinity, where to keep the temperature. And this is just kind of like riding a bike with training wheels. You get to learn and establish the grounds, learn where you're comfortable in, and then you can start taking your hands off the wheel or the steering. You can start getting a lot more comfortable and it just rides itself. So in essence, the way that I recommend people to do it is 30 to 50% water change once a week. By doing that water change, you are replenishing all the nutrients that the corals are consuming throughout that time period. You're replacing any of the salt water that is, less on alkalinity, less on magnesium, and topping it up with freshly mixed salt water that has all those macronutrients and everything established. So the 30 to 50% water change is crucial for a small tank like this. Doing those and maintaining that regularity. And then you don't have to dose anything. You're not putting any chemicals inside of the tank. Keeping the salinity and temperature stable are the two most important pieces for a micro aquarium or a desktop aquarium. If you can maintain those two and you stay on top of the maintenance of the water change, you will be successful.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
like super
about
cake.
that, the temperature, does it have a heater, or how do you maintain the temperature in there?
So they have these lids that cover, this one has the paper on it, but it's all clear.
Yep.
We have lids that cover the entire display as well as the entire sump. So essentially this goes over the tank sump or tank display and prevents the water from constantly evaporating. The water condensates on the top of the lid and then drips from the lid back into the tank. That being said, I top this tank off every probably 2 to 4 days, depending on the climate. And if I am in a hotter climate, we do have little cooling fans. Or if you're in a cooler climate, we do have these little heaters. But between the light, the pump, and the lids, it stays about 3 to 4 degrees warmer than their ambient room temperature.
Okay.
And if you need to use a heater, you do have the option to.
Okay, so I'm in Florida. I put
Yeah,
my wife's office is 72 degrees in the AC. She probably wouldn't even need a heater.
No, so I don't even put a heater on the 3 tanks I was showing off earlier. Those don't have a heater at all.
All right. Wow.
And Harley,
Sounds
you
really
said you
cool.
top it off. You're topping it off with like a Dixie cup of water, maybe?
So in milliliters, it's about 15 milliliters that every like 2 to 4 days. Yeah, so it really isn't much on the micro tank, and then on the 1 gallon tank, it's about 35 to 50.
Now, Jimmy, let's plan ahead here. The only thing I'm concerned about is if you put this on your wife's desk at work, if they turn the power off for the building over the weekend, they're probably not going to give her a heads up because they assume the staff is out of the building. I would recommend some kind of battery backup, but Harley, I would think that a battery backup for that small tank, you'll be fine. It doesn't take much, and it'll cruise it through while that building's power is down.
Yeah, so I have mine hooked up to a 25,000 milliamp hour battery bank for traveling, because that's the max size that you can use for travel. And between the light and the pump, it'll last about 30 hours of continuous use. So that's with the light on 100% all the time, and that's with the pump on. So essentially, you know, if you're gone for a while, you could get an even larger battery bank and hook that up to it if you needed, and it could be a battery backup. And you could literally power your tank through a hurricane.
And so when you're saying battery bank, and I don't know what milliwatt amp or whatever, it's basically a cell phone recharging battery, one of those that you carry around traveling, right?
Yeah, just like this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So this one here,
that would power my wife's tank over the weekend on her desk.
Yep, exactly.
Ta-da.
All right, very cool.
I'll help you, Jimmy. No problem. We got you, buddy.
This is like the Christmas gift, right?
It is. And that's, I think, why it's so popular again this year, is because I hear a ton of people that are emailing me like, I'm getting this for my brother for Christmas, for my grandma for Christmas, or whatever. And it's a good way to get people into the hobby, get people who are, you know, kind of surrounded, like your wife, who is just kind of like in it because you are, to have her own piece of the ocean and have something she feels like she can control. So it's very fun to establish that.
Well, the craziest thing that happened with me is we started this new YouTube on this tank, and like all of my family in Minnesota and everywhere are watching this, and they're getting all excited about aquariums, and they're like, yeah, but I can't go get a system like that. But they're like, oh, I think I'd like to give this a try. And that sounds like a perfect entry point would be, I think I like the small in one size. That sounds like, what would you say is like a perfect entry point for someone that just, you know, is going to get a goby or a couple clownfish and some corals? Is it the small in one, or is it bigger?
So I think the small in one is a really good size. A clownfish isn't necessarily fit for a 1 gallon tank. You could keep 1 or 2 small ones in a 5 gallon tank. But if you're talking gobies in specific, or like some of those smaller fish, those are totally perfect in like a 5 gallon, or some of the micro gobies that don't have the swim bladder, don't actually spend their time swimming around. Those can fit in the 1 gallon tank quite well as also. So the 1 gallon is a perfect way to like get into the hobby without having a big footprint, without feeling like I'm going to spend a ton of money on a light, on a filter, on all these pieces of equipment that I have to figure out if they work together properly and the flow. It just comes ready to go in the box, and you don't have to ever worry about upgrading anything on it. So that's probably the way I would recommend most people to get into it. You can fit your entire hand inside. That being said, the micro tank is really popular as well because it's similar. It just has the sump underneath it. So some people find that really cute. I would personally say the 1 gallon tank is a better fit for a beginner, easier to wrap your head around what's going on, and you can actually mess around inside of the tank a little easier.
Yeah.
That being said, we also make these little compatibility charts. I'll pull it out later. We make compatibility charts so you can find out what kind of fish are perfect for that tank. We have, my wife is a very, very detail-oriented graphic designer, so she's been making a bunch of blogs, a bunch of checklists like the one you saw, and a ton of free information, completely able so that you can learn without any pressure. You don't have to feel like you're jumping in head first or having a paywall to go behind. All the information we provide is completely free.
And will that come with the smaller one? Will there be a little pamphlet in there? Do you go to the website? Like, how do I know like what fish I can go to my fish store or order from saltwateraquarium.com? Like you said, you have that, but is it coming inside?
there's something like this in there. I have another one inside of the smaller one that's actually a pamphlet, which is, it opens up and walks through every step of the way. Let me pull that out real quick. They're just down underneath this spot. So the pamphlet walks you through every single step of the way from beginning to end. Here it is. My wife also designed this. And essentially you get this to open up inside of the box, and it just has every step on what to do.
Oh, wow. It's newbie proof.
Yeah.
I love it.
You can literally go through this entire thing. You can scan our QR code, just like you saw on the other one. That brings you right to the website, right to our resource guide. You can watch me talk about these tanks, watch me work on the tanks, do water changes, show you guys what I have going on in mine, and look at all the other resources.
So truly, this could be a gift for the reefers out there that want to get their family members started that are curious. They can grab something like that, and it comes kind of dummy proof. It's got a Jimmy proof. It's got a book that you can follow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very good.
Jimmy,
I love it, Harley. I love how it's stopping by and
realize,
seeing what you got, but I've never
Jimmy,
really.
you know that you could
dove in.
get some of these for your family members and then give them frags out of Jimmy Newbie Reefer's tanks and put it in their PNW tanks?
Yeah.
I could. I've got some overgrown, believe it or not. I've got some stuff overgrowing in my reef tank.
There you go. See? We take you from never had a saltwater tank, reef tank. Now it's growing so well you can frag it off and give it to family members. Way to go, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're getting a ton of questions from the audience, and we're going to run out of time in the next 11 minutes. I wanted to get to a few of these. Here's one. This customer's talking about a school classroom. Has anyone ever transported it back and forth? Could it manage the entire weekend on a battery backup? Is the question.
Totally. So I would say if you're wanting to specifically have like a one for a battery backup, the micro or the small one would be an easier size. The 5 gallon, since it does run on an AC plug, does take a bit more power. That being said, the 1 gallon tank is probably the one I would recommend because it has the foam on the top and the bottom of the box, which make it super, super easy to transport. You literally slide the foam all the way back over the top of the tank, and you can move it around wherever you need. You can also easily hook it up to a USB battery bank, just like we were talking about a second ago. And some of them that are quite a bit larger, like you can get a 40 or 50,000 milliamp hour battery, and that'll last 3 to 5 to 6 days, depending on how much usage it's occurring.
Megan is asking, how do you clean the glass return pipe?
Yeah, that's a great question. Let me see if I have one right next to me. I don't, but I use like a zip tie or like a cable tie, and I will shove that down the little pipe here. What that does is it just clears out any of the detritus or any of the algae inside of there, and just something that can go around that bend. You can also use a or similar.
I think we lost him again.
Oh, you're back.
The anticipation is killing me.
Mine? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was lost.
We lost it. We lost it after the zip tie cleaner.
Yeah, I use like a zip tie or like a cable cleaner, or sorry, a cable tie, and I shove it down the little return tube here. So anything that'll go through that little bend, you can even use a paper clip, but as long as it gets through the bend, you're usually good to go through that side.
But Harley, it's black, so, or is it just black because it's against a black background? How much stuff actually gets built up in that tube?
So it really isn't bad. I actually just cleaned mine out in my micro tank the other day for like the first time in got to be 6 or 7 months. And the only reason I cleaned it was because I had some algae that was actually like stringing off of the nozzle from in the display, but inside of the actual nozzle wasn't bad. Just like you said, it's black, and that's a upgrade we did within the last 2 years because we used clear, but the black nozzles are now the new upgraded overall.
The mini turf scrubber with water going on your output pipe. And that size tank, it actually may contribute to something because given the water volume.
Probably.
All right, so here's another one. I have a question for Harley. looking into the 1.5 gallon smaller one. What types of gobies would you recommend keeping in there? And could you keep 2?
Yeah, so I would recommend the green banded goby. That is overall my favorite fish. That little fish, instead of free swimming in the water column, perches from spot to spot, and then goes back and feeds really easy, has a ton of personality. So the green banded goby is a great one. Another one that I look at is the trimma gobies, so like the little red mask gobies. There is the Eviota gobies, the upside down gobies, panda, or the little like tiny hyphen gobies. Sorry, not hyphen. Ooh, I can't remember, but they're like the really expensive ones, the red ones. Mark, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The Yasha gobies?
No, the little red ones, red and white ones.
Not the Catalinas.
Not the Catalina. It'll pop up to me like sometime later.
Okay, I'm gonna go look. You got me interested now.
Okay. They're really
Someone
expensive
asked-
little.
He's gonna look it up.
Someone asked, when are we getting a roller mat and a skimmer for the 40 ounce?
You know, that one probably won't be in the works anytime soon, just how small the little thing is. We actually tried to make a little like external roller mat though for the 40 ounce that just kind of sat on the side and you spun, but it didn't work out too well. A little too small.
It's just super fun to do all the same stuff as your big tank in a micro tank, even if the function
Yeah, so I
of it.
have a filter roller. We have a filter roller for the 1 gallon tank.
Yeah,
What?
sweet.
Yeah, I should have one right over here. So this is the filter roller for our 1 gallon.
Yeah, there it is.
So
Ooh.
Looks like a filter roller you'd put in my tank.
exactly, except this is hand for comparison size.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, it's awesome to see your small business and where you came from nothing, and why you created the company. Just a shout out, this is the last time you can use this code tonight. Anything you buy from PNW Customs tonight from saltwaterquarium.com, until the live stream ends, you'll get a free pop stand, single frag pop stand. And I know people like to use this when they spend a little bit more than the average amount of money on a coral. They want to show it off. They don't want it to sting anything, so they'll put it on its own stand. Is that what people use the single frag stands for mostly?
Yeah, so I designed it because I had the torch that kept falling over that I had in my sand bed, and I had this little turbo snail that would come over and just knock it over, just no matter what I did. So I made that little pop stand, and actually just same kind of thing, posted a picture of it somewhere, and people kept asking me where to get them. So eventually I started, making them, and to this day, it's one of the most popular products that we've ever made, because we just keep selling them. People use them. They're so cheap to purchase. It's like less than $15, and you can display your favorite coral. You know that, if you have a $1,000 torch, it's not going to get knocked over into the sand bed and lose its head or anything's going to happen. So just a very nice, safe, secure way to not only have your coral, but to also show it off a little more.
Harley, I got the name. I got to give credit where credit's due. Hillary texted it to me.
What is
Ruby
it?
Let me
Red
try to pronounce it
Dragonette.
with no voice. No.
No.
The Grisseringeri.
Yes.
Yes. There you go. Thanks, Hillary. Thanks for the save on that.
Thank
one.
you, Hillary. That's it.
Yeah.
What is it
How
called?
about that? So what's
Grisseringeri.
really expensive to Harley? What's the going price on that, Harley? Since
They're like $120
for like inch and a
Yeah,
half
it's
fish.
literally an inch fish. And the worst part about them is you never see them, even in like a 1 gallon tank. They
What?
hide
No.
all day long. So
There's nowhere to hide in that tank.
they find it. They will find it. I
think
swear.
I'm gonna have to get
Hey,
one.
just send me
Yeah.
$100 and I'll hide it.
Yeah, exactly.
You won't know the difference.
How can a fish hide in a gallon and a half tank? Not
It's-
possible.
It can. You want to try it out? You can find out.
Actually, you know what I do want to try on, Harley, is I have a pearly-headed jawfish that's almost done in quarantine in my tank, in my quarantine tank. I love the little dude, and I'm like, I don't want to put this in my 1,000-gallon display because I'll never see the dude again. Even if I build him a happy little house, I'll never see him. What if I put that in the 5-gallon tank? Too small? What do you think?
How big is it?
Inch and a half, maybe 2, maybe.
It would probably be
He's not full
okay
size.
for a few years. The pearly head, at least in my experience, they just like to swim a lot sometimes, right?
I mean, he'll come out. That's the fun part. He like sees his food and he's like, boom, and then he backs back in.
Okay.
But if I put
Mine
him in my
was a bit
display,
more
I'll never
active.
see
Mine would
one.
actually like free swim in my tank. We had him in my my Reefer 350, which is about a 70-gallon tank, and unfortunately, I
Really?
came home to him finding the smallest little crack out of my lid after him being there for like 4 years.
Okay. Well, if I got a couple of years with him in the 5-gallon tank, I may have to take you up on that because I love the little dude. He's doing great in quarantine. He's eating like a champ. I'm not going to leave him in the quarantine tank, but I'm like, I need a cool way to enjoy this dude because I'm really of the opinion that they don't like a lot of fish over their heads. So
Yeah.
here's a way I can keep just a species specific tank with that jawfish and really just enjoy it.
Yeah, and that jawfish will never get out of that tank if you keep the lid on because that lid covers the entire top of it. So it is literally impossible.
Okay. Done. Ken, you got to send me one of these things.
Okay, we'll do.
I got it.
We can look it up. So Harley, I would like to thank you for coming on. Happy Black Friday. Sell some more stuff. And with that, I think maybe we lost him.
Again, right at the end. He checked out
I
at
know
the
he
end.
checked out right at the end. I'm going to leave him in the bottom frame, but coming up next, here is Josh. This is Josh. He operates out of the West Coast. So if you guys order anything from saltwateraquarium.com on the West Coast that's heavy, like salt, sand, this is one of our partners in crime. He will handle all of the crap that I send him. So Josh, this is cool. We're going to do a little facility tour. So if you order stuff out of the West Coast, this is likely where it comes from, unless it's a few brands like Hydros, maybe Apex, something like that. Josh, do a little intro. Who are you?
Yep. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great, man. Look good too. Look at been a few years.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Is it better this way? Is it better this way? What do you prefer?
Landscape is that's always better. That looks great.
All right. Well, I can't see myself really too well. I'm doing this on my phone, so yell at me if I need to do something differently here. So anyway, yeah. So I run I guess you could say operations here at Reef Show. We're in the suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona. Not snowing here, which is super nice. Probably snowing everywhere else. But what a lot of people don't see is this side of the industry and how much stuff we really have here. So a little bit about Reef H2O. We're a small company. I've been here for 9 years now. We have over 2,000 customers. That ranges from your small mom and pop fish store or dry goods store. We don't do PetSmart, Petco, but we do supply also to maybe your local zoo or local aquarium, as well as a service company that might come to your business or even your home to service your fish tank or reptile tanks. We also do a lot of reptile stuff. So wanted to get really into that, really stress how important the small stores are, how we all are just here to support each other. And that's the biggest thing with this industry. Is just supporting each other. So you want a tour? What do you want to see first?
No, dude. I mean, I went out there to visit you guys a few times and just see all the stuff. And it's just amazing what you guys have done over the last years. And it's really cool how you're focused on the local fish store first. I know this is coming from an online guy, but the local fish store really is the fabric of this hobby. It's the footprint, it's the boots on the ground. It's really the most important part about the hobby. Yes, online's nice. You can get it quick. You can get it fast. You can get a deal. But the local fish store really is the focus here. And I want to commend you on that for sure. A lot of people lose their focus in this hobby from time to time.
Well, and that's kind of where this hobby started. And I'm sorry, my camera's work is bad. I'm not an expert by any means.
You might have to speak up a little bit.
What a lot of people don't realize is a lot of information comes from the store. And where do we all start getting into this hobby? And that's usually when we're a kid. We go to PetSmart, you win a goldfish at a carnival, and that's what really brings you into the interest. And then you Google local fish store or tropical fish store or something like that, and you're off to the races. Obviously, online has really opened up our knowledge and ability to get everything. That's great. So, I mean, we support. There's the cool part is there's so many big companies that do this. Like you guys are huge. I mean, you can see behind me we've got this entire line of Seachem here. Let me flip my camera so you can actually see what's happening. But we, I mean, you've got everything from reef carbonate and numerous sizes, reef calcium. Some of the most popular ones for the reef side are your Reef Fusion 1 and 2. Those are big ones. We got 500 mils, 2 liters, 1 liters. We even go all the way up to gallons and big 5-gallon jugs. Going over to, I mean, you can just see this is way different than your normal fish store. There's so much stuff here. I couldn't even go through the whole warehouse because we have that much stuff, and we have over 8,000 SKUs. So, I mean, if you want to talk about fish, that's great, but we also have a lot of reptile stuff too. And you're not going to see anybody here because everybody just went home for the day already. But
there you go.
We carry a lot of, your bulbs for Zilla. You can see down there we got some Pangea foods for your geckos, for those who love all the creepy crawlies. Going this way, you can see where we have all of our bedding. Again, this is just not stuff that a lot of people see. I mean, you guys, I remember the first time you walked in here, you were like, holy cow, there's a lot of stuff. And even then, some of our customers here, when they come in, they're just astounded at how much stuff there is. I mean, look at this. You have just pallets and pallets of salt.
I got to be honest, just look at that wall, like how organized everything is just to be able to get your orders correct. Like, to me, when I first walked in here, I was amazed by how organized everything is. It's so beautiful.
And that's the hardest part. I mean, we're pretty good. We got a lot of good guys that have been here for a long time. Like I said, I've been here for 9 years. We've been in this building for 7 years, I think now. And that's the biggest thing is just organized, because we don't run off of any sort of computer system. We just know where everything is. I mean, if you look at this aisle, I mean,
you want to walk up and down a few aisles and kind of look around? Super cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we've got JBJ heaters. These are fairly new. Well, actually, they're not new. This is the second gen of these, if you remember these guys. Probably 3 or 4 years ago, but now they have controllers built into them. We've got a Wassa heaters in every size. We've got Jewel, new aquarium line. We've got, there's some Aquatop there. Eheim. We move a lot of Eheim heaters, and they've got the 3 different versions. They've got their Wi-Fi version. You've got your generic Jaeger that everybody knows, and then they're a little bit higher line, similar to the Jaeger, but a little bit more sturdy, easier to use, in my opinion. We get a lot of ESV. Brightwell's doing these cool mystery boxes. I think these are on your guys' website.
Yeah, if you guys buy a Brightwell mystery box, that's where you're going to get one of those coming right out of here.
Yep, and we don't even know. I mean, you can tell we haven't opened them. We don't know what's.
We don't even know what's in it.
No,
we know what's supposed to be in it, but we don't know what's in it.
Yep, it says 1, 2, or 3. I think you get 6 bottles of 500 mil. So hopefully some good stuff.
That's a good time. Let me just jump in here and say there is a coupon code running for this hour. If you buy anything from the clearance section at saltwatercram.com and you put in the coupon code SOLD, SOLD, you'll receive an additional 20% off everything that's already 10 to 80% off. So check out our clearance section. You can scan the code on the screen. I want to clear out the room so I can make more room for new products. So I'm giving away a ton of that stuff.
And slow me down here if I'm going too fast for you. But we get into different types of filtration pads. You've got Accurel, Weco, Cero pads. For those who are old school for freshwater, we still got under gravel filters.
Bro, I got to list them on the site. I didn't know that.
Yep. These are premium too. These are great. Still work as good as they used to. Python, tons of Python. You got to do those water changes. Everybody hates them, but you got to do them. It's good for you. It's good for your tank. UVs. We've got UVs from everybody. You got Seche UVs. You've got little eShop nano skimmers there. I think you guys have these on your website. Always been a good little skimmer. But going back to what I was kind of talking about before. I mean, you've got all these big companies, but you've also got a lot of small companies as well. You know, for big companies, you've got Eheim, Caribsea, Seachem, ZooMed. But if you want to get into some little stuff, where should we start? You know, one of the ones that a lot of people don't realize, this is our liquid line, more stuff, is Coral RX. He's just a little guy. He lives in Florida. And, you know, that's our foundation here, is we support not only the little fish stores, but the little manufacturers too. So, you know, they've got their 8-ounce bottles there. They've got these pro ones who for those who do a lot of different coral. You know, other small companies. You've got, man, I made a list because there's just so many of them. Oh, local. I should have thought of this already. VCA, they're local here in Phoenix. All those random flow generator nozzles. Let me show you what their section looks like here.
Yeah, it's awesome, dude. Look at all those bins of all that stuff. Most of the stuff that you carry too is available at saltwaterquarium.com.
Yeah,
pretty much everything there we have listed, and we have some of that on the West Coast, some of that on the East Coast through you guys. It's awesome.
Yeah, check out the size of these. I don't know how many people have this big of a tank, but
I don't think I have those listed. Those are awesome.
These are giant. These are for 1.5 inches. Versus, you know, your classics. I think these have been really popular with you guys lately. These ultimate return line kits, and they fit numerous tanks. These VCA, they're so good about like what they say, like their stuff fits. If you don't know, it's on your website. You can look at VCA's website, say, hey, what tank do I have, and it'll tell you.
Yeah, check out VCA. Those are a way to add random flow to your tank without another cord. So they go on the outtakes into your tank, and it creates a random flow pattern.
And you guys don't do, well, you guys do actually do frozen food, but this is how we do frozen food.
Yes, no, we do tons of frozen food. Looks like you guys have a lot of the Hikari stuff that we don't have quite yet.
Yeah. And this whole freezer is just bloodworms, believe it or not. That's how
the bloodworm freezer.
Yeah. Basically, you got regular bloodworms, you got jumbo bloodworms, you got mini bloodworms, economy bloodworms. Another freezer here.
So if there's not a local fish store that doesn't currently buy from Reef H2O, you should definitely go to reefh2o.com, submit an application. Is that the best way, or give you guys a call? What would you suggest?
You can call. You can go on the website, submit an application. If you call us, we'll always answer every single time. You know, the best people to talk to are myself, Dan, or Peter. And really, what we're looking for is just those local fish stores. I mean, we're here to support you, and you support us. So that's what we do. There's a rare one. They're finally back.
I didn't get none. They back ordered all of my that for the last 6 months, dude.
They just
send
came
me
in.
all of it.
They just came in. They just came in. So another small company. This is a local guy who makes frag plugs, and they make them a bunch of different sizes here. They got retainer plugs.
What company is that?
This is Eva Aquatics is the name.
We have the full line listed at saltwaterquarium.com. This is brand new on the market. Very price conscious, very budget friendly. Packaging looks fantastic. Check out Eve Aquatics on saltwaterquarium.com.
Yeah.
I think I just lost him. Did we lose him, Jimmy?
Nope, I'm here.
I hear him. I don't see him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we are.
Phone just went a little funky.
My dad wanted to talk to me, so he's trying to call me. Anyway, so where were we? Small companies, big companies, Seachem, Flake Foods. Check out all these. You got freshwater, goldfish, discus flakes, a couple different types of saltwater flakes.
So I'm just going to address the customer's question real quick while you're talking. Frozen foods, it ships in dry ice in a cooler, overnighted.
Another really popular line lately, and excuse our mess. Remember, this is a warehouse, not your pretty fish store. Tropic Marin, Dr. Tim's, lots of Tropic Marin. We move a lot of it. especially that alpha reef. It's been really popular lately.
Yeah, Tropic Marin's become more and more popular, and now with Brian in charge of it, I think it's even going to blow up even more. I'm going to do my best to help him.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a great line. It really is, man. I just switched to the Pro Reef salt myself for my own tank at home. You know, I got a 200 gallon, so it's pretty cool. I mean, doing well so far, you know. You guys have been, that's another one too I just thought of. Because they're finally back. Right, well.
Oh, yeah, Microbacter Purple just came in, right?
Yep. We're already out of 500s and 1 liters, so get your 2 liters and 250s.
Yeah, that's a new bacteria product from Brightwell.
Hikari Foods, more ZooMed Foods. The list goes on and on. I guess I could talk for hours and just show you everything that we have. There's so much stuff.
Well, you got 17 more minutes to walk us around and show us this stuff. I think this is a side of stuff that, yeah, people, they order it online and it shows up at their house, but they don't see this. They can't understand how much work it is to do this.
Sorry, I'm here. Yeah, I mean, there's so much work that goes into receiving stuff. I mean, hey, this is a perfect example. We just got a half truckload of Seachem in today. And this is what it looks like.
So receiving section in the center, large items on the right, left.
Yep. So we carry, this is all, I call it rock and gravel aisle. So we carry gravel on the right side, rock on your left side. There's your classic 40-pound life rock with some Moani next to it. Now this is one you can't carry because this is Seachem's no online side, but giant barrels of salt. This is their salinity.
Yeah, there's a few items that we don't want to bother shipping or are not allowed to carry based on the product, and that's something I don't want to ship.
No.
So Jimmy, what do you think?
It's just overwhelming. Just how much is in there. How many square feet is your place?
So we're about 16,000 square foot. I mean, you just look at this
Oh
wall. We go four bays high. And those are aquariums at the top there. You've got Eheim. We've got Jewel somewhere around here as well. I mean, check out the forklift that takes to get all this stuff down. And this thing moves pallets of salt like it's nothing.
So I saw those giant barrels. You said those are barrels of salt?
Yeah, they make like 1,000 gallons roughly.
So who buys those from you?
So stores actually, and a lot of zoos and aquariums. They use that salt. But the local fish store will use it for their systems, and then you could pick up a bucket if you wanted to use their salt.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because I'm thinking just to the hobby, but you forget that there's public aquariums and local fish stores that have huge amounts of systems in there. They need, I guess you buy in bulk like that.
Right. The one thing too that's pretty cool. I'm gonna go back this way. I mean, obviously, looking at your guys' website, there's a lot of stuff on your website, but like you were saying, Jimmy, you come here, you just don't realize how much stuff there is until you get here, and it can be overwhelming. But that's why you guys make your website easy to navigate. Your search bar is great; it's easy to find stuff, or you just call and ask, "Hey, where is this at?"
Yeah, Ken, what do people do if they're looking for something specific? And like they just aren't finding it on the search bar, or because I've noticed.
Yeah, so in my opinion, search works best if you search just one word. Like if you search just the word, I don't know, like instead of current USA, you type in current, or instead of live coral, you type in what you see is what you get, the letters WS. A single word search will often bring some very good results compared to multiple word searches, because it might pick up. Like if you type in Red Sea salt, you might get Red Sea salt, you might get salt, you might get red salt, you might get sea salt, you might get a combination of those. So that's one. Two, you can always email me. Like if you guys want to buy something from me, I'm going to do my best to try to source it somewhere, try to find someone who carries it, try to bring it in. If there's ever a product or a line or a brand that people want to buy, it's my job to know that, but I don't know everything. So if there's something we don't have, I'll reach out to my partners. I have a nice network of partners now where I can find just about everything that exists.
So that's just sales@saltwateraquarium.com.
Yep, just the general email, sales@saltwateraquarium.com, or try to put a comment on Facebook or Instagram. I tend to read all those myself.
Yeah, that stuff's constantly monitored by you, right?
Yeah,
So-
I'm really plugged into the business, actually. I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but I do read all the comments. I get an email every time someone orders. I look at everything all day. I don't know why, but I feel like you have to pay attention to what's going on to really know.
This is a fact. You go to dinner with the guy and he's like, order, order, order. You're like, Ken, here, we're talking. He's like, order, order. It's very true.
Yeah. Well, I think it's fantastic because I know that when I wander through the warehouse at headquarters, I've only been there a couple times, but I'm overwhelmed. Like, oh, look at this little hose clamp. Where do you find these? You know, it's all the little stuff. And then sometimes when I go on the site, like I said, maybe because I'm doing a 3-word search, 1-inch hose clamp, and then everything 1 inch is showing up, I guess. But yeah, I mean, look at how many little things there are. What are in those bins right there?
Yeah, I mean,
What's that
so
stuff?
this is our parts aisle. Look at how many small little bins there are.
That's what I'm talking about.
Parts. And then here,
And sometimes
these
you're
are-
looking for that stuff.
these are just Eheim parts. All of these
Just
bins.
Eheim parts.
A lot of, yeah, I mean, you've got everything from, I mean, these are little
Jimmy,
old school.
you can walk around the warehouse here or there and be like, I want this. Like your wedding.
There you go.
Well, you're too old. You don't
You've
remember.
got replacement impellers from Jewel. Real easy one. Or Danner. Big diaphragm kits for your air pumps. If you got a pond or something like that, that's for the AP20. Danner impellers. I think you guys have a lot of this stuff listed on your website too. Primes from Seachem's always a good one. I mean, we've got towers of Prime. Their second best seller is probably Stability. Towers of Stability. It's getting a little low apparently. So what do you want to see, Jimmy?
I
You want
like
to see?
that. I like that there are replacement parts for things, and that someone actually has them in stock.
Oh yeah, I mean, not everything's made to last anymore. You need parts for everything. Your cars, your dishwashers, your fish tank.
So here's the things that are latest on my list that I haven't asked Ken about yet. I have a new porcupine puffer, and he's a really picky eater. And so some have suggested soaking his food in Seachem's, what is it, garlic? There's a few different products out there, and I never even heard of this before. Like,
Yep, I got you. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a couple of different kinds actually. So you could use, it's called Garlic Guard.
yeah, I've heard of that one.
And there's also Entice, which a lot of people don't know about. But here, I'll show you here, let me go back to this way. Garlic Guard. If you need a lot, I got a lot.
You want a gallon, Jimmy?
You need a little, I got a little.
Garlic
Gallon,
guard.
that's only a half gallon there. I got a gallon though.
Oh, sorry, half gallon. We can get you a gallon.
Medication.
I just need him to
hopefully-
eat
hopefully you
something
never
other
need
than
these.
krill. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are products I didn't even know existed.
Yep.
There
Here
they
you go.
are.
Here's Entice. What's that say right there?
I don't know. What does it say?
Scent and flavor enhancer for finicky eaters.
That's what I need.
There you go. Order it now.
I'm going to order that up. I wanted to order it yesterday, but I thought I'm not going to order anything when the orders are coming in like crazy. Last thing Ken needs to do is pack an order for Jimmy for Entice.
No offense, Jimmy, but we want as many orders as possible. That's kind of my job.
So not only do you guys do your saltwater, but you guys have freshwater tanks at home too?
I have a freshwater tank.
Do you?
I
Planet
do.
or just fish?
I I'm sorry? No
You have
plants.
no,
Yeah,
no
I have
plants.
plastic plants. I have purple plastic plants, green
Well,
plastic plants.
when you decide to go to real plants, this is what you need right here. Flourish.
Flourish. Well, Ken's got a koi pond at his house.
Actually, it's just a dirt hole right now. I'm having the entire
What?
thing torn out and redone.
Oh, you are, huh? Yeah, I'd show you my freshwater tank, but it's pretty embarrassing right now. Hasn't been cleaned in at least a month.
Here's your gallons. There. Gallons of Fritz Zyme.
So you have to turn a lot of that stuff because some of it has a shelf life, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So that's what when I see something like this, I just can't believe that this much of some of the stuff even you sell that much. But I guess you do.
We wouldn't stock it if we didn't sell it, you know.
Oh, I see you have Red Sea there as well. You know, the other thing I'm looking for a cap for my Red Sea Reef can, the ATO reef cans, the front cap. I want an extra one because I want to rig a float in there so I can run my RODI unit right into it. You hear what I'm saying?
We got a big warehouse, but it's not that big. I can't carry everything.
It's impossible to carry every Red Sea part.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It looks like you got it there.
But I know a guy, though. If you send me an email, I can get you one. I can get just about everything.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's like I'm overwhelmed at every little thing that everything from every brand is there. I was trying to stump them. Looks like I did.
Yeah, you definitely did. Red Sea's one thing.
We got lights here, bulk filter sock.
I love how organized it is.
Can never have too many socks. Change them and they clog up right away, right?
How many different types of socks do you have?
Well, it depends on whether.
It's a trick question, man. Trick question.
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, so if this tells you each one of these sections between the green vertical beams is 8 feet. So we've got, and there's some missing here because we're low on inventory. 8 feet there of socks. Another 8 foot. There's eShops filter socks. Our generic ones, which are made here in the U.S. More, another 8 foot. Capping off there, but I think we have a few more. There's some Red Sea socks. Can't really see it. Warehouse life. Sea Chem socks. If you need some RO tubing, we got RO tubing. And then drawstring socks. So to answer your question, 60 feet worth of filter socks.
Crazy.
So we got a question from Brian on Facebook. What is your best seller, biggest seller?
I would say probably Sea Chem Purigen bags or polyfilters. One of those two.
So polyfilters by Polymarine or Sea Chem Purigen bags.
Yep.
Both of them are related to fixing metals or detecting metals in your tank?
So Purigen is great for taking out a lot of organic waste. What a lot of people don't know, if you have a freshwater tank, this is great for taking tannins out of your water. Like that, if you ever have driftwood in your tank, this takes that out of there. But these bags are super easy. They're already pre-bagged in here. Throw them in your sump or your canister filter or Hanna filter. Got a bag there, 250, 500, 1 liter, 2 liter. I got a bucket of 4 liter around here somewhere. That one's probably our number one. Polyfilters. Polyfilters are actually a temperature sensitive item, so we actually keep them in our air conditioned packing room except for this time of year. It's not air conditioned. And we keep all the cool stuff in here too.
Is this the one?
Your MP10s, MP40s, Radions, Kessel, poly filters, as I said. And these are great. It's pretty cool. I don't know if you ever use one of these, but they turn colors. It says right there. If you can read that.
Yeah, they're color changing when they detect copper. It turns from dark blue, or iron. It turns bright red. Aluminum. It turns bright yellow. Ammonia, or solvents or dyes. It turns a pale blue, or a light green. The color of the actual filter media itself changes color based on what it detects. No one ever talks about this product. It's been around forever. It's one of our best sellers.
You need one for a backup, if nothing else. This is a great thing if you like your heater goes and dumps a bunch of stuff in your tank, or you just want to run it continuously. You need one of these, at least in your emergency. Grab a big one. You can cut it up. I have 5 of those sitting in my house at any given moment. So great product, not expensive. Yeah. And as Ken was saying, they'll tell you what they detect. And definitely an underrated product in the hobby.
Where does it go? How do you use it?
Or put it in your sump. If you didn't have a sump, you could float it in your tank. It just looks like a little filter pad, like a sponge. You can just toss it in the top of your tank or in your sump. Doesn't matter.
And it'll absorb those. Those things will attach to it.
It will change color based on what it detects. So if it detects copper, it turns bright brown, like a different.
So it's
color.
kind of an alerting system.
Yes,
exactly.
It's an indicator.
Exactly.
Tell you
Okay.
So
because I always put one of those ammonia ones on my quarantine tank, the little ammonia detectors. Yeah, I love that idea. Boy, that's smart.
Or you can use
Learn something new every day. What are we looking at here? What is that?
These are Hanna checkers. It's hard to see it when we got them laying down like that.
Yeah, you know what it is, right, Jimmy?
Oh yeah, I know about those. You know, the thing with I just recently picked up the master checker, and I have never really been good about testing. Even though the Hannas, they all kind of work the same. It was like I was getting a little hand checker out, and then I always had to read the card because I just never learned between one and the other. I know if you do it a bunch of times, it'll become second nature. But on that master checker, it keeps a log, and it has all the tests that you want all in one checker, and it can do multiple tanks. That was like the best thing I got. And I'm way better about testing because I have the little tutorial. Even though I'm starting to not need it every time, it's right there for me instead of opening up each individual one. Now, some people kind of knocked it saying, oh, well, you can only do one test at a time, because if you're really good and you have all the small checkers, you can multitask and maybe do 3 or 4 tests at once. I'm not good enough to stay that focused, but man, I like all the Hanna products. They're all so good. I got that salinity checker right there. I have that one. I use it all the time. I love because it has temperature on it as well.
Yep, that one's definitely a must with really any saltwater tank or your alkalinity checker. This one.
Yeah.
And that brings us right back to the beginning. You know, if you're a local customer of ours and you do a will call, this is where you come in. And back to salt.
What a beautiful day in Arizona.
Oh, yeah. You want to see?
There you go, man. It's beautiful out. Look at
look at all that snow out there.
Yeah, laugh at all the people in the cold.
Hey, I'm wearing a sweatshirt right now.
It does get cold in Arizona, doesn't it?
I think I had frost on my windshield one time.
Yeah, it doesn't ever really get too cold here either. I'm in Orlando. Lots of salt.
Lots and lots of stuff. Yep. Lots of salt. These are cool. I was listening to you guys talk about the nano tanks last segment. These little ones are really cool. I don't know if you can see that.
Those are little tanks up there.
Yeah, they're like, I don't know off the top of my head, a couple gallons, 3-4 gallons. And then the salt to fill that.
Awesome, Josh. Well, hey, thank you for showing us around. Let us see all the pallets and salts and supplies, and it's great. I loved having partners that I can actually trust and feel comfortable playing craps with at the craps table.
We've had that a couple of times.
So awesome, man. Thank you. You want to say anything else to the 120 guys watching? Let me know.
No, no questions for me at all.
I'm looking on Facebook right now.
I think people are just in awe of all the stuff that you have. They're talking about, maybe the expiration dates on things. How do you cycle through expiration dates? Talking about their favorite products.
That's a good question. So, we're very good about our ordering. We don't order much where we get lost in those expiration dates, but we do keep a certain amount of product to last us a certain amount of time. So those expiration dates, it's pretty easy. When new stuff comes in, we either date the boxes of when it came in, or we stash it away until the pre-existing inventory is gone. So, the hardest part is when we get containers in. Some of that stuff that like tropical Marin salt, for example, when we get a container of that in, we typically write on the pallet of salt what day it is, if we have excess, that is. So our Hanna checkers were really good because that is something that does expire. So we try our very, very best to rotate the shelves. It's almost like working at a grocery store, if you ever done that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, totally.
Awesome. Well, thanks for
I found
coming
out
on, man.
about.
So I will do my best to send as much work your way.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thank you for everything. Happy day, and hopefully everyone has a good Christmas and New Year.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh.
All right. Yep.
See you later,
Josh.
Josh.
Bye. What's up, YouTube?
What's going on?
Hey guys, here we have Sean Hale from
Reef Builders, Aquarium Builders. We have Evie, Reef Builders, Aquarium Builders, and we have Mark Levenson with Malev's Reef and Coral Magazine. That's true. And we also, coming on the stream, we wanted to I talked to Brian from Flipper, and we wanted to be able to let you guys know that the Flipper products on the website, saltwaterpro.com, are on sale right now. So we brought some gifts for Mr. Malev.
For me?
Yeah. So we got 2 of our deep sea, because you got such a big aquarium, you can't just really have one.
No, you got to put on both sides.
Right. And so that's going to magnify everything on the inside. We could play with that if you want to.
That'd be great.
I brought you one of the Max Flipper floats here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Things are awesome.
I gave you one at the show.
Oh, I only
did a
use
video
it
on it, man.
exclusively
Check
now.
out the YouTube channel.
Yeah, and then but I like the edge a little bit better. I didn't have an edge.
The one that's on both sides.
Yeah. You got an edge, right?
Yeah, I got the Flipper Edge that has the artwork on it, the special edition one.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I thought a mag scraper was a mag scraper. I'm like, okay. This thing is so much better. I've got 3 different brands now, but since I got that one, that's the only one I want to use. It's just the magnet's so good. The smooth part runs real smooth. It has the interchangeable blades on it that are super easy. I like you flip it over and it flips sides from the scraper side to the kind of polishing side.
I've had no problems with them. Very great products. They sponsor the Aquarium Builders platform, and we can take their products all around the country and build aquariums and use those when we build them and give those to the stores. And they seem happy. I haven't had anybody complain that they're leaking out there. So don't worry. I know there's some rumbling about leaking magnets, but they've sold over 1 million of those things and had less than 1/100th of a percent
Yeah, let me jump in and talk about the promo. So during the live stream here, if you buy anything from the Flipper brand at saltwatercram.com, we're automatically thrown into your cart will be this free 2-in-1 microfiber aquarium cleaning mitt. So just scan the code, go to saltwatercram.com, buy anything from the Flipper brand, that's mags, replacement blades, buy one of these mitts. You'll end up getting two for the price of one. They're all on sale and they're all available now.
So there you go. They're nice people too.
Yeah.
Giving away a bunch of free
stuff's
cleaning
good.
mitts.
Free stuff's good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That way you don't use just whatever towel that might be hanging around and scratch up your glass.
This will be your official tank polishing mitt. No, these are great. And listen, I've been selling Flipper products too for a while, and I've never had a customer tell me theirs went bad.
Yeah.
I've just never had that. Not once. Out of all the ones I bought something.
Yeah. I really haven't had any issues either.
Let me see my other scraper. I want to show that.
Oh.
It's right there on the edge of the table. Right
These are cool.
I want to show you because this is also from Flipper. We're doing this big Flipper commercial.
Yeah.
So it's funny because the guys at Flipper said, "Mark, you came up with this," and I was like, "I did." And they're like, "Yeah." No, but they did say thanks for the idea. I'm always giving them ideas. But anyway, this one here is a really rigid rod, so it doesn't bend when you're trying to work. It won't flex and snap. And it uses just a regular card. This one here is a hotel key card from one of my trips. And you just put them in any orientation you want. And then Flipper also sells, so you can do it this way, like in a tight corner, or you can go this way. They also have plastic cards that they sell. They have one corner's round because of silicone.
Yeah.
But one's like a little soft for like coralline. But I use this in all my acrylic tanks because I can really put some pressure on it and get the glass clean. So this is another brandy one, candy one. I'm sure saltwatercram.com has it. It's the Platinum Flipper Scraper.
Yeah, and they have the metal blades too, if you want the metal blade.
Do those come in other lengths?
Only plastic.
No, they do metals.
They make a metal one for this? I did not know.
Blowing your mind.
Wow, you blew my mind. Okay.
So there's your information on Flipper. We are also, Evie and I are with Reef Builders. We're also sharing the live stream. Thank you for all the Reef Builders community that joined the stream. I just felt like it was great information for you guys to get, talking to the manufacturers. You know, saltwaterframe.com is a big, always been a big supporter of Reef Builders, and we don't get any complaints coming from any of their customer base saying they didn't get what they ordered or they didn't get customer service. So we definitely recommend the website from Reef Builders. And and then we've got Mark here from Coral Magazine.
Yes, there's a couple in front of you there.
He's making these magazines.
I am.
So he's making them. I always enjoyed the pictures of these and the articles, but you know, on some days I just want to look at the pictures.
These are there are a lot of work that goes into every issue, and we estimate about 2,000 hours goes into each magazine, and it comes out every 2 months. And I tell everyone, if you have an aquarium, you should be a subscriber to Coral Magazine.
2,000 hours.
Yeah.
How many people are
So
working?
let me interject there. Saltwatercram.com is a supporter of Coral Magazine. I buy, I don't know how many issues per, what is it, quarter? Every 2 months. And we have a whole lot stacking up at the warehouse just because we buy so many. So I went ahead and put them all on 50% off during the Black Friday period, so you can get them all at half price.
You could actually build your library. And that's the thing. This isn't like a throwaway magazine. Every issue is like a topic, and it's like a reference. So if you're trying to know something about jawfishes, you want that magazine. This one here is talking about a new breed of clownfish from Tahiti that was recently identified, and there's a 26-page article in there about that one fish because it was so intriguing.
On Christmas tree rocks.
We do. That's the latest issue. So, yeah, you guys should be reading this. You should be saving it. Keep it in the bathroom. I keep mine on the front seat of my car for every red light, so I have some time to read.
You need a lot of red lights.
I'm not doing that.
There are long red lights.
I'm not doing that.
He's joking. That's not really happening over here. Okay. People are driving way too fast in Texas.
Not at the red light. At the red light, they're sitting still. I have plenty of time to read.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. All right. So how is the live stream going? Have you had a bunch of great people on? I know that the first day there was just so many people. It came out of nowhere, Ken. You just kind of snuck it on us. You didn't let me know ahead of time, so my article came out after the live stream started. And how's it been going?
We've been doing great, man. As part of our Tanksgiving giveaways, I don't know if you know what Tanksgiving is. We give away something usually aquarium related every day of the month to drive traffic, to pay back the people, the customers support us, and to kind of show off some of the brand's products. I do kind of throw a curveball in there once in a while since I'm kind of making this all up as I go. On Thanksgiving, I gave away a Wagyu, Snake River Farms Wagyu meat package. Seemed to go pretty well. I know it's not aquarium related, but everyone loves a tomahawk, right, Jimmy?
Oh God, I get jealous when I see that stuff. I'm like, what? He's giving away Wagyu.
I can't even go to your feed on your personal Facebook, Ken, because you're always cooking something amazing, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna do it myself like you do and spend all weekend cooking.
Yeah.
I don't know how you have the time to fit that in, and plus your tractor races and all the fun stuff you do on the weekends, and so.
I don't know, man. I'm a guy's guy, so I really like guys' hobbies, right? So if it's if it's fish tanks, if it's fishing, if it's gambling, if it's sports cards, smoking meats. I mean, if it's a guy's hobby, I've probably done it. I probably have a collection of them, I would guess.
Yeah. Okay. Well, very good. Very good.
Hey, Mark, I've always been jealous of your tank. Is there any way you can show us around?
Yeah, he just has to turn around. I cleaned all the tanks before the stream, and we have the camera pointing away.
What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna kick it to Evie here, who will then just flip this camera around because she's the videographer of all of us. They won't let me actually do the filming.
Hold on tight. Don't hang up.
There we go.
Look at some of this, dude. This is going to be awesome.
Okay.
Let me make it blue.
So how many gallons?
Oh man,
This is
Look at that.
fantastic.
400.
400 gallons. Why don't you tell everybody about it, Mark?
This tank is 12 years old as of November, and some of the colonies are super old. Some things are newer. I have some new frags on the sand. The clownfish are in my most famous video, the skunk clownfish. I've had them now for a decade, and that video had 2.3 million views, which is awesome.
You got the skunk clowns.
Yeah, these are the tangerine skunks, and they have lots of anemones, and too many.
So skunk clowns.
You have a bit of a forest.
More aggressive.
That's
clowns.
awesome.
No. Skunks are actually really good because, you're thinking of like Clarkies. The skunks are the ones that live in a harem. So that's why there's 11 clownfish in this tank 10 years later.
So they're more
They're more docile.
docile,
Yeah.
like some of your bakulas, right?
Yeah. Yeah, these won't even bite or anything. I can work in the tank with no issues.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice skunks.
Yeah, no, they're great.
Are those the skunk clownfish right there?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
can
of
you
the
see the
stripe on
stripe
their
on
back.
their backs?
Yeah, that's why I would assume that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're wild.
Skunks are also really good about hosting anemones. So if maybe perhaps you've had other
You said it backwards.
species.
Anemone's the host.
Well, excuse me. They host an enemy.
No, anemones host the clownfish.
Well, they're more apt to wanting to hop in them
Yes.
than some of the other species are. There's something about maybe the lineage. Maybe it's not quite as long as some of the others, like the
Yeah.
designer clowns. So the instinct is still very strong
Yeah.
with this species. So perhaps if you struggled with it in the past and you start another tank, you definitely want to make sure somebody is hanging out together. The skunks will do it for you. Pink or orange are good about doing it.
Yeah.
I noticed you have a very healthy Achilles tank.
You do.
And why don't you
Well, that's Spock.
Tell
Where's
the
the Achilles?
story a bit how you were able to be successful with an Achilles? Because that's not notoriously a easy fish to do.
Yeah, the Achilles tang has always been considered a difficult tang, and it'll come swimming over here eventually.
Yeah.
But that fish normally is a treadmill fish, which means it'll get in front of a power head and just swim toward it like on a treadmill because it loves the flow. And so I held off on getting, there it is up there. And I wanted one for a long time, but I always thought, I don't know if I can pull it off. And then I went to a DFW Mass frag swap, and I was shocked to see that the fish was there for sale. Some business brought in a bunch of Achilles tangs. And so I bought the smallest one 3 years ago, and I've had it ever since.
Yeah, he's just chilling back there.
He's
He's
just
shy.
relaxing. Yeah.
Such a cool fish.
I have no aggressive tangs, which is great. No, there's not a lot of infighting or problems. I would say that the yellow tang, which is a Hawaiian one, it's one of the before the Hawaii was shut down. I've had it for probably 6 or 7 years, and for some reason, that fish hates me. And as soon as I go near the tank, it always hides. But it's right over here on the side.
Is he?
Yeah,
Oh, the yellow tang?
yeah.
Yeah, I see two of them.
Oh, you're distorting me
There he
there.
is.
So this tank is 7 feet long, 3 feet wide, 30 inches tall, all starflower glass. I designed it myself. It's an external overflow box. It uses an Abyss return pump, a Nios skimmer. It has a refugium and a custom sump that I built myself and top-off container. And it's all automated, mostly Neptune gear, but there's some other things under there as well to make everything just interact and take care of it so I can just enjoy it.
It looks amazing.
Thanks.
Yeah, I guess we can do a wide shot.
What's
Then you might be able to see how big she is.
What's your take on the refugium sump, Mark? Some people are kind of pulling away from doing the refugium design, but that was really that's my go-to. It's just so natural, easy to do.
If a refugium is big enough, it benefits the system. But if they're too small, then I don't really think they're going to do much for you. But in a situation like mine is about 48 inches long of just plants. It's Caulerpa. And right now it's a little weak. Normally those are a little bit more lush and grown in. But there's some water chemistry going on in my tank I'm trying to resolve right now. And I'll probably need to dose some things like iron and iodine and kind of buffer it up a little bit. And that should help the plants regrow further. But they benefit because not only are they helping with photosynthesis and adding pH to the tank, but they're also helping to use up some nutrients in the water column, in theory.
Out competing the algae that would grow up top.
And that's the point. Do you see any algae in the tank?
Yeah, that's why I like the refugium, because
Exactly.
the algae grows down underneath to get the fastest growing algae you can get.
Right.
Now, did you use Miracle Mud when you started this?
No, this one here actually isn't using any sand at all. This is using reborn calcium reactor media.
See,
That's the big nuggets.
I think that Miracle Mud is the greatest product ever. Have
Do
you
you
tried
use
it
it?
before?
No.
No, it is so good. It is expensive. It's like $80 for a 10
Right,
pound
right.
bag.
Yeah.
But it is so good.
Yeah.
It's worth every dollar. Every tank I've ever started with the Miracle Mud versus another brand or sand or something else.
Yeah.
Ken, do you sell Miracle Mud on your site?
Yeah, we definitely do. We do. It's one of our most popular.
That stuff is great. And so, they're not paying me to say that. I just think it's beautiful.
They've been around for a long time too, probably 25 years.
It's worth the price. So if you're going
Is
to
that
do
the Insight over there I see?
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
see an insight.
Running it right here.
So have you been using it?
The inside
Did
of
you
it,
find-
I've been part of the beta testers for about 3 months now, and it allows me to just see what's going on with the tank itself. There we go. And so you can see it from across the room, shows you the water temperature, the tank temperature. It can show your alkalinity, your pH, all the different numbers that are in there. But for me, I look at it mostly for phosphates. That's the number I care about the most. So as soon as I see that, if it looks like it's getting too high, which it's kind of getting there right now, I'll break out a bottle of Phosphate RX and knock the phosphates down again.
It's
You're
so great to have a display like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like alkalinity between 9.5 and 10.
like an 8 to 9.
I don't like low. That's why you had to come up with 2 different brands of salt back in the day with Fritz.
I
People like
did.
me that
Because of
needed
people
more.
that wanted to hire.
Wants a higher alkalinity.
But once we did that, we never had anyone complain about low alkalinity again. So I was just like, okay, go with the red box then.
Okay.
But it's faster growth with
Yeah.
the high alkalinity, but the skeleton is a little weaker because it's growing faster.
No. The reason it's not weaker is, well, what makes it weaker is a lack of strontium.
Mm-hmm.
So if you bring in the strontium and keep it where it needs to be, which is between 8 and 9,
So you can run your higher alg.
and you can
Enjoy
have
the fast
strontium.
growth
And the stuff's hard to cut.
if you dose strontium as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've been dosing strontium from Prodivio for 15 years, where you just put in every 2 weeks, just break a vial to do delivery. And that has worked out really well for me. And when I was in here trying to cut out bird's nest, I could barely snap through the stuff because it was that rigid. And bird's nest is considered brittle.
Did you get the strontium in little glass vials?
Yeah, the little vials from Prodivio. These things like down here.
It's a little bit shocking to me because, like, you know, you have a big aquarium, you've been in it for the game for a long time. It seems like to me you just buy pounds and pounds.
No, because you don't need pounds. That's the beauty of these things. You
You
get
get you 10 years.
one of these vials treats 500 gallons of water. So I just break off the ends, put it in every 15 days. I've been doing that since 2011.
Dang,
Don't break it now.
Hey, there's times I feel like it's gonna cut my hand.
No, you got this right here. Little piece of airline tubing. You just put it over the end. Yes, snap it. And then you would put this over the tank and you would snap the other end and the liquid just pours out. I can show you right now if you want. We can do it on the stream. Let's just, well, this is a biodigest, so it's a different one. Let's just take this down.
Woo, it's gonna get blue in here.
I wondered how they break the glass. Mr. Levenson is going to show you here.
I remember people saying I can't make the liquid come out. So when you're doing this, you're just gonna put the tube over the end. Right, DV up here, so you can read it. Just break it off. Now it's open, but it won't come out. It won't like pour out because of the vacuum.
Oh, like
So-
you'll put your thumb over the other end of the
Right.
straw.
So now I'll take out a little piece of glass and I'll drop in the tank. Now I'll put the tube on the other end. I go up here and I just do that and it just pours right in. And I put into an area of high flow, which is right in front of my return nozzle. That's it.
That's fancy, Mark.
And I'm done.
That is so
I'm
fancy.
done. I did it.
Now, what does that do? What does that do for you exactly?
Biodigest is a nutrient reduction product, but I feed so heavily that I'm always winning that battle. But it helps consume waste. Then Bioptim is bacteria, IOD plus is iodine, and Stronti plus is strontium. And I just put in those 4 elements, every 15 days for a decade and a half.
There you go.
Easy
Fancy.
peasy.
I didn't know you're so fancy, Mark.
Yeah. And it's from France.
All right, Ken, do you have any other questions for Evie, Mark, or I?
We still have 6 minutes.
Let's ask the crowd. Do you guys have any questions about Flipper, about Mark Levenson, Coral Magazine, about Reef Builders?
Here, follow me, Evie. We'll show them this. He just was working on this top off container that's going. I make these for my customers. They're custom made always. This one will fit in a very narrow area. And this one here, I don't remember how many gallons it holds, but it has a little lid on the top to access it, to put in your return, your top off pump. And back here is for your tubing and your power cord. And that's how the customer requested this one to be. And I make these out of 1/4 inch acrylic. And once I make you one, it lasts you the rest of your life. So if you need one from Mila's Reef, let me know. I make them specific to order to fit the tank space you have available. All right,
Awesome.
now somebody else's question.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you guys for coming on. Thanks for teaming up with us for the stream, Sean. I think Reef Builders is awesome. I love what you guys are doing with the videos. I know it's large shoes to fill since Jake left us, but I think you're doing a commendable job there. So hats off to you, man.
I'll definitely address that. You know, it's never been our intention to fill Jake's shoes. It's just, each person's going to be different. I think that's the pressure of the Reef Builders influencer is that, when Remy came in, he felt a lot of pressure, trying he felt like he needed to fill Jake's shoes. And that's just we do it our own way. We respect what Jake did. We love that he built the platform. We didn't want to see that go away or get bought by a behemoth of a company and change. So, Evie and I made the decision, along with Raj and Rob Mouget, who's a part of the platform, to just try to preserve it and then, just be ourselves. And so I'm going to do it my way with my 20-something years of experience. I'm not as smart as Jake was with Coral. Evie's going to do it her way with her 20+ years of experience, and she's pretty smart with Coral. So you could definitely depend on her for those high-end questions. And then and that's just what we're going to do. We're just going to try to bring you the best education we can, and just tell you what we think. Just be honest. And so if we don't know the answer, we'll kick it to somebody that does. Maybe Mark will know the answer sometimes.
Sometimes I know.
All right.
Awesome, man. Well,
thanks
thanks for joining up. I think it's
Yep.
awesome that we can get together and do stuff like this. Maybe we'll do it a little more often.
Have a good live stream.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Goodbye.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
All right. Bye-bye.
Peace.
All right, everybody, we're rolling into hour 2 of our 6-hour special edition Black Friday live stream. Thanks, Sean, Mark, and Evie for joining us. As you can hear, my voice is still recovering from our last live stream, but That's okay, because we have another guest speaker.
Oh, I lost Mark's audio.
Wait, Mark, you're muted. Guests muted themselves.
Yeah, I could hear it from
How about
Ken's
that?
mic. Now I hear you, Mark.
Perfect. Thanks, Jimmy.
Start again, please.
What?
Start over. I couldn't hear you, dude.
Now I can't hear you. But anyway, all right, everyone. Hour 2 of our 6-hour special edition Black Friday live stream. Thanks, Mark, Evie, and Sean, from giving us that information and the behind-the-scenes tour of Mark Levenson's fish tank. Everybody loves tank tours. We can't do enough of them here at saltwateraquarium.com. If you would like to see a specific tank tour, let us know in the comments. You never know what we might do. If you missed about last March or so, talking about Reef Builders, when we were out for restock in Denver, we toured Steph Wilson's tank, whose approach to putting butterflies in a reef is, let's put in the fish and then put in the coral and see what coral survives. If you haven't seen that show, check it out. Jimmy and I filmed it. We had a lot of fun with that. And this is all Black Friday week. Tanksgiving all month long here at saltwateraquarium.com. We've got all kinds of deals going on. If you've been watching the stream, you know we throw up a special deal or giveaway relevant to the speaker that the guest that we're having on the stream tonight. So next up is Carlos from Hydros/CoralVue. Carlos, you and I go way back. I think even before CoralVue was doing Hydros. You've got a tank behind you. Hopefully we're going to get a tank tour from you as well. But first, let's open up and let everyone who doesn't know you know who you are, a little background about you and how you got started in the aquarium hobby.
Oh, wow. Thank you for having me, everybody. So I'm Carlos, and I work at CoralVue. I'm part of the Hydros development team as well. So do a lot of the testing and then a lot of the products, sometimes product support as well. But lately, most of the product support has been done by Connor and Mike, so they help us out. I apologize. We're home, so if my cat jumps on my desk, please forgive her. But she wants to. Hey, there you go. She wants to do what she wants to do. Right here.
Wait. We got people on the stream who are cat people. Bring the cat back.
Okay,
so
hold on.
Carlos the cat.
Come here.
Show me the kitty.
She is right here. And I tell you, if I do this right here, she'll probably just stay in here for the entire show.
Ooh,
and find herself
what's the name of the cat?
You're comfortable right here. Her name is Ivy.
Ooh, that's a good name for a cat.
Her name is Ivy. We rescued her about a year and a month ago. You can see right there, she actually has a clipped ear, which means that she was a street cat. Yep. And she got captured, spayed, neutered, and then released again. But she is such a people's person. She's such a lap cat that, she probably just surrendered herself to somebody. And unfortunately, that person couldn't take care of him. So I was lucky. My wife and I were lucky enough to let her pick us and become her home.
So I got to know, does she go after the fish tank? Does she pay any attention to the fish tank?
Actually, you'd be surprised. She loves birds. She loves squirrels, but she can care less about the fish tank.
Probably because they're in water. That's just a guess, but it's a smart cat.
I don't know, maybe, but she just doesn't sit and watch the fish tank like you would think most cats would do. And that was the fear I had, because before her, we had her name was Sassafras, and she lived with us until she was 20 years old, which for
20,
a cat,
20 years old.
20 years old.
Wow.
And she was relatively healthy, except she was starting to get seizures at that age. And she was having a little bit of problems moving, without getting too much information, moving stool. So it got to the point where the seizures were getting too much, and we had to put her down. But if it wasn't for that, she probably would have lasted another year or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Ivy, thanks for stealing the show. You got to
look at that.
Go.
She's right there. She found a comfortable spot. Whatever. So we're gonna keep her here for a little while.
Okay. All right, Carlos. Well, give everyone some background on how you started in the aquarium hobby.
So I go back to the aquarium hobby back to the late 90s. That's when I really started in the reef hobby. I started going to Premium Aquatics because I live in Chicago. So Premium Aquatics back then was in Northwest Indiana. So it's about a 45-minute drive. And that's how I met, Joy and Jeremy and the family. But that's really when
Jeremy
I started.
Meadows, the Jeremy Meadows.
Yes,
How old was Jeremy in the late 90s?
I'm gonna say Jeremy was in his late teens when I first met him. Probably mid or late teens when I first met him.
Okay, so he's as old as me. Not as old as Jimmy though. Okay.
So that's when I really started in the hobby. Big SBS head. I've been doing that. I did Reef Central moderator for a while until I just got burned out.
Whoa. You were a Reef Central moderator?
Yeah.
How many people? What is your ban count, Carlos? How many people did you ban from Reef Central? I gotta know.
Yes. Everybody says that. It's I got so many confirmed bans. No.
What's your ban count? Do you have like a reefer, like planes? Put them on their tails and they killed, like shot down people. Like, do you have those on your wall as a moderator at Reef Central?
I was a Reef Central moderator from at the kind of like the beginning of the whole thing, and then I got burnt out and I left. And then, that's when I kind of just walked out. I just got burnt out in the hobby, and I stepped away for about 3 to 4 years. And then I got married, and my wife kind of said, "Hey, you used to have aquariums. Why don't you just have one?" And that was it. I think she's regretting that. That.
No, don't say that. No.
But
there's a common theme, Carlos. Like my wife got me back into the aquarium hobby. Arguably, Jimmy's wife got him into the aquarium hobby. Certainly encourages him, even eggs him on in the aquarium hobby. Your wife got you back into the hobby as well. So behind every good reefer, there's a better woman.
Oh yeah, there's a very, very acceptable and sometimes complacent, that I do my things. But I tell people, and I think everybody here in the hobby is kind of that way. There's gearheads. There's people that go out and do stuff, gardeners or cook. To me, cleaning a skimmer, and at least in my environment, cleaning a skimmer is kind of a zen for me. I find enjoyment to it. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes the smell makes me gag, but I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Well, I mean, it can tell you a lot about your system based on the skimmate, and then like, if you're really into it, you're like, wow, we fed some good food this week. And then I wipe it down, instant gratification, and just like, and then you get to like spray down the sink. Yeah, Jimmy's like, well, you guys are nuts.
No, not at all. I totally get what you're saying, because when I went to do this new tank, my roommate, we're first cousins. I have a roommate that lives with us, and he was like, "You're going to do another tank?" He goes, "You already work on that other one so much." I'm like, "I don't work on it." I'm like, "That's why I enjoy it," and I love the results of taking care of it. It's kind of like working on my lawn. I like doing that as well. So it's but
Jimmy, with your lawn, there's the added element of danger. If you work too close to the back of your lawn, the gator is going to eat you and haul you off.
Oh, that is true. I got all kinds of. I got bald eagles and owls and deer and gators. Yeah,
and snakes.
The gators come right up in my yard. Yeah. So no, but I don't mind the tank maintenance at all. In fact, I find it therapeutic. And I love the result. My problem is over cleaning. I find that I like to keep things. Mark makes fun of me because I scrape the backside of my glass on the back of my.
Keep your hands out of it, Jimmy. Leave it alone.
It's like, it's too clean.
You know what? Here's a challenge for you, Jimmy. For every minute that you spend cleaning the back of your fish tank, you should spend an equal amount of time running a weekly water test on your tank and log the results so I can see them and we can keep up with them. There is a New Year's resolution for you, Jimmy.
Hey, yes. I'm doing pretty good about my testing these days. I'm hitting almost every week now.
Is that logged in your hydros so I can see that?
Yeah, exactly.
I do. I log it all in my hydros. It logs right in my Hanna master tester, but I do keep static inputs in my hydros. So yeah, Carlos can even look it up.
Yep, I can do that. Actually, I've done that several times.
Can you screen share that, Carlos? Can we throw him under the bus?
Let's not
Put him
do
on the
that.
spot?
Let's not do that.
Come on, let's do it. Let's go. These are the joys
Let's
of the
not do
live
that.
stream. Why
Yeah,
not, Jimmy? What are you hiding?
Nothing. He's not hiding anything. It's, it's like, I think everybody was, you were, before the show asking me, like, can I get a tan tour? And I'm like, oh my God, man, my tank it's full of hair algae. And right now, and it's just one of those things where we are, no matter how many years we've been around, we're always learning. And certain things, just when they come back, it's not a matter of if they come back, it's a matter of when. And how patient you are to riding the wave. So I've learned over the years as I've gotten older that, it's like, it's going to happen. Corals are growing, fish are fine. The algae is really not out of control. So, I'll check out the nutrients, but I'll just let it do its thing and run its life. And eventually it'll go away.
I mean, somebody told me once.
Or not. It'll take over. Or it'll take over.
Well, yeah, if it does take over, I'll start taking different steps. Yeah.
Yeah. What kind
we can come up
on
and do a
that
tank
subject
teardown and start over.
Yeah, we're not doing that. So what, Mark? What do you do for? I mean, you said you're not going to address it. That'll kind of run its course, but that's something that I've encountered, hair algae, and I tried, different cleanup guys and things that will eat it, and I ended up using what did I use? I have a little bottle of it. I ended up treating the water with something that took like 2 weeks to get rid of it.
Fluconazole?
Fluconazole.
Yeah.
Fluconazole.
Fluconazole.
Yes.
I ended up using that. I've done it twice.
Yes.
Is that logged in your hydros, Jimmy, as a maintenance item?
That's not.
It should be.
Yeah, I've had the green hair algae take over my reef tank 2 different times, but I went and I bought some kind of a fish that was supposed to mow it down, a lawnmower blenny, I think. Yeah, and then I had some type of a slug. What was that thing?
A sea hare.
It's just a sea heron.
Sea hare. Yeah, he disappeared after a day. I don't know what happened to him. I watched him munch it down. He was munching. I'm like, oh, this is it. This is the answer. Next day, I couldn't find that thing anywhere. He was gone. And then I hear that they just will eat, and then they'll eat it, and then they don't have a food source. So,
that is correct. It's the same thing as Bergias. Once they eat all the entire food source, which is hair algae, they got nothing to eat. Then they'll eventually slowly starve. Sad.
Yeah. I just
Luckily,
got
there's plenty of Portillo's Polishes in Chicago, Carlos. So
hey,
go hungry.
I'm a Johnny's beef kind of guy, though. I'm a Johnny's beef kind of guy. I don't get me wrong. I like Portillo's, but I think Portillo's is like where every tourist goes. Johnny's beef, on the other hand, it's where where the locals go.
Okay, well then you got to take me to the local spot, but I gotta ask because you're a Chicago person. Do you get offended if someone asks for ketchup?
Yes, I do. It's a Chicago life when it's only on hot dogs. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't like ketchup.
Only hot dogs.
But it's hot dogs. But there's actually a story behind why in Chicago we don't put ketchup. It's not just because somebody decided ketchup sucks or I don't like it and then it just took off. There's actually a reason dating back to the early 1900s during the stockyards.
Okay, give us a 1 minute synopsis on that because
1
I
minute
gotta
synopsis.
know.
Okay, during the stockyards, the south side of Chicago was full of immigrants and minority that used to work in the stockyards. And there they had food and with the food vendors, and they would grab the cheapest meat they could find and make it a hot dog. So what they would do if the meat was so bad that they would put ketchup on the hot dog because ketchup has such a strong flavor to hide the bad meat. Eventually, they started to bring better meat, and the only way to differentiate themselves from the people that were selling bad meat was to say hot dog, no ketchup, and that meant the hot dog that I'm making has much better meat where you don't have to hide the flavor, and that's where the story of why in Chicago we don't like ketchup in our hot dogs comes from.
So that's very interesting. It reminds me of another American tradition, which is cold beer. The reason we need our beer cold is because it tastes like garbage. Europeans can drink their beer warm because it actually tastes good. But with that, we're here to talk about reefing. Thanks for the update on that, Carlos.
Yeah.
So you're back in the hobby. You moved on from banning people on Reef Central. You get back into tanks. Give us a rundown on the tank behind you.
So the tank I have behind me is, I think it's like, I'm going to say it's probably like 7 or 8 years old. And it's a custom-made reef octopus aquarium with a slim overflow. And it measures 60 long by 27 tall by 31 deep.
Great dimensions.
And
Love
the
those dimensions.
stand is 43 inches tall. So when I had it made for me, I'm the kind of person back in those days that I hate bending over to look at my tank. I just want to stand up straight and look at my tank. I'm not the tallest guy, but I'm not short either. So, you know, most of the tanks out there that are 33 inches, they kind of, you have to bend over.
Yep, 100%.
So having that is, and that tank it's coming from a it's coming from a crash. I think one of the biggest problems we have, that I find, is like you get our tanks to grow coral, and they grow this big corals, and we're proud of the corals. We love them, but just like any garden, you have to prune them, and sometimes you have to chop them off all, and then so they come back, and they come back stronger. That's just something that we have to do. So January of last year, a friend of mine came over, and for about 5 hours we sat in here and just completely pruned that tank. It went from packed with corals, and I think we have a video of it that I sent you guys, where you can show it, and it was packed with corals. And but eventually,
I have that video if you want me to run it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Roll film.
Awesome.
Yes, I think I was muted during the video, right?
Yeah, the mics are muted during the tour. Sorry, but we did get to watch the video. It went out. It's amazing.
So it was packed with all sorts of corals and lynxi, and like I said, my friend came over. We trimmed everything. We backed it up, and like I said, I was telling you, is one of the things that nobody tells you, even after 20 years, is that if you take that much coral out of the tank, it's going to crash, because at that point, that many colonies are sucking up all the nutrients. They are the nutrient export. They're pulling that thing out. And once you take those corals out, the nutrients just stick around and then crash. So it's taken a year for the tank to come back slowly. And you know what? I will probably do it again a few years from now. It's just, you get kind of tired. One of the drawbacks of having the tank when it's full like that is that there's nothing you can do with it. There are no corals. You can't put anything. You can't do anything. But then you kind of get bored, and that's the reason why I trimmed it.
Carlos, I got to ask you about that. Are you did you put a new rock so you could get rid of the old rock with the encrusted skeletons? Because some of those corals, they're thick. You cannot cut through those things.
Yes.
Even if they died. Tell us a little bit about your reboot process for those of us who are watching and thinking about it.
It was just cutting the corals back, and then, like I said, the crash, unfortunately, did take some of those corals. Some of those corals were not able to take that hit of that much trimming. And I'm not saying that pruning is bad. I'm just saying that it was the way I did it all at once. Probably not the best thing to do. You have to do it in stages to allow the nutrients not to get too crazy. So unfortunately, once the corals died, then I just put something else on top of it.
Okay. All right. So a couple of things coming to mind here. Number one, if you want to come down to Nashville, I got tons of coral in my tank. I'd be happy to give you.
I know you do.
I've got a green slimer that's like, I'm thinking I'm just going to cut it all out and start over because I know it's going to grow. So come grab some.
I will.
I even talked to Mark, who runs our coral farm up there. I said, why don't you drive down here and I'll give you a bunch for the saltwateraquarium.com farm. You can do that. I'm also curious, did you see any like alkalinity changes that might have given you a heads up? Like that when things
Absolutely.
are starting to crash in your tank?
Absolutely. I mean, I saw alkalinity changes immediately after I trimmed all the corals. I mean, trim all the corals. And you know, looking back, hindsight, even in gardening, when you grab a plant, they tell you do not remove more than 30% of the plant, because otherwise it's may not crack, may not survive. It's just too much of a shock. And I think we just got a little overzealous with my friend, and we cut too much. And you live, you learn. You know, you live, you learn.
So you say crash it, like the corals die. Did you say anything happened with your fish?
Oh, fish, no. Fish are okay. Fish are really good, healthy. You can see right there, there's a long fin snapper there.
Snapper?
Yep, there's a snapper in my tank.
What are you doing with a snapper in your tank, Carlos?
I know. You know, I love the color. I love the look of it. So I brought it in and I took a chance, and I bought it when he was small like this, and now he's huge. But
that guy right in the front right now.
Yeah, he doesn't bother there's other small fish, and he doesn't care for them. I keep the tank well fed, but it doesn't bother him.
Okay, we're gonna have a competition here. Carlos's snapper versus Jimmy's panther grouper. Which one is going to eat a smaller fish first?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Are we going to start selling squares? I want in.
Ken Brown is a betting man. He's going to place a bet on this. I guarantee it.
Yes. But, you know, I think with when you trim corals, when they get so big, the flow becomes an issue. And that's where you kind of have to, if you don't want to trim the corals, then you're really going to have to step up your flow and get something that is much better, more efficient, you know, and that's what we like. So, you know, we at CoralVue, we have the Octopulse 4 and Octopulse 2. And those are the ones that we like to use. I use them personally in my tank, and direct flow. And they are there's Jimmy's dog.
That's Sparky.
and they're amazing. I love them, and that helps. Yeah, but at some point, I just had to trim the tank.
I mean, I'm experiencing that in my tank, even my 12-foot tank. Corals are growing in; they're blocking flow. One of those Abiz flow cannons would definitely get the job done, Carlos. So if you're looking for a Christmas gift for me, be happy to trade you some frags for one of the flow cannons. We can come down to Tennessee. We can do some filming on it. It'll be great.
Yes, absolutely. I would love to do that. I think I was there, what is it, a year ago or so? So going back to visit
2 years
how's
ago.
everything. 2 years ago? That's
2 years ago. No. Yeah. No, I talked to Jeremy. We looked it up. It's been
oh my
2
gosh.
years. Can you believe
that?
We
were. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We should do it again. I think Jeremy and I were there for everybody was, you know, obviously not everybody else was there, but we were there for helping you to install hydros on your system.
Yeah. I was looking at parameters right before I got online. So everything's cranking out, which, okay, Carlos, you say hydros. I got to ask you because everyone keeps asking, what's the update on the Maven?
Well, you know, we had a discussion with Ken about the tank tour, and I'll tell Ken, it's like, Ken, I would love to give you a tour of my tank, but I can't. You know, half the stuff in here you can't really see, or you're not supposed to see. So there's products in here that we have. So that's the reason why I can't tell you. I can't just show you the equipment and everything. So
that's why under the tank is dark. See, this guy works in production. He's like, ooh, that's on camera. You can't see it.
I do have the Maven running, and it's, you know, I think one of the biggest things we've done that I believe myself, and again, I'm biased because I'm part of the team, but I give big props to Dave Dockin, the owner of CoralVue, and Brandy, for sticking to their guns and saying, I'm not selling this until we think it's ready. It's not vaporware. It's not just an imaginary product. It's here. It's working. But if I'm able to break it, that means somebody else will break it. And
Sure.
unfortunately, let's
For
be
sure.
honest in business. We're not talking about a small product. If that product leaves and then has to come back for service, I lose the margin. I do. So it's a double-edged sword. One thing is we don't want to send a product that doesn't work, and we don't want you to have the experience from, historically it's been, release products, they don't work, have the customers beta test something and then, try to fix it. We didn't want to fall into that trap, and we are holding back until we think it's ready.
So now the question is Dave like a perfectionist guy who never lets go? So we're never going to see this thing?
God, no. I mean, we've had our share of mishaps, that have happened. We had our learning experience. Running a controller or, developing a controller is not an easy task, because everybody wants to do with it what they think they want it. They can do with it. Even though we have instructions, we have everything, a lot of people are like, oh, does it do that? And we're like, no, but it should do that. We're like, no, it wasn't designed for that. So it's very difficult. And then the support is also incredibly difficult and demanding. So for us to have Mike and Connor do support on a regular basis, be there, get back with the people. I mean, I've had Connor call me on a weekend asking me, hey, I have this customer on the phone right now. Is X, Y, and Z is happening. What do you think? And we get on the phone. So Connor, no, I'm not saying we do it all the time, but Connor and Mike are the kind of people that will schedule calls on the weekend just to make sure that you are out there, that you feel supported, and that, that makes it easier for you guys at SWA, Saltwater Aquariums, to sell a product that people think that if I have a problem with it and I reach out to support, I'm going to get back. I don't have to go back to SWA and try to, argue with them or work something out. It's kind of like you guys sell it, it's off your hands, and you pass it to us. And as long as we do our job, that cycle continues,
Absolutely. And developing a controller is much different than developing a piece of testing gear, let alone one that runs multiple tests, has things coming in and out of it, blowing tubes out like you guys are doing. By the way, I was thinking of you yesterday. I was at my parents' house. I have one of those fancy schmancy automatic coffee machines. And I was watching it, and it made coffee. And when it was done, it blew air out to the coffee line to make sure it cleared the line. I was like, oh, the Maven, at least it may do that. They said it would do that in the development. So I was like, oh, Maven is like fancy schmancy coffee level machine level.
Exactly. And it's just a matter of maintenance, because you don't want that thing to clog up. It's all, I bet you the coffee manufacturers have figured out that that line gets clogged up all the time. They have to do support and replacement them. So then you add that little feature in there, but you have to test it. Developing something that runs in my system is very difficult. It's very different than developing something that you're going to sell by multiples and expect it to work everywhere else. So I think that's one of the biggest things, and people just don't know. It's like, people say, oh, I can do this, I can do this. Well, can you do it for the masses? Because it's not just developing the product. You have to follow up, you have to sell, you have to market it, you have to support it. And that's a lot of things is that people don't think when they're, keyboard warriors online. So we like to not look at that and say, okay, it's not ready, we're just going to hold back and wait until it's done. But that hasn't made us from stopping, the development. We've released the launch, we've released the start, we've released the Blenny as well. So we continue to release products. We have a light coming up, which is, there's a couple of them running in there. That's why you see a hodgepodge of lights right there. But we continue to develop, we continue to work hard. And right now, we have that Black Friday, so you get a discount on the on Hydros products.
I have a Hydro Start new in box right next to me that I'm taking to a new reefer tomorrow. So yes, new products are getting out there from you guys. I have a Blenny running on my tank as well. And whenever that Maven is ready, I guarantee you that Jimmy is going to be fighting me for one.
I'll let you guys figure that one out.
Bring it, Jimmy. Let's go.
Yeah. I'll let you guys figure that one out.
I definitely want that. I mean, I was,
So-
you know, I not to beat this to death, but is it possible? Are you know what? I don't even want how to even ask the questions. Is there like one particular parameter that's making that holding it up? That you found that this is much more difficult than we thought.
You know,
Is there
what I can tell-
anything that you can share that
I can,
you know?
I can share is,
Yeah.
okay, there's a reason why other companies have a particular pattern of testing. And they
Inaccurate?
do, no, no, they have a particular pattern of testing, and things have to be done in a certain way, and you have no option on changing it. And there's a reason for that. Instead of us trying to do the same thing, we decided, you know what, we're not going to do that. Let's figure out what the problem. We know what the problem is. Let's figure out how to fix it. And then now that we fixed it, then we can go ahead and release the product. So there's a lot of testing. There's a lot of things that we don't want to do. One of the things that we've always done at Hydros internally, and our motto is that at Hydros we don't try to make the same product. We want to make it better.
Speaking of better,
what we think is better.
I just got to say that, like, you had your cat on earlier in the live stream. Jimmy's got his dog sitting on his like love seat.
What about your dogs?
I'm not at home. I'm at headquarters. There's geckos in the back, but I'm not going to go bring those out. So maybe there's a head-to-head competition between cutest pet on the live stream between Carlos's cat Evie and Jimmy's disobedient dog Sparky. I don't know. We'll see. Just a side thing. You guys can leave that note in the comments. I got to give Jimmy a hard time because Jimmy and I have known each other for a long, long time.
Absolutely.
But good to know about that, Carlos. Thanks for letting us throw you under the bus a little bit there on the Maven. We appreciate that.
No problem.
We understand you're working on it. For those of you wondering, I don't even have one. I keep asking them, like, can I get one to beta test? And they're like, no, we're not going to send you one yet. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm waiting as well. Love to get my hands on it, even to beta test, but I don't even have one yet. So I'm waiting just like you all. When it's ready, it will come out. In the meantime, there's lots of products that I use on my system. Carlos, you got me set up on stuff. I need you to come back because there's new things. You and I were talking about automatic water changes into my frag tank with the soles. We're talking about that. You and I were texting about that. I need you to walk me through some maintenance. We should do a whole video series about maintenance for the Hydros, like the X10, calibrating stuff, replacing lines. Some of my lines have algae and stuff in them. So lots of ideas that we could do that, Carlos. And by the way, we'll get you some hot chicken while you're down in Nashville too, because I know you like that.
I love Nashville hot chicken, and I love the dry rub, the barbecue.
Pike leg porker, baby.
Oh my God, that was heaven right there. I mean, I bet you there's people in the chat that probably have been there, and they're like, yeah, they probably agree with us.
If you ever come to Nashville, the big name in barbecue in Nashville is Martin's Barbecue. That's great. Hats off to them for building the name, but the flavor is at the peg leg porker, especially if you like dry rub ribs.
And if that wasn't enough, then you go to dinner to that steakhouse and you have that pork chop that was the size of my head.
Oh, Perry's. Oh yeah, we'll have to have Ken down for that. I will say, you go to a high-end steakhouse and you order a pork chop. I still have to like be okay with it every time I go in there, but as soon as you have one bite, you're like, okay, forgive myself.
I'm done.
It's over.
I'm done.
So you're going to gain at least 10 pounds when you're down here doing this video series with me, Carlos.
That's okay. I think somebody was asking online, or is it Bob Wells? How about an AWC kit with multiple soles? And yeah, we could do that. Kits are easy. I think even SWA, right? You guys probably put a kit together and sell it online. So
why don't we go do that during the live stream, Ken? You want to go in the back and build one of these things with Carlos? Okay, Carlos, tell you what do I need? And I'll go get it. And we'll just like put it now. We can fine tune this thing, but let's just have some fun for those of us that are on the live stream.
Let's do that.
Thanks for doing it. I'm going to need 2 soles.
Yes,
for sure. Probably a level kit or 2 because we want to know like when the water level gets too low.
You want 2 soles. We want 2 sense sports. Okay, let's assume that you already have a collective because you're not going to start Hydros with just an automatic water changer. Most likely, 90% of people are going to have something already in place. So we're going to add 2 soles. We're going to need 2 sense sports for the 2 water level sensors. And then we're going to need either dry ports or AC outlets, at least 2 for the 2 pumps, for the 2 soles themselves, because they have to be powered. And after that, we
power
can
outlets for that.
Yes, and after that, we can set it up easily by just telling it when to start, when to stop. The great thing about hydros is that we have this little thing called statefulness, and it's while it's not impossible to do on other controllers, it is incredibly difficult to do. But anyway, what we do is you have a top sensor, your ATO, and then you have a bottom sensor where you want the water to stop draining. And then you tell the software, okay, automatic water change, start draining. Then when this thing becomes dry, then turn around and stop filling. When this becomes dry, stop. And that's it. So it's very difficult to do on another controller, but with us, it's pretty simple. And on top of that, you can add safeties by saying, okay, only run the drain or only run the fill for a maximum amount of time. So I know that my sole is going to fill up in 10 minutes. So if the pump or the sole has been running for 15 minutes already, automatically stop. That tells me probably the sensor got dirty or clogged up and needs to be cleaned up. But there's always that backup that you can do.
Speaking of backups, I'm guessing too that it would be ideal to have a low water sensor in my mixing vat. So if for some reason the mixing vat is low, it's going to send you an alert, and it's not going to do a water change.
Absolutely, and you can do that as well. One of the biggest misconceptions that I think that at the beginning with hydros is that because we have a WYSIWYG, which is a form that lets you fill things up, people thought that I can't do anything complicated, that I can't do high complex computations or logistic, and it's kind of the opposite. I mean, you Mark, you've kind of starting to experience that and playing with the advanced and even combiners, and I think you have come to figure out that you can actually do some really nasty, complicated stuff, but because you're doing it through the WYSIWYG, it ensures that you're doing it correctly.
Yeah. There's lots of options. I'm learning all the time with this thing. With that, I'm going to let you and Jimmy chat. I'm going to run back into the warehouse and grab some of these things that we just talked about so people can see. And this will be fun. We're just doing this off the cuff. Thanks for being us for the live stream.
No,
this is part of the fun of this thing. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Jimmy, so I got a question for you. How's the leak detector doing?
The leak detector has saved me a couple of times. I don't know if you've been following my series at all, but I did have a very quick alarm that I heard while I was watching television. And actually, you know what? You do know, because I think I called you about this, because what it was I had a little bit of water hit the floor, but just enough to turn that thing on and turn it off pretty quickly after that. And the reason it turned off, it was my eel had landed on top of it on the floor. So, and of course the eel squirmed and was off of it, and it didn't stay wet. So I kind of ignored the alarm. Because I get like an internet glitch or something that I'm like, maybe that's all it was. And I didn't go look. So the next day when I found that I couldn't find my eel, I had looked behind my tank and found him on the floor back there. And then I realized, that what I heard last night, I bet it was hitting my leak detector rope that runs along the back of my tank. So yeah, the leak detector rope. I also have a leak, the sensor. What's the sensor called?
Yeah, the single point sensor.
Yeah, so I have one of those that I put a little bin below my auto top off reservoir, because from time to time when I'm really lazy, actually I quit doing this, I would just run my line from my laundry room where my RO unit is all the way into where my tank is here and just put it in the reservoir. But then I would set a timer knowing about how long it takes. And one night I told the timer to go off, and then I forgot about it. And the next thing you know, my leak detector was going off and I had water all over the floor. But now I put a bin under there. So now it would collect in the bin first, and then it would go off. So now it won't even reach the floor, and it's just a small amount of water. But I have a Seashea Ultra Zero pump and my brute cans on wheels. So it's super easy just to come over and put water in that reservoir. I was just trying to make things as lazy as possible. I was like, I don't even want to do that. I just wanted to put the line in there and it fill up. So
you're kind of getting a little spoiled in there with the hydros.
The hydros, I'm super spoiled with it. Now, something that came up this last week or 2 weeks ago, I was traveling and I was in Chicago, up by you, doing some work. No, I was in New York. Actually, I was in New York City. I forget where I was. I was in Midtown Manhattan. I wasn't in Chicago. And my wife calls me and she's like, there's an alarm going off. And I'm looking on my apps and it went off on my phone as well. It was my Inkbird that I have for my heaters in my reef tank. Now, I don't want to go knocking a product, but that Inkbird, I've never really quite understood the interface with I don't know if you know that product at all.
Yeah,
but I have that set and it will only continuously heat one thing. Anyway, I don't like it. I don't like it because how I set up this tank is
get ready.
I did my heaters into my XP8. So I have temperature sensors in here that turn my heaters off and on on my XP8 rather than the internal thermostat on my heaters. So my heaters are set. For anybody that's watching, I have the Sicce scuba heaters that you set with NFC technology. So there's no knob on it. They're completely sealed. They're submerged in the water, but I have those set at like 83 degrees. But my hydros, I have it set for 77 low temperature, 79 high temperature.
That makes this
or something. So it's turning. I have it set really narrow to keep my temperature in my tank
as stable as possible.
Yeah, controlled by my hydros, not by the thermostat on the heater. And there was some debate when Mark told me to set it up that way about, is that what you want to do, is be taxing a $300 piece of equipment to go on and off like crazy rather than a $70 heater or something. And you and I had this discussion, but 2 weeks ago when I was in New York and that Inkbird was going off, I couldn't do anything to turn that alarm off other than power the thing down. My wife's on FaceTime with me underneath the sump, hitting the buttons on it. And I was like, this is silly. So actually I picked up another XP8. I haven't installed it yet because I sprained my neck. But as soon as I am not putting ice packs on and I can get under my sump, I'm going to get down there and hook up my heaters that way. And, I love the hydro stuff. I love the control. I love seeing everything on my app. I love that when I'm out of town, I can help my wife without her having to do anything. I can go right in there and change things. What had happened was it got unseasonably cold here in Orlando. We have our air conditioner keeps our house at 72 degrees. Well, the ambient outside, it wasn't getting above 67 or something, which doesn't happen in Orlando that much. So it was cold in the house and my tanks, the temperature dropped. So this tank, no problem, because the heaters are powerful enough and they're controlled by the hydros. My other one, it didn't keep up because I don't have them cranked up. I'm using the thermostat on them. So I like the idea of going a few degrees above what you want and then having the hydros turn them off. That's the way to go, in my opinion. And thank you, Mark, for that. And anybody, and Carlos, you can go ahead and give us the spiel right now, what we talked about. I think it was at one of the Reefapaloozas when I asked you about this. I'm like, the question was, do you want this expensive controller turning this on and off? But you just said that's what it's designed to do.
Yes, that is exactly what it's designed to do. I would rather do that and not mess around with a heater where the sensor, they only have a lifetime too. You can only turn them on, turn them off a couple, so many times. And it doesn't automatically, when you turn it on, it doesn't automatically turn back off even if something happens. And Murphy's law is that it's going to turn back on and off, on and off, on and off, and eventually it's going to fail. If it fails in the off position, you're lucky. If it fails in the on position, you're screwed.
And I had that happen. I found my freshwater tank, walked out and I saw fish floating in there. And as I approached it, I could feel the heat. Yeah. So, and it was like maybe 110 or 120 Fahrenheit water. Yeah. I mean, the glass was hot to the touch and half my fish were dead, but the heater had gotten stuck on. I don't have any backup system at all on that tank still to this day, but that's probably going to be my next build. I'm going to redo my freshwater tank, and that Start is the perfect product for my freshwater tank with the 4 outlets and the sense ports on there. I think I'll probably put a Start on my freshwater tank.
That's good. That's good.
Okay, Carlos, are you ready? You ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready. But just before we do that, there's John Merchant on Facebook. You see that? Hey, I just want to say that I'm at Target. I'm at Target Black Friday shopping with my wife while I'm watching this. That's awesome.
So he's really shopping with us.
Yeah.
Hey, John, what are you ordering right now?
Yes.
There you go, Jimmy.
You're not supposed to be shopping for yourself, John.
That's right. That's right. Or maybe he's just sitting. He's sitting in the corner like we all do. You sit in the corner while the wife does all the shopping. You like this? Oh, honey, you look great. That's perfect. Yes.
Yes. I love it. Put that in the cart. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, Carlos, you ready?
Okay.
You're gonna it's gonna be one of those proud Hydro's parent moments right here, because not only do I have this, what I think, and you're going to grade me on this, Carlos, is
all right,
starter pack automatic water change kit. I even was back there. I'm like, oh, let's make it a step better. And there's going to be 2 ways you can use that. How I'm going to make it better is either as a backup system or as another way to make your mixing station even better. So preview of coming attractions, everyone. Here we go. Here's what you're going to need.
Yeah.
By the way, what's the discount right now on Hydro's can if they want to do this themselves? 10%. All right. Don't lose it. Don't drop it.
Don't lose it.
Not damaged box. It's still good. I saved it. You're going to need 2 Carlos soles. Hydro's soles. If you're wondering, the minnow won't get it done. The blenny won't get it done. You need the soles. So you need 2 of these for salt out and salt in. So keep this in mind. You need 2 of these.
Absolutely.
Then you're going to need at least 2 water level
2
sensors.
sense boards. Yes.
2 of these, right? Okay.
Yes.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
And I was reminded of this when I was back there. The sole does not have any sense ports on it. So as Carlos said, you probably have some other piece of Carlos gear. I keep going back to this.
Carlos gear. That's the next product that's coming out.
Carlos. You probably already have some other piece of Hydro's gear on your system that has the sense ports. So you're going to need that. But wait, there's a catch to this. Before I get there, you're going to need a command bus to go between your 2 soles.
Yes, nicely done.
And don't. There's more, Dad. Just wait. You're going to need 2 command bus terminal.
Yes.
Terminators, right? You're going to need 2 of those.
You probably already have those if you have a collective.
Dude, I got a box of this stuff. But anyway, we're giving people what they need.
You only need 2.
Why? Because I've got a whole bunch of connectors I just buy because I'm I'll just have them around. Got a bunch of command bus. You just have this. You accumulate stuff, Jimmy. Don't act like you don't. Okay. So you probably have some other piece for the sense port. But if you don't, or if you want to add some backup, some safety net into this, watch this. Carlos is going to freak out. You grab yourself the X3S because it has 2 sense ports. And see that little probe port there? Yep. That's for
salinity probe.
Salinity probe.
Salinity probe.
So there's 2 things you can do with this. This can sense the high and low sensor in your sump for the water change, and you can set up an alarm that as the salinity gets on a whack for some reason, then it'll stop the water change. Or if you want, but the game is, this can be in your mixing vat. So you don't have to guess what the salinity is in there. Did you mix up enough salt or did you mix up too much salt? This can go in your mixing vat and give you the salinity reading in your mixing vat. How's that? Huh? How did I do? How did you?
You did excellent.
Ah.
I mean, I could have not done it better. I mean, it's like you have passed. Play the graduation music. You know, Mark Callahan walking by, the big screen right there,
Yep,
and
big
Callahan's
screen.
gonna stop by and
Carlos
go,
is like in the corner going.
and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna cry. I'm like,
valedictorian
exactly.
speech. Okay.
Yep.
I got
exactly.
it. All right.
Yep.
So there you go. There's some fun on the fly. Ran back into the warehouse. As Jimmy was saying, you never know. Like you run to the warehouse and you're like, oh, that. Yeah. I ran to that. I'm like, oh, here's a way to make this better. So there you go. That's how you could do an automatic water change with 2 hydro soles. Get water in, get water out. There you go.
Yeah, and I think I emailed Ken the instructions on the Hydro's website on where to go for the automatic water change to configure it. It's super simple. I think Connor, I see Ken is kind of, I think might be working on it or something like that to post it on the
Pokemon cards.
comments.
He's on Pokemon.
Oh no, he's not.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, but I put them in there, so hopefully we'll get them in there, and then they will help you do the automatic water change with the sole, or you can, if you have your own pumps. You know, the beauty about this, the Hydros is that you are telling it to move water. What you move water with is up to you. You can use the sole, you can use another pump. Let's say you want to do a 50, 60, 80, 100 gallon automatic water change, then it's just going to require a bigger pump.
But I mean, okay, Carlos. So let's go back to like the PNW Customs guys. They have a 1 gallon tank. Let's take this over the top and be like, let's set up an automatic water change on a 1 gallon tank. Couldn't we use a minnow or a blenny to do it?
Absolutely.
Water?
Yes. The reason why you can't use the minnow, it's because those pumps are rated to maximum of 55 milliliters per minute. All right. And they're also not meant to run constantly. So you can't run them for 24 hours. But if you have 1 gallon and you're making a half a gallon change, something like that, then a minnow will be perfectly fine. It'll be slow, but it will work just fine. So you don't have to get a sole. It depends on what your setup is. Your demand is going to be different than somebody that has a small tank.
Well, let's put a caveat on that though. Like if we're talking 75, 90 gallon and up tank, we're going to need the sole to do the amount of water moving that we're talking about.
Yes. And even the sole, just to be 100% transparent, even the sole has a limit, which is the sole can only go as high as 300 milliliters per minute. So when you're making your big water change, if you're making a incredibly big water change where it's going to take more than 24 hours for the sole at 300 milliliters per minute to go through, then it's not going to work. At that point, you switch over to a bigger pump with that you can use like a Varius. We have a big sale, Black Friday doorbuster right now for the Varius pumps and the octopoles. So you get the Varius pump, plumb it, get a little bit of anti-siphon vent, and then create that automatic water change, and you can move. Then at that point, you can move 500 gallons of water if you want to.
So just give me a 10,000-foot viewpoint on this programming, Carlos.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to do a 5 gallon water change over the course of the day, can I just say, set up a schedule for 5 gallons and let it run that? Or does it have to say between this time and this time, change 5 gallons of water?
Well, you set the schedule and then you tell it you set the schedule in terms of the time. So you can say, okay, run the schedule between midnight and midnight, the whole day. And then you tell it, run the automatic water change. And then however it takes for the automatic water change to run, that it'll take to run. That'll run. As long as it's less than 24 hours, it'll be fine. Or you can, if you have an automatic water change that when it's all said and done, it only takes an hour, then you can schedule that 5 times. And then instead of having one big 5 gallon water change, you can have 5 different 1 gallon water changes.
Okay, I got the gist of it. Let's hear from the audience. If you want Carlos and I to do an automatic water change video, little series for you all, let us know. Drop us in the comment. That way we know what to grab, what to talk to, what to run it up the chain. Because let me tell you, Carlos, I brought my suitcase with me, even though I'm just here overnight, and I'm pretty sure that all this stuff fit in my suitcase. If we get enough comments, I could just take this stuff home.
Absolutely.
And we can get started on it this weekend.
And did you know also the Abyss is having a 10%? Did you know Abyss is also having a 10% off right now?
I did. I mean, there's no flow cannons here, but I need an A400 for a client, and yeah, I think we're going to have to do that as well. Let's just let's go down to the Walmart and grab some checked baggage and take that home.
Hey, maybe we should also talk about the Hydros bonus that's running during the stream only right now. Carlos isn't sure about this, but I put the first 50 customers to buy anything from Hydros, anything from the brand during the stream, will receive a free temperature probe. And I think that's great because you can measure temperature in multiple different areas.
Absolutely. How many times have we gone into the sump, cleaning things up? We stick your hands in there, your hand, your head is in there. You take your hand out, and by mistake, without even knowing it, you're pulling off that temperature sensor, and now it's above water, and then you walk away. How many times have we done that? So yeah, Ken, I absolutely agree with you. You can never have too many temperature sensors. I usually put one in the sump, and I put one inside the tank as well.
Absolutely. It's an easy backup, easy insurance.
Yes.
Just if you have an available sense port, maybe at some point you fill it up with something in the meantime. A temperature sensor is great for those of you that like magnet stuff. They have a magnet temperature sensor as well. I have that
Absolutely.
in my frag tank. Just throw it in your cart, grab yourself a Hydros order, whatever it is. I mean, heck, you could buy a Terminator connector and get a free temperature probe.
Get a free temperature
the
probe.
boss is going to hate me because he's going to lose money on it. But hey, that's how we roll here at saltwatercream.com. Cheapest insurance you've ever done. It won't hurt.
Yeah.
Why not
it's
have
free.
multiple temp sensors?
It's free. And another example of a temperature sensor, if I may, I have a temperature sensor just kind of like around the tank against the wall, not too much against the wall, and it's just reading my room temperature.
Okay, so let me ask you that, because other temperature sensors, they say, no, it won't work for room temperature. Can I use the Hydros sensor?
Yes, you can.
I encourage
you to do that, especially like Jimmy. A lot of the AC companies out there, they don't text you. They don't send you an alarm when the compressor failed. It just keeps running. So what if your compressor fails? Your AC is running, but it keeps running. All of a sudden, your temperature is going up to 80 something, and at that point, you're like, okay, there's something going on here. So having that ambient temperature sensor out there is key. And if I'm going to get one for free, hey, that's perfect for it.
I'm going back into the warehouse as soon as this segment is over, Carlos. I'm grabbing a couple of those, put them in my fish room, put them upstairs around my tank. I've got some Sense Sports available. Why the heck not?
Yes, absolutely. I recommend that.
There you go, Jimmy. You want me to send you a care package, buddy? We get you some temperature sensors.
I do need another controller because I'm out of Sense ports on my reef tank, and now I want to control my heaters on my XP8. So I probably need an XS that has 4
that would be
ports.
good.
And then XS, I can do two temperature sensors, and then I can do a third for ambient.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we've been talking for almost an hour, crew, which is a little bit amazing. It's flown by. I'm going to turn it over to Ken. Let's grab some questions out of the audience. If not, then I'm sure you and I, Jimmy and I, will have some as well. I know I got lots of questions in my head, but let's turn it over to the audience. What questions do we have out there for Carlos or any of us, Jimmy or I, Hydros related?
I'm looking.
Some guys are commenting how they never thought about it being an ambient temperature sensor, but it makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that you have to, as I test things, and I'm testing here, I want to make sure that things are working, because I've had that issue where the compressor stops working, and then my AC, the software is not going to tell me if it's failing or not. So it's very handy.
Now, look, for those of you that don't want the thin sensor, like we're giving away free, again, if you buy anything Hydros in the next couple of minutes of the Hydros segment of this live stream, you don't want the thin one. You have a metal stand underneath your tank. They make the magnetic one right here, this orange one. Mm-hmm. You can just slap that onto your stand, put that inside of your stand or outside of your stand, and you've got the magnetic temperature sensor as well. Less likely to get knocked off. That's another way to do it, in addition to this thin one, like you're seeing on the camera right now, at the bottom of the screen.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Feed me, Greg.
Here's a question. Just getting started with a Hydros controller, 6-month-old tank. What should I buy?
I think that's a great question. And I would say, either the start or the launch. if you're looking to immediately test pH and salinity, then I would say go with the start. If pH and salinity are not that important right now, maybe because you're starting, maybe you're going to start with fish only, where you can manually do that, then I would say start with the start. That's the best one. You get four sense ports, you get 2 drive ports, you get 4 AC outlets. It's literally a little control that will get you starting. And the great thing about hydros is that once your needs start to grow, so can hydros.
Yeah, you can have that start with you all the way through your tank career. If you get a bigger tank, you move on to a launch, then the start can go to your mixing station. I love to use the start for the mixing station. You can just repurpose your hydros gear. You don't necessarily have to get rid of it. It's not going to become obsolete.
Yeah. I have somebody here that says how to set up a 4-channel LED lights. Hydros makes it very easy. If your light has its own controller, you can just set up your lights pretty much with that controller and then create a constant on your XP8 or your launch, and then that will be your backup to turn on or turn off things. So you can do that. You can do it with 0 to 10, but that would probably take another show for us to go and delve into that situation.
Yeah, and I mean, I have my lights that have their own built-in controller. I can control them with the app, but they're all plugged into my XP8s. So if temperature gets too high, actually what I do is, here's some more for your money. I have 10 lights over my 12-foot tank. If the temperature gets too high, it turns off half of those lights. And then if it continues to climb and gets over the next threshold, then it turns off all those lights. So if I'm at home, I may walk in and go, the tank looks a little dimmer than normal. I know that things are getting warm, but I still get to enjoy the tank. I don't just have to stare at a dark tank for the rest of the day. And then if it gets too hot above the next threshold, it turns off all the lights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's something that we used to do back in the day when we all ran metal halides.
Yeah, and we had burned our arms, back-to-back
Yeah.
hit,
There's a reason why I have no hair.
Yeah, you lost your hair to halides.
Yes, I did.
You should get that shirt, Carlos. I lost my hair to halides.
Oh, you know what? I got to do that. Now I'm going to have to get myself a shirt like that and walk around, one of the trade shows.
Tell you what,
I'll
Greg
do that.
Trax here at saltwaterchrome.com will draw it up for you. He's a master artist. He just gave me a horrible look, by the way. Glad he wasn't on camera. I love it. But okay, so with that, we've been talking for the last hour for hydros. For those of you just tuning in, remember everything hydros is 10% off during our Black Friday deals. Don't miss out on that. If you just tuned in, we talked about how to set up automatic water change with the hydros. Scroll back in the stream, watch the recording. We'll talk about that as well. For now, Carlos, thanks for being with us. Come down to Nashville. We got lots of video ideas. I got lots of coral I can send you home with, and we'll guarantee you're going to gain at least 5 to 10 pounds while you're here. With that, thanks for taking your time to be with us on a Black Friday.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I only take it if you give me the link to where you bought that jacket. I want that jacket.
Hey, that's a Greg Trax item. I've got lots of compliments on that in the airport this morning. Lots of people in my immediate family like, you're not seriously going to wear that out, are you? My kids were like, oh, Dad. And I'm like, I've become that guy. But, it didn't help because I'm just nearly now regaining my voice. And everyone at the airport was like, that's great. Where'd you get it? Love the jacket. And you're just kind of like, I don't want to talk. But okay, I ended up having to take it off. With that being said, Carlos, thank you
so much.
I'm going to turn it over to Hillary. Hillary's got a little sabbatical here, a couple hours off. Hillary, you got to take this thing away. Let me have my voice later for Trax and Hillary trivia. Hillary's in our Chicago branch near Carlos. Same town where it's, wait. She's at least 45 minutes away, because if you've ever been to Chicago, everything is at least 45 minutes away from something else, and you have to get there by a toll road. Guaranteed. So with that, turn it over. Go ahead, Carlos. No, I'm going to let you.
See you, Carlos.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Hillary. Happy holidays. Stay safe.
Hey, before we get off the subject, Hillary, I just want to remind everybody, since some people asked, if you're going to get started in the controller world, we've done a whole video series on the hydros. Go to our YouTube channel, because we've done each piece of equipment. We did a video about it. And again, if you're wanting to jump in, they make a couple of great products. You mentioned the Start and the Launch, great places to get started. And if it seems overwhelming and intimidating, go watch one of our 13-minute videos. They'll explain it to you. And that's a good place to get started. All right, now to Hillary.
All right. So, wait, there we go. So, I feel like, was it Friday? Has it already been a week? We were talking with Ryan from Tropic Mare, and we were talking a lot about water testing. And I feel like I'm very excited for today because Hanna is here with us. I love the Hanna checkers. Absolutely love them. They make life so much easier, especially if you're not 100% sure what you're doing, if you don't really care for some of those titration test kits where you have to drip 100 times, or if you have issues seeing color changes, these test kits make it so easy. And I will say, though I can't name names, public aquariums use these things. Yes, they use the Hawk test kits too, or the test machines as well. But I've worked at a bunch of public aquariums where we actually use the Hanna testers. And it's so cool because this is one of the areas where there's a definite crossover between the hobbyist and the professional aquarium world. So I'm going to go ahead because I know you guys have some new, like an all-in-one tester, right? Maybe not. May not be new, but.
Yeah. Am I live? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, no, we have the all-in-one Marine Master. It does pretty much all of the core products of the marine aquarium line. Our product catalog had, I think it's somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 SKUs. I'm not going to lie to anyone and say I know all of them, but we make a bunch of other, higher end, a little more professional equipment. Definitely, costs a little bit more, but we have some public aquariums using some of our dissolved oxygen meters and turbidity meters. We have automatic titrators, which not everybody knows. We kind of have our roots in everything. We have a maple syrup checker, which everyone gets a kick out of.
Oh, maple syrup checker, that's awesome.
Yeah. But when it comes to all-in-one, that would be the Marine Master as of right now. No automated, kind of test kit, like sort of equivalent to a Trident as of now. But I think the Marine Master kind of has a really good spot in the marketplace because obviously, it's a little less than something like a Trident. And, you can't go wrong with a, manual test, so Marine Master. Yeah.
Oh, can you give us a run through? So an all-in-one, tell us which parameters that it's going to be testing with that.
Oh boy. Okay.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah. So pH, the nitrogen cycle, like ammonia, nitrite, nitrate, alkalinity, calcium, magnesium. Might be forgetting one. I think that's most of them. I might be missing one, but pretty much all of the necessary parameters for a marine aquarium, at least. We also have like an equivalent to the Marine Master, like for pools and stuff too, which I don't deal with any of that. I'm in our, happy little world of aquariums, but we make pool, like there's a pool master, I guess you could call it, with like chlorine and pH, alkalinity. I forget the other one, but yeah. Right, and the Marine Master is, like Jimmy was saying earlier, I was kind of tuning in a little bit. The data logging is definitely really helpful, especially, when you're trying to dial in the alkalinity, just having it all kind of graphed out. There's always old school pen and paper, but if you're someone like me, not so good at logging that down. So it's kind of nice that it just does that.
It is. And I expect you could probably check that from your phone. You don't have to have that notebook or whatever right there as you're going along.
Yeah.
Now,
it can. Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to tell everybody that is watching the stream right now. So while we are talking about this, for the first 20 customers that scan the QR code that's on the bottom of the screen right now, anytime you buy any sort of Hanna anything during this segment, you can get a free checker pH tester. So go ahead and scan that code. You don't want to miss out on these freebies.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and that pH tester comes with everything you need too. It comes with a calibration. I think it comes with pH 4 and 7. I think it comes with storage solution and cleaning solution as well.
Oh, dang, that's a deal then.
Yeah, you're ready to go outside the box. And has everything you need to maintain a pH probe. Because a lot of people, me included, before I worked at Hanna, pH probes require a little bit of maintenance, which I never really focused on that much in the past, but it definitely is true, especially when you're dealing with something portable like this guy.
Yes.
The storage solution, we don't really think much about storage solution because we have probes in our tanks, like a Hydros, Apex, all of those. So they're in solution 24/7. But when it's portable, it's really important to keep in some kind of storage solution to keep the pH electrode hydrated.
Yes.
And that's definitely not common knowledge. And we should probably make a video or two about it. But it definitely makes a huge difference, just maintaining the pH probe. So I'm pretty sure all of that should be in this pH tester. Last I checked, if not storage solution, it doesn't cost too much. So
I like that. Now, here's a question for you because you mentioned pool test kits. That's kind of like the Marine Master. If you get that one, can you use it for your freshwater tanks, or is it just tailored into the saltwater and reef tanks?
Yeah, for sure, you definitely could. Yeah, they're freshwater reagents. Yeah, no problem. I mean, the only thing with when you're testing a pool, we basically have like the chlorinator. Hanna makes their own in a little dropper bottle. Usually, when you fill the sample up, you just have to put a drop of that in because chlorine can have an interference with the test. But if you're just doing a freshwater aquarium, like Planet Tank or something like that, there would be no worries there.
Yeah, but you do need a separate freshwater test kit and a saltwater test kit for your different, if you've got multiple tanks in your house.
Yes. Yep. And we have freshwater checkers too. If you didn't want to go all out and get the all-in-one, we make a alkalinity checker. We make pretty much everything except for nitrate. Unfortunately, we're working on that for freshwater nitrate. But we have pretty much everything else. We have ammonia, nitrite, phosphate, alkalinity, copper. Our copper checker actually goes both ways. It can do freshwater and saltwater. Yeah. Okay. There's some other exceptions like our phosphate, it's the HI713 checker that people use in the reef tanks. That actually goes both ways too. So if you already have one of those and you have a freshwater tank, you can use that. It was originally a freshwater checker, and we found out later on that it works for saltwater.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, you guys have a phosphate and a phosphorus test kit. Two separate, very similar sounding tests, right?
Yeah. 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 I mean, the difference, I mean, I can't remember the calculation off the bat, but I mean, if you're comparing that to our ultra low range phosphate checker, the range of error and the accuracy between the two is pretty similar. It's just the resolution of the phosphorus and parts per billion. Sometimes you can kind of get into the nitty gritty a little bit more with that. Yeah. But when you do the translation, when you translate from phosphorus to phosphate, and I think you can find that on our website. If it's not easy to find on our website, if you just Google phosphorus to phosphate, usually a Hanna link pops up there.
Yeah.
But when you do the translation, the accuracy is pretty much the same. It's plus or minus 4%, I believe, something like that.
That sounds about right. And I only say that speaking from experience because that was one of the things at the aquarium. I told them to get a phosphate test kit for our reef tank. And I came in and I'm testing. I was like, I don't think this is the right thing. Like those numbers seem off a little bit. And then I looked at it, I was like, oh, because it's the wrong tester.
Yeah, I mean, it still should work fine. You just have to do the calculation, which isn't too difficult, but it is nice to get phosphate in ppm just for your average reefer. For the average reefer, that's probably the way to go.
It is.
But can't go wrong either way, though.
Now, here's a question for you. I'm going to talk specifically about the phosphate test kits. I've heard before that you have to be really careful when you're using the vials, that you should have one vial that you use with the blank water, and then one that you're just using with the reagents, that sometimes the interaction between the reagent and the phosphate in the water can stain the vials and skew your test results. Is that true?
Potentially. I mean, I would say the biggest thing that can affect the phosphate checker is using tap water, just because our tap water can have trace amounts of phosphate, and that can stain the vial a little bit. I mean, you could use one vial for the blank and one vial for the test itself. That can make it a little quicker sometimes, especially if you're doing multiple checkers, and you can just use that one blank for each one. But I prefer to do it all in the same vial myself. I see more consistency that way. Okay. I mean, there could be some scientific literature that might go against what I'm saying here, but in my experience with my tanks, I just use the same vial. But if I am trying to bang a bunch of stuff out, that can be useful to separate it.
So I'm getting in the nitty gritty because at one point I had an internship where I worked in a science lab, and like for probably a whole afternoon, all I had to do was rinse out vials, and we had to rinse them 3 times under the roadie water, and then we were able to dry them.
Yeah.
Is that necessary for the home aquarist, or are they able to get away without doing that? Because if you don't have an RODI unit at home that you're able to do that, should you worry?
I think it depends on the checker. Like most of the checkers where you're filling up the vial mostly with aquarium water, like alkalinity or copper or phosphate, I usually rinse it out with tank water just because that's going to be a majority of the sample. Or something like calcium, where it requires a lot of RODI water and a very small amount of tank water, I definitely would rinse that out as much as you can with RODI water. So I think it kind of depends on the checker. I mean, I would still rinse it out with RODI water regardless, but if you rinse it out with RODI water, maybe it's not properly dried and you still have a little RODI water in there, it can kind of dilute the test you're doing, like with like alkalinity, for example, where it's 10 milliliters of aquarium water. So in that case, I'd probably rinse it out with some aquarium water. So I think it kind of depends on the checker. I think most important with the calcium checker, rinse that with RODI water for sure, because that's the majority of the sample in there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I mean, this is my opinion working at Hanna and using Hanna stuff throughout my hobbyist experience and using it today. That's just what I do.
It makes absolute sense.
Yeah. There's definitely some, we have some higher up, scientific people at Hanna that may disagree with some things here and there, but that's just what I do, and I've had good luck with it. So
I think it's important for the hobbyist, like as long as we know, like, yes, sure, we have the tools, but knowing how to use the tools and use them properly can potentially affect the answers that we are getting when we test our tanks. So
for sure.
Along those lines, if you haven't checked your reagents yet, use this as a sign to check your reagents and make sure that they are in date, they're not expired, because that can also affect the accuracy of your tests.
Absolutely. Yeah. And also temperature too with some of our liquid reagents. Most of the tests are supposed to be done either around room temperature or ideally aquarium temperature. This more applies to like maybe like a aquarium service company or something. Maybe you have reagents in the truck. And if you're up here somewhere like me in Vermont where it's freezing outside, it gets pretty cold and that can affect the test. So, I mean, but it's a small bottle, so you can just warm it up with your hands. But yeah, definitely check for expired reagents for sure. That definitely can play a role for sure.
So let's talk about the average test kits that the average, like the hobbyist should use. So say, I feel like if you have a reef tank, and I always like break out a Fowler tank and a reef tank separately because I started out with a Fowler tank and I probably don't need all of the test kits that I would for a reef tank. So what test kits would you say the average hobbyist should have and be tested?
I'd say to start, I would at least get nitrate and phosphate. And we also have algae management kit as well. It comes with the nitrate and phosphate reagent. It also comes with some extra reagents as well. So you can go that route or you can get the checkers separately. But I would start there. If you're cycling a tank, maybe get the ammonia.
Okay.
But I'd say for a Fowler tank, those are probably what I mean, also the salinity tester, no matter what kind of marine aquarium you have. But I'd say nitrate, phosphate, and ammonia. That's what comes to mind for me. You don't really have to worry about calcium or anything like that with a Fowler tank. I mean, unless you have like a lot of inverts, and you're not doing water changes that often. If you have a system where you don't have to do water changes that often, then maybe you got to check on your calcium every once in a while, just for snail shells and whatnot.
Perfect.
Yeah, but I mean, just for a new hobbyist getting into the hobby with a Fowler tank, you probably don't really need to worry about that.
Stuff.
Yeah.
So perfect. I love it, Ken. This is awesome.
Yeah, we have a couple kits going on right now. Yep. Yes. So yeah, perfect. Coral Care Kit. Let's say you were a new hobbyist with a Fowler tank and you decide to step it up and get some LPS corals or something like that, and you don't know, where to start, this is like a good all-in-one solution right here.
Yes.
We have that. We also have our HI Reef professional kit there. That's another good one. And there's a bunch of different ways to go, but I do like that one because it comes with a salinity tester as well. I think that's definitely a pretty solid kit for anyone getting into the hobby. The only one, I'd probably get nitrate in addition to that because that's definitely very popular. But we have options.
I like that.
Yeah. And there's a little bit of savings there too with the kits. And I think we got a price it's on sale right now. So definitely, if you're looking for that perfect Christmas gift and you've been thinking about Marine Master, now is definitely the time to get it.
Yes. And this is the one that Jimmy was talking about earlier, right?
Yes. Yeah.
This is the one that got Jimmy to test his tank.
Yeah, I actually was listening to another live stream you guys were doing where it looked like Jimmy just got it. He was holding up pretty excited. I was happy to see that. So
whatever it takes to get us to test.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it pretty easy too, especially for a new hobbyist. I mean, eventually when you start doing the test, you kind of start to memorize some of the procedures. But someone just getting into it, it's a digital tutorial the whole way through. And it's sometimes it's pretty detailed, like even just like wipe down the cuvette or put the cuvette in and put the notch on. It's like every little detail along the way. So that definitely makes it easier for someone that's never used our product before.
Now, Ken is showing us all of the different products, and I gotta say, this is absolutely my favorite time of year to go buy reagents. Like,
oh yeah,
I've watched because I've got the testers, and like, honestly, like, this is the day that I buy the extras. So if you're looking for a sale, I don't think it gets better than this.
Yeah, for sure.
And then too, if you go ahead and buy them, you've already got them stockpiled. Hey, I know how many tests I'm going to run. So like, you're just setting yourself up for success.
Right. Yeah. And if you really did want to stock up, one piece of advice I can give you, I mean, alkalinity might expire a little quicker. I mean, you could still get a handful of those, but if you're getting phosphate or nitrate, the expiration, any kind of checker that has a powder, usually the expiration is pretty good. Like what I see in the warehouse nowadays, at least at Hanna, nitrate reagents, and no promises here. This is just what I see. Nitrate reagents are usually good to like 2030. So if you really did want to stock up any kind of powder reagent, you can feel pretty safe with that from what I see.
Connor, can you talk about the calibration check sets? I had sold the Hanna Instruments line of checkers for probably a year and a half before I knew this was even a product.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's basically like a reference point. It doesn't necessarily calibrate the checker itself, but it'll come with a little card in there. Let's say alkalinity, for example. Maybe the reference card says that this standard is 8 DKH. It comes with the zero cuvette and already reacted sample. And you put it in, and in theory, it should be 8 DKH. It might be 7 or 8, but I'm just saying 8 for now. And you can kind of tell whether the checker may be off a little bit. But if it is off, it's still good information because it's pretty consistently off if it is. So let's say it's like half of DKH off. It should be off that amount consistently. So then when you do tests going forward, you can kind of make a little mental note. But these checkers do have a range of error. Like I think alkalinity is plus or minus 0.3 DKH. So that there is some wiggle room, like it can go there a little bit.
Audio.
Yeah, but I mean, the checkers last a long time, but it has that little LED in the checker. And yeah, I have a checker that's like 10 years old. And maybe after a decade, the LED starts to maybe lose a little juice, but it's still working. You can see maybe how much that skewed things, but it'll stay consistent. So it's a useful tool, and you can use it over and over again. You don't have to buy multiple. So
awesome, man, for sure.
Yeah.
So out of all of the saltwater products in the marine line, what would you say is your best top 3 sellers?
Quantity wise or sales wise? Quantity?
Yeah, what are the best 3? What are most people using?
Definitely alkalinity reagent. Go through that quite a bit. The salinity tester is a huge seller for us. Marine Master was top seller last year, but it's still a newer product. It moved down one tick. I think last time I looked, I think the salinity tester is our #1 selling product for the marine line. Last I checked. But Marine Master is also up there. Nitrate checker is up there too. Also has to do with kind of how new it is. But I'd say, at least when I go to the trade shows, the ones that I see, when it comes to checkers, the ones I see go the quickest are definitely phosphate, nitrate, and alkalinity. Those are kind of like our big three, I'd say, when it comes to checkers. But salinity testers definitely does pretty well out there. So that's up there.
Do you guys have
How
a
you guys doing?
TDS checker?
Yeah, we do. It's just like the salinity tester. It's like an exact clone of it, basically. The body is exactly the same. It's just kind of like the resolution on the screen that's different, but it's basically exactly the same as the salinity tester with temperature as well. So, and we have a few of them too. We have one that's in ppm. It goes up to 2000 ppm, and we also have one that's in drawing a blank, ppt as well. And we also have one that is in micro-Siemens, but in the aquarium hobby, the ppm one would work great, especially if you have shrimp tanks in the freshwater hobby. It's definitely a good one.
Yeah, it's important. Is, you know, we were talking a little bit about like source water and stuff last week on the stream, and I think, you know, making sure that you're checking to make sure, see what your TDS is, making sure that those levels are in line, that you've got good source water to start off when you're mixing your salt and stuff is really, really important.
Yeah, and we also have we have actually a lot of TDS testers. I can't remember all of them, but I know we have some really low range TDS testers. I can't remember the SKU, but we have one that I think only goes to, like, it maxes out at 2 TDS. So it's really low range, and its range of error is really, really small. So we definitely have one of those. I'm blanking on the SKU right now, but for when it comes to RODI water, that would be the good one. But if you're just testing like tap water or freshwater tank, or we have one that goes to 2000 ppm, that would probably be good. There's a lot of options at Hanna. Sometimes it can be a juggle, but we have pretty much anything that you could test for. So
it looks like we have a question. Is there any way to add the 120-second countdown in tutorial mode on shaking vials?
I assume that's on the Marine Master. I think it should be.
It just says shake the vial. It doesn't really say how long you've been shaking it or how long to shake it. Everything else is timed. Tells you to do this, and it like counts down. Is there any way to modify that? Can you update it by firmware? Or
we could. Any Marine Master has Bluetooth, which is the Bluetooth ones have been out there for a while. If you have the Bluetooth one, then we can do firmware updates, and I'll look into that. If it's not there, we could definitely do that. And you just go into the Hanna app and update it, and it'll be there.
A lot of people don't know that even exists. Can you talk about the Hanna app?
Yeah, we have a Hanna Lab app. I mean, I've mostly used it for the Marine Master. We also have a Halo pH tester that I use it on, but it's used for a bunch of our products. There's a bunch that I haven't used because I'm an aquarium guy. But the Aquarium Lab app, you can upload the data log from the Marine Master and put it on there. And on the Marine Master, it just shows you the result, the date and the time, which is useful. But if you put it to the app, it'll graph everything out for you, which can kind of show you what trends are going on. Like I said before, like with alkalinity or something like that. You can also, if you're planning on testing maybe 5 parameters through the app, you can kind of preset the parameters you're going to test. So when you do the test, let's say pH, when you complete the test, it takes you right to the next test you were planning on doing. So you could like plan it if you wanted to. And it also, you can connect it to the cloud. So, I mean, I don't think that really matters too much for aquarium hobbyists, but if maybe you're aquarium service person, you can upload it to the cloud, so maybe your manager can see how things are looking. And also, if you're in the service industry, you can get all your results, and it has a really nice, neat PDF that you could send to customers, which some people do. And it looks pretty professional. I mean, it says Hanna on there, but it looks pretty professional. So I think that's pretty cool.
Okay, taking some customer questions. When should I first test my water on a new tank? Basically, this customer is brand new to the hobby. It's going to be fish only with live rock for a little while. They want to know what should they test for? Obviously, salinity. And when should they start testing other stuff?
I mean, I'd say right off the bat, if you just started a tank, I would get an ammonia checker, because ammonia can be a little unstable in the beginning. Once the tank gets mature, maybe a year, you don't really have to worry about it too much unless you see like a fish die or some die off and some corals and stuff like that. But I would start with ammonia, just because it can be really toxic and it kind of takes a little while for things to kind of smooth out. So if you're starting, if you're starting a tank, the thing you're focusing on is just the nitrogen cycle. So if you were going to buy 3, I'd say just get the 3 parameters we focus on: the nitrogen cycle, get ammonia, our nitrite checker, and nitrate. I'd say that's what you should get. Also, salinity tester, like they said. So I'd say those are the most important. And then after that, once the tank starts getting a little older, you're kind of trying to dial in your feeding and stuff like that. Phosphate would probably be good just to prevent any kind of algae issue. It's much better to prevent it than deal with it. So if you're keeping an eye on it, that would be a good thing. So it's not an eyesore in your house, like my tank has been many times. It's looking good now, though.
I feel like we're all guilty as charged.
Oh yeah, everybody is. Everybody is, and it's totally fine if that's happening. You just got to deal with it and you learn from it, and that's part of the fun of the hobby. So
yes. Now, we talked about the salinity checker and some of those other ones, even the TDS maybe. How often do you need to worry about recalibrating those?
There's a little bit of a gray area there. I kind of like to say once a month. I mean, if you buy a 25 pack of our salinity calibration solutions, if you were to do it once a month, you're basically set for 2 years. It's not too expensive. So if you wanted to be safe, I'd say once a month. If you're testing very frequently, maybe you have many tanks in the house, or a retailer with many systems going on. If you're using it like all the time, you might want to do it a little more frequently. I mean, for me personally, I do a water change maybe 3 or 4 times a year, something like that. And that's the only time I use the salinity tester. That's just the way I do things. So I've noticed that stays calibrated much longer. Sometimes frequent use you might need to do calibration a little more often. But like I said, if you just want to be safe and you don't want to worry about it, I would do once a month, and I would just buy the 25 pack, and you're good for a long time.
All right, we got another question here for the alkalinity checker. Is there a way to have something like a preset syringe that's only going to draw 1 ml of reagent?
I mean,
you can get that on Amazon, right? They have those digital syringes.
Yeah, and you sell some of those, right, Ken?
I do. I sell one that's a digital syringe that has like an actual readout on it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely nothing wrong with doing that. We just don't include it in the checker kit just because we want to make it as affordable as possible. But you can definitely find them, like Ken said, on Amazon or saltwateraquarium.com. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to make sure you get a mechanical pipette from a reputable brand. Because like when I was in college doing aquarium science and all that stuff, like some of the mechanical pipettes we're using were like $500 or something. So, and some of the more like reasonable ones are 40. So, I mean, I think those are still pretty good. I've heard good things about it, but you definitely just want, if you're getting a more affordable one, just take a look at the reviews, see if they mention anything about Hanna. I've seen some reviews like that. And if you see some of that, you probably be good. It'll save you some time. That's for sure.
All right, here's another question for us. Any thoughts on keeping cuvettes filled with RODI water when they're not being used? Would there be a downside to this at all?
I don't believe there's a downside. I mean, I can tell you that's what I do. That's not necessarily, I mean, I guess I work at Hanna, so maybe it's official, but it's not like totally official Hanna advice, but it's an aquarium tip I learned a long time ago, and I've been doing that. I think it makes the most sense because if you don't dry it out very well, maybe there's some tank water or some water with some reagent in it that can kind of crust up in there, or even if you can't even see it, there could be something going on there. So I kind of like to keep it filled with RODI water. That's what I do. I think it's a smart idea.
Lots of good tips tonight.
I'm taking a look at some of the comments right now. I see one that says, "Can you say which is better?" Oh, hey, there you go. Beat me to it. Yeah, so that's a good question. I would say the ultra low range is definitely what I would go for, because so the range of error, and range of error means that when you do a test, this is how much the checker should be wiggling, because it's never, when you're doing testing, it's never always consistent. You want to get it as consistent as possible, but it's never going to be like you look at a number and that's just the number. There's always going to be a little bit of wiggle room. So the phosphate ultra low range, it has a range of error of plus or minus 0.02, and then the low range has a range of error of plus or minus 0.04. So the ultra low range has a smaller range of error, but if you're dealing with high phosphates, the ultra low range only goes up to 0.9 ppm. So if you're anything above 0.9, it's just going to flash 0.9 at you, where the low range will go up to 2.5. So if you're dealing with some really high phosphates and you just want to kind of see what you're dealing with, the low range can be good for that. I mean, if you're in that higher range, plus or minus 0.04 is pretty small compared to what you're dealing with. So, I mean, also, like I said earlier, if you do have a freshwater tank, the low range can go both ways. So that's a pretty cool thing, I think. But the ultra low range is definitely the most popular, and I think it makes the most sense, especially when we're in these lower ranges and we're trying to kind of dial it in. That's where I would go.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I see a comment there that says any snow. There is snow up here. Do you guys have any snow yet?
Snow in Chicago?
It is
Yeah.
there's supposed to be a massive snowstorm tonight. I think we're supposed to get
Yeah.
10 inches. I'm so excited.
And you're in Washington, right?
I am in Chicago right now. Washington
okay.
never gets snow. For as far north as we are, it's
It's
just
rainy, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, we just got a good amount of snow over here, so it's kind of exciting.
I'm pretty stoked. I haven't driven in the snow in a while, so it should be fun.
Yeah, not looking forward to
Jimmy, I
that.
had a question about your Marine Master. Sorry, Connor.
No worries.
Since you've gotten it, when I got it, I noticed that my hardest thing about doing the testing was remembering all the steps. Is a tutorial clutch or what?
Totally. I'm doing it right now.
Awesome. What are you testing?
We're all talking about testing. Right now, I'm on a 7-minute timer for my phosphate.
What?
Gotcha.
What? I'm watching you.
I'm
Jimmy.
sorry.
Are you
I'm
doing
sorry.
a water test?
I think we need to have these
I'm
live
sorry, my
streams every
nitrate.
week, so Jimmy
I'm
always
testing
tests his
nitrate.
tanks.
He thinks he's doing that. He don't know what parameter is, bro.
I don't.
That sounds like.
I've got the
are you
whole
doing
kit open.
nitrate?
I'm going through it. I'm doing nitrate. Yes.
Yeah, that's a 7-minute timer.
So in 5 seconds, I'll know what my nitrate reading is.
It's exciting. Can be scary
Push
too.
for the
Guys
crowd.
ready? 11.0.
Okay. Yeah,
Which is-
that wouldn't concern me too much.
11.0 is my nitrate. And it automatically logs in here, and then Bluetooth connects to my app, my Hanna app, and then I have all of my logs here. But what I do, since I use the Hydros, I have static inputs on my Hydros, and I'm going to put that number into my Hydros. That graphs it as well, since I look at everything there. But no, the Marine Master, I just looked. We have a huge sale price on this thing. I mean, it's
Yeah,
really
I was able to
discounted.
put it at 30% off until we run out of stock, and we're almost out. I think I had 300 of them at the beginning of last Friday, and we're almost run out. So if you want
Yeah,
one,
so pick one up. If you ever wanted one, pick one up right now. Because
30% is really, since I've been working at Hanna, I haven't seen 30%. So I would definitely, you guys out there, I would definitely take advantage of that, because that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, so the thing for me with the testing is you got to remember all these different things. Every one of my handheld Hannas, I pull out the card every time, because I'm only testing when I thought something was really wrong in my tank. And so I got to try to remember. Most of these tests work the same way. You get, 10 milliliters of tank water, and then you add a reagent, and then, they're kind of the same steps. But this thing has tutorial mode right on it, and it will tell you every single step. It'll say, open the cuvette, put in this much tank water, close the cuvette, make sure it's lined up in here, or wipe it clean. You can't mess it up. You just hit next. Oh, I've done that. Next, I've done that. Of course, these things will become second nature if you're doing what you're supposed to, checking your tank regularly. You won't need tutorial mode anymore. But like someone mentioned earlier about let's get a firmware update, it's because there's a couple tests in here where it says shake for 120 seconds or something. You know, it's like, well, everything else has a timer on it. So let's put a timer on there.
I
on
think
the
that's a good
tutorial.
idea.
So, I mean, every step is there except for those times of shaking it. So, and nobody shakes it that long. So, I mean, if you had a timer, you'd be watching it. So,
and it is
get on that for us. Make that happen.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, and it is important. Another thing I just thought of when you were talking about that, with nitrate, or when you're looking at the tutorial, it should say vigorously, or I don't know if it says softly,
It does.
something similar.
Yep,
Right.
some of them are gently turned up and down 5 times, or shake vigorously.
Right. That definitely is important. With phosphate, if you're shaking it aggressively, that can influence the tests. I like to do a swirl and an invert till I don't see anything anymore. With nitrate, you really want to shake that. It's hard to work out, but it's something. I don't know exactly why, but the applications team I work with, who are very high level, scientifically educated, they say it's very important. So I'm going with that.
Yeah. The other thing, folks, if you're picking up any testers, put this thing in your cart. This is on our freebies thing. It's your parameters right there on a card. So it's a quick little reference card that you can get for free when you order something. And like, I don't remember what all this stuff is, but it tells me if on my Fowler tank or on my reef tank, what are the safe ranges? Or I ask my Alexa. Until again, these things eventually will become second nature to you. But if you're a newbie like me, you still got to go, oh, okay, I'm still in the safe range. Go in the freebie section, add this little reference card so that you know what these things mean, kind of. At least you know you're in the safe range. But then also learn what these things are and why they're important for you to test. Because then, it'll be, in my experience, hanging around Mark, Mr. Saltwater Tank, what I've noticed is a lot of the people that are pros, and Stefan Wilson, whose tank we visited, we were talking about how he's able to have all these fish and corals in there. And he says, I'm not really a keeper of these. I'm a keeper of water. And that's the key. And so that's why you test. If you have good water, everything has better chance of success. And that's why you test.
Absolutely. And you can save yourself, some heartache or
Absolutely.
just a pain, like I was talking, hair allergy. Or if you're running too low, you run into dinoflagellates or something like that. It's always good to know where you're at. I mean, once you kind of get a feel for how your tank's going, sometimes you can have some give and take, but you definitely can't fly blind. That's just asking for trouble, I think.
Yeah. It's one of those things you don't know until you have to know, right? And so that's what I tell any newbie, especially if you're getting in and you're going to invest something in a big tank like this. Man, get a good tester that has all of them. And if you're not sure how to do it, that Marine Master, it did change the game for me because it dummy proofed it. It's all right there in tutorials, and you don't have to use them. I mean, you don't have to go in tutorial mode. You can do the tests without it. And then the other thing that was cool about this is I have 2 saltwater tanks, and I think you can do 99 tanks on here. The menu shows 10, but I rename them. I have made the mistake of not switching over to the correct tank and go, oh, I just entered the value into the wrong tank. But if you have multiple tanks, it's going to log everything for you right here. So very, very cool. This thing's awesome.
Yeah, because every tank's different too. So it's definitely nice to keep it separated because each tank can be a completely different situation.
Yeah, I run different salt now in my reef tank than I do from my Fowler tank. Just because the Reef Pro salt that I started using in the other tank has higher calcium and magnesium. Yeah, for my corals it helps supposedly, but I trust that the people that put that on the label I have noticed a difference, but I think the difference I'm noticing more is just because I'm more in tune to it, because I'm getting more excited about it. The more success you have, the more you start to get excited about it. And then the testing as part of it. I'm doing more water changes, more testing, and everything's getting healthier.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah, it can go the other way too. Sometimes things aren't going well, and that makes me way more obsessed. I don't think I would be as obsessed with aquariums and like this industry and everything if it wasn't for the failures, because it drove me crazy and I learned a lot. But maybe not everyone's like that. The success is definitely, it makes it a little easier to get into it, but it goes the other way.
Failures are tough, man.
Yeah.
But you have a little slice of the ocean in your house, and you're chasing down every possible thing. I know that I've started out with really bad algae in this tank, and Ken asked me about my lights, and I was like, well, I have them on the factory setting, but I have them on acclimation. They're ramping up over 5 weeks or whatever. He's like, man, turn the intensity down. You're not growing any corals in there.
No,
because
just algae.
You're growing algae. I'm like, oh, okay. Duh.
To mention that, like, your tank has looked pretty nice the last couple streams. Are you over the algae issue now, or are you still fighting?
There's something new today, and I was going to ask all of you about it. I've got some new.
We got the water parameter guy on here.
It's turned like bright green on my rocks and spots. There's like some. This is brand new today.
That as a precursor to coralline algae growth in the past. Now your tank's a little young for that, but maybe that's where I would expect coralline algae to grow. And is it where you put the white cement?
No. So here's the thing. I've got a new snail in here. He's about the size of a baseball. He's a baseball-sized turbo snail, and he's eating the purple coloring right off this real reef rock. So, and I've noticed that green is a lot where he's been. I actually had to have some algae FedEx to me from the Keys because there wasn't any food in here for that snail. Yeah. I'm like, oh no, he's eating the paint off the rocks. So I put some algae in there for him, but now this bright green is brand new. I just saw it today. But yeah, I think adding the UV sterilizer and carbon reactor, it just changed everything in there for me. The brown, the really bad algae just went away.
Yeah. I mean, also, this is just my opinion. I think it's accurate. But some algae is not necessarily a bad thing because it adds a little bit of competition into the tank. You get something like dinoflagellates or cyano that can just, like, even in absolute zero nutrient levels, they can just take over. But if you have some like competition in the tank, at least from what I understand and what I've kind of seen, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just as long as
I added a whole bunch of snails too. So there's a bunch of cleanup crew guys in there, the ones that didn't get picked off. I see some of them are empty shells already, but I guess some of those snails I didn't realize they couldn't turn themselves over. So I thought they all could, but I think some of them, I put them in there upside down. I think they just got eaten.
Yeah, and that's something to keep an eye on too. Because if you have a turbo snail that croaks, that's an algae bomb right there. That's a lot of nutrients. I mean, you have a bigger tank, but so that helps. Yeah, it's always a battle. It's even after a long time of doing it, people are doing it much longer than me. You always have it every now and then. You just got to dial it in. It looks great though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's super exciting.
I love it, man. I love some of the fish that we have and some ones that he's going to put in there. Like the panther grouper, super cool. Clownfish. Like people don't normally do YouTube videos on those fish because they don't like to keep them and they want, mixed reef tanks. But I think for me, fish are even cooler than coral.
Yeah, and I'm going to do some corals too. I'm going to do some corals in here, but I'm not sure which ones. I just added I did a toadstool in there and whatever that green branchy one. It looks like I fragged some off my other tank because they were just overgrowing my other tank. But I'll try some in here.
Yeah. Yeah, panther grouper is cool. I didn't see them. How big is he?
He's about
It's a baby.
4 inches, 4 or 5 inches. He's about that big.
Yeah.
He hides
That's
in the
cool.
rocks this time of night. You won't see him, but yeah, super cool looking fish. And I just got a porcupine puffer that's in my quarantine, and that fish is so much fun. It's like a little dog, and he comes over and he spit all over my shirt the other day when I was feeding him. He's like, but he also begs. I noticed that he's figured out that I'm coming with food, and he comes over and he's like, "Oh, hey."
Is he eating good now? LRS frozen?
He is. I might have to try something with the frozen. Today I took the chunky, and I didn't really. I took the LRS chunky and didn't really thaw it in any tank water first. I just let it soften for a few seconds in a container, or like a minute or two, and then I put it on the end of the tongs, and he went for it. But otherwise, he'll go for krill like it's a drug. Like he's
really? He gobbles it?
Yeah. He'll. In fact, I had this. My wife told me don't even give it to him, because I saw that everything I searched on the internet and talking to Hillary and Michael, who I had on an episode a week ago, was talking about what his porcupine puffer will eat. Well, krill apparently can cause lockjaw, and that's what I mentioned to Larry last week. If what he knew about that. So what happens with a puffer fish is they'll eat too much krill. They won't get all the nutrients they need in their diet, and then they won't be able to open their mouth, and ultimately they perish. So don't do an all krill diet.
Soak the krill in some vitamins like Celcon or one of these solutions that adds back the extra stuff to it, right?
Yeah. So I'm trying to keep him from becoming this picky eater, because now he's like, he spits stuff out and then it drops to the bottom of the quarantine tank, and I'm getting it out with a net because there's all kinds of chunks of stuff. But it's really exciting. I can't wait to share it with everybody who tunes in on Saturdays for my episodes. But yeah, what a fun fish! What a
Are you going to have to
fish.
graduate to half shell, the frozen half shell stuff?
I have some of those. He won't touch them. He won't. He won't even try some of the stuff that I thought, like, oh, it's clam and a half shell. He's going to go nuts for this.
Yeah.
And I've got the whole LRS line. I've got silver sides, but he's going for the krill like it's cocaine for him or something. I don't know. He's hooked on that stuff. He's going to have to get in a program for sure.
Yeah.
Because that stuff, it's nutty. He becomes. Oh, here's the thing that he started doing that's exciting. I'll share with everybody. I think he's throwing temper tantrums. So what I mean by that is, when I very first got him, he was taking him out of the bag, putting him into my quarantine. He was in the bucket, so he only had bag water, and the guy blew up like a balloon, right?
Oh, really?
Well, he blew up so big that he was blowing up bigger than the amount of water I had in the bucket. And then he popped, and he made a pop sound like a balloon popping. Went, and I thought he exploded and died. I'm like,
and did he just shrink down?
I just got this fish, and he just exploded. I'm like, he blew up and died. And then he just shrunk back down and started swimming around again. I was like, oh, man, that, and I didn't even have the camera rolling. I was like, oh, my God.
Pufferfish puff up, right?
They do. They're called pufferfish, right? But I thought they do it in defense, right? But what I'm saying is, I think this guy's throwing temper tantrums because I've tried to feed him, and when I was walking away, he started to blow up. I mean, there was nothing in there. So it's like, hey, get back here. Give me that krill, right? So now it's nothing. He's not threatened by anything. He's doing it when I'm leaving him. So I've had him for like 12 days in quarantine, I think. And now he's like, hey, man, I'm gonna blow up if you don't bring me some of that krill.
I'm gonna pop up.
It's pretty fun.
Well, funny. I do know that they have whatever the organ or whatever it's called that makes them blow up. I think like once or twice a year. I could be totally wrong, but I know every now and then they have to blow up basically just to I don't know, like preventative maintenance, right. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be that, or maybe he's just being a brat. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just found it interesting because he's done it twice when I took the food and was walking away. and he's watching me. He's like right up there at the water, and I'm putting the cover back on. I put the cover back on, and I'll look at him and I'll talk to him, and I go to walk away, and he goes, I'm like, you little bugger. So funny.
Yeah, they are cool. I just I'm a little too obsessed with corals. I would love to get a Fowler tank just like you have. That's I think that's my next step in the hobby. I never got to get these cool fish before.
Yeah, and I mean this tank looks empty behind me, right? But I've got a panther grouper, 2 maroon clowns, purple tang, and a sailfin tang.
Nice.
And I think that's it in there. I had a snowflake eel, which I'm going to get again, or I'll get an eel, but
Didn't
he
escape?
got out. 2 days.
I think I saw that.
2 days, and he
Yeah.
escaped and ended up dead on the floor.
Do you
Heartbreaking.
have a lid on? Do you have a lid on?
I have lids, and actually, Adam at ClearVue Lids just sent me some L brackets that are all mounted on the back because this tank has Euro bracing where the glass doesn't come up the top; it's got a brace inside of it, but the back side doesn't have that Euro bracing, so the lids don't lock down the same because they don't latch underneath the Euro brace. So basically, what we did is we made L brackets that come over the tabs. So now the lid slides into it and it can't lift in the back. Actually, it's much more secure in the back than it is with the locking system. And so I think I'm going to talk to Adam some more. And I think this can be improved upon even more without, and it looks very factory. I mean, it's super clean. They're little black pieces that mounted with tape. It's awesome. And I'm like, why are we just figuring this out? Obviously people have eels, but everybody online that has eels, they're like, putting rocks up there and doing all kinds of crazy stuff to keep them in. And I want it to look, clean and pretty like it does now.
You can always use duct tape too.
It's pretty exciting. I love this tank.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Connor, I want to thank you for coming on the stream, talking about Hanna, my favorite water testing brand here at saltwateraquarium.com. Hopefully see you at some trade shows this year.
For sure. Yeah, hope to see you guys too, Hillary and Jimmy.
Yeah, we'll see you for sure. I'm looking forward to it. I don't think we're back at a trade show till December. Denver, like February or March.
February.
Right?
March, right? Yeah,
it'll be March. It'll be a little while yet. So
yeah, that'll be fun. I always love Denver. Love going there.
Yeah, me too.
Well, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you, man. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
I hope you had a great Thanksgiving, all of you guys, and everyone listening.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
You got it.
All right, so we got a special treat for you guys right now. For the next hour, we are going to take you on a tour of our coral farm in Chicago. Hillary's going to do that. The upstairs, then we're going to take a little break, let her go downstairs, and we're going to do the downstairs. So just keep in mind, the coral farm is just under 3 years old. It's run out of the Chicago area, Lake Barrington, by Mark and his son, Marco. They've done an amazing job over a 3-year period building this out for us. It's ever expanding, and the special deal during this hour while we're live talking about the coral farm is a free mystery frag. I put an extra Y at the end for you guys. Scan the code, buy anything from the coral farm. We're going to throw in a mystery frag, but there's a special twist. One of the mystery frags is going to be a Holy Grail torch.
Am I allowed to participate?
Right.
You're not guaranteed to get a Holy Grail, but somebody who does,
someone's going to get it.
Someone's going to get it at random.
In the next hour?
Yes, during the next hour or until the first 50 customers check out. If we run out of stock, we have 50 free frags. So the first 50 people to buy some corals from the coral farm got a chance.
So what exactly is a Holy Grail?
We are going to show you.
Ooh, we're going to get to see it?
We will.
Now, I can't wait to see these because I've been looking at what you see is what you get. There's some full rocks that have all colored zoas on there that I'm like, man, because those are pretty easier to keep and lots of color. I can't wait to see this.
We got you. Ken, can I ask a favor of you?
Yeah, what do you need?
Can you throw up on the screen the lens cover that I'm using for this? Because this is the new fancy lens cover that works on the iPhone.
One?
Yup. And it just magnets to the back of the phone. It makes it so nice. And I will say it works with the handheld gimbal if you use that at all. This is the coolest thing as far
There's
as like.
two versions of it. How do you know which one to buy?
You know, that's a good question. I think mine is the it's not the Gouda cheese, it's the other one. I thought Gouda cheese was funny. But I wanted to let people know.
I'm sitting there trying to scroll on the graphic that Ken put up. That's not working.
No.
So these are on the website.
They
Yeah,
are.
actually, I do know the answer already. It's right in the description. One's a little stronger for if you have a much bluer light. So be sure and read the description before you order this max spec thing. I don't have one yet. Mark picked one up at one of the wraps. I haven't, but I'm definitely gonna get one of those.
Yeah. So
But
the
yeah,
one that I'm
read the
using right
description.
now is the sunset orange. Just, you know, if you're curious what the lens is that we're using for these, you are gonna know. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and flip the camera around and introduce you to Marco, who is the one that is running the coral. Give me just a second. All right, I'm gonna have you go back this way. Let's go. All right.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm Marco. This is our newest addition to the coral farm. We're upstairs right now, so we're still building. We're still a little bit under construction, but we have our 4 systems right now set up. This is mainly going to be for grow out for our SPS. We have a soft coral colony set up. We have an SPS colony set up, and we also have some what you see is what you get up here. But I'm really excited to give you guys a tour and show you what's going on up here, and got a lot of awesome surprises. Show you some of those Holy Grail torches.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's start looking at this. All right, so we set this up here about probably 6 months or so ago, but we have been, like what Ken said, we've been going on for about 3 years. And up here is basically, we have a rubble rock system where we have a lot of, just in case some mushrooms get a bit loose, so we can actually catch them and actually glue them to frag plugs, because nobody really likes free floating mushrooms, right? I know it can be pretty frustrating when you buy a really nice, beautiful mushroom and you put it in your tank and all of a sudden it's gone, right? So we try to really, really be careful about that. We have really glue them on tight, make sure they're stuck before we send them out. And our team does a really great job at making sure there's no pests. We dip everything before we get them and make sure that everyone is getting hand-picked corals with some love, right?
Yes.
But so if you take a look over here, these are some of my favorite pieces of our soft coral, what you see is what you get section. These are some massive, beautiful, soft coral combo rocks. So it's pretty cool. Like you got the green star pop, you got a bunch of different zoanthids, you even have some firework cloves on there. And if you look below it, you can even see some like green, neon green cabbage leathers. And all these come in different shapes and sizes, if you will. And you got me. Don't go swimming. But yeah, they all come in different shapes and sizes. But we have, these are our XXL. So it's about like the size of my hand, which is probably anywhere from 6 to 8 inches across. So some of these are pretty large. But we also have like the smaller zoanthid. What you see is what you get colonies up here as well that are probably 3 inches in diameter, up to 6 inches as well. But we try to get different combo rocks because I know that a lot of people aren't, some people like to buy frags, but also a lot of people want to just fill out their tanks and they want to actually have something of color that is not just, all right, I bought one little frag, it's going to take years and years to grow, right? So, you know,
especially when you're first starting out in the beginning and feeling successful, I think having some of these fuller pieces, and these are easy beginner pieces, right?
Definitely. This entire system, our soft corals are very easy beginner. You can find these in our soft coral section and our beginner coral section as well. And these are all in our combo rock. What you see is what you get. So everything in this system right here is what you see is what you get soft corals. You have the Rhodactis mushroom colonies. I've been trying to add a lot of those because I know you guys really like them. And you can get a lot of really interesting ones as well, like some of these Recordia Yuma colonies as well. And I try to I've been doing this for basically since I was born, and I've been in this industry and this hobby. So every time I see something new, I try to grab it and put it on the site for you guys because if I think it's cool and I haven't seen it before, I would hope that you guys would think that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically if you keep moving down this entire system here, this is a pretty cool section as well. We have all of our clove colonies. We have firework cloves. We have neon green cloves, a lot of different color morphs as well. And I would say that this is by far our like easiest beginner corals right here. The cloves, the mushrooms, the zoanthids. And yeah, it's a great way to like break into the hobby with some actual color. And they're not like, like these are not super expensive. We're offering a 20% off on the entire website right now. It's a great deal. They're great deals.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, basically, outside of the what you see is what you get right here, if we move over to our other system on this side, it's a little bit more grow out, and you will see a Holy Grail torch.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Maybe more than one.
Oh. So while we're walking, they're doing the giveaway for the first so many people that purchase. What kind, aside from the Holy Grail, what kind of other
We have
freebies can
lots of exciting surprises. We're going to be giving zoanthids away, maybe even some scolemia, some Aussie scolemia, some button scolies. There's nothing really off the table, but the big kahuna will be the Holy Grail torch for sure. But you can expect anything outside. We probably won't be giving any free aquapora away just because if your system's not prepared for it, it'd be a shame to just send you guys something that is going to do very well. So don't be expecting any really hard in the freebie section, but really everything. We're giving away everything. We're giving away everything, all right? Yeah, but so this is right here. So you can see, like, we grow out a lot of different, like the Bam Bams, the scrambled eggs, the Fruit Loops. And this is kind of the goal, is to have tiles in here. Like I said, we just started about 6 months ago upstairs here. So these systems are finally about ready to start actually growing these corals out. So these tiles are all different zoanthid colonies. This is kind of like our seed bank, if you will. So we're starting to grow these out. And if we put them in our seed bank, then hypothetically, we should always have them eventually. So if they go out of stock, make sure you mark to remind you for when they do come back in stock, because if they are on the website as not what you see is what you get, they will come back in stock. But yeah, we got also, so here we're moving into some more LPS, some gummy bears, favia, some PPE cyphastrias, and really, there's a lot, guys. So I hope you're ready, because there's a lot of different stuff. So here, right here, you're looking at potentially, some people would call this the Holy Grail torch, and we have a lot of different color morphs, and they have different variants as well, but they're very striking gold, green, banana torch color, people will call them. And there's lots of different names. There's Nine Tails torch, there's golden noodle, there's so many different ones, but by far these are my favorite. These super almost like radioactive, sometimes I like to call them. But yeah, they're bright yellow, bright green. And I'm gonna be honest, I gotta see, is the camera doing justice? Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're beautiful.
Dude, this whole place is just amazing. You've built something that I did not think was quite possible. Actually, when we first started talking, and you've exceeded my expectations. You and Mark are an awesome team, and I mean, just look at those colors, dude. This is just wild.
We have a great team behind us, and we can actually, take these things and make sure everyone's happy and get something really special. So we've been putting our hard work into it, and we're just getting started. Here. But
this is incredible too, because I think I was here 2 years ago and like none of this was here. It's amazing how much it has expanded and grown.
Yeah. So also like this is also where we're starting to actually grow out and farm some of the cyphastria. You have gummy bears, jingle bells, cyphastria. You have some fire and ice war favias. You have some, this is a new one that I just added. I believe it's labeled as like magma cyphastria. I haven't seen it before, so I got it. It's almost like cheese, It
kind of does.
Yeah, right. But yeah, we're starting to grow these out. Obviously, it takes more time to grow these out. So if they go out of stock, you might have to wait a little bit longer, but eventually they will come back to stock. So we're moving into more torches, all right?
Look at that.
Lots and lots of torches here. Lots and lots of different color morphs. And if you guys are wondering, why aren't they moving around? I cut off all the flow so you guys could get a really good look at what's going on here and actually see the different colors and actually see without putting Hillary's phone underwater, right? But yeah, so basically I do want to also say we are doing a very nice overstock sale as well for Black Friday for torches, mystery torches, and all these that you're looking at are mystery torches, including Holy Grails as well. So there is a chance that you will get that as well. But I think torches are probably one of my favorite corals, especially when you have them a bunch of different color morphs together like this. When the flow is actually moving, it's quite mesmerizing. And I think it's one of the corals that has really brought me deeper into the hobby, I would say. I really, really enjoy the LPS, the really flowing. I think a lot of people can get behind that idea as well. The things are actually moving around and
Yes, it feels alive.
yeah, right. I think it also brings a lot of new people into the hobby because you want to see the corals flowing and all the colors and I'm really passionate about the LPS. I love the big torches and whatnot. But yeah, we have more kryptonite candy canes, more LPS in here. We just got a bunch more of these in because sometimes they're quite hard to find, but we're growing them out for you guys, so we'll never run out of it. That's the name of the game, so that we're always going to actually have something that we list. If it's not what you see is what you get. And even if there is some what you see is what you get, we try to before we take photos of it. If there's something on there that we have never seen before, we try to take a little frag of that, put that to the side, and grow it out as well. Because I think that the longer you're actually in this industry, especially when it comes to coral and whatnot, you'll be very surprised at how many things that are just new. There's always just something new, and I think that's what's so exciting about the corals and whatnot.
That one's cool.
Yeah, there's some very, very cool ones that we're growing out.
This is just so pretty.
Yeah, I know we've got a lot of torches right now. We're prepping because I know that we could give a really good deal right now. So we just loaded up. We're fragging them for you guys, and yeah, I mean, look at like some of the colors on these. They're absolutely insane.
I gotta say, this one is, well, let's see if we can get a little bit closer. Like this one,
Yeah, it's beautiful, right?
It's not doing it justice either.
Yeah.
It's like the center of this one, like a pink color.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. That's like I would call that a dragon soul
There we
torch.
go. Now it's getting some of the colors. Oh, so pretty.
Yeah. We got more to go. We got more zoanthids as well over here. We have a lot of what you see is what you get right now. I've been trying to be really on top of it. I know you guys really like to not only buy frags, like I was saying, but buy some actual corals that are for a good price that can actually fill out some color in your tank. Because I know for a while it's been really hard I don't see a lot of people that are actually selling actual colonies. And I think that it's a shame because when you actually have a reef tank that's completely full and like the overgrown, I love the overgrown looks in tanks. And when it's actually full, it's like it's a piece of nature in your home, and I love that.
It looks nice and you're proud of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to show it off. You want it like that's how you get new people into the hobby.
Exactly. But yeah, you can look. I mean, there's some zoanthids. We've got like Indonesian zoanthids. We have from all over all these corals here, all these zoas. But these are all combo rocks right here, and they're all what you see is what you get. So if you see them here, you can see them online. Yeah, we'll keep walking over here. Look it up. I'm really excited about this. Hey, you guys
the
tell?
combo rocks is all available in the what you see is what you get section, right?
Yes. But yeah, so here's some more of the SPS. We're just starting to actually seed this system with SPS coral. We want to be growing it out. Later on, if you guys stay tuned, when we go downstairs, I'm going to be showing you some absolutely massive plates of monopora that I think are pretty mind-blowing. And it only took about a year or so to grow, and we cut them up, and they just keep growing and growing and growing because, quite frankly, the systems down there, we pump them up with all of our dosing, and they do great. They grow like weeds. It's fantastic.
So, Marco, customers are talking to us about they want to know about the lighting. It's all Kessel, right?
Yes, all the lighting up here is Kessel right now. As of right now,
hydros control, right?
Say that again.
Hydros control.
Yes, hydros control. If you look back here, you can see this. This is what we're running on these systems right now. So we're using hydros dosing pumps and hydros systems, and we're dosing the Red Sea right now, a few different trace elements. Nothing crazy because the system, like I said, is somewhat new. I know 6 months sounds like a long time, but that is relatively new when you're in this game, right? And if you look over there, if you can kind of see in the corner over there, there is a big, massive bucket that we are dosing Kalkwasser as well with. And then if you go to the other side of the room over here, that is just our auto top off so that we keep the levels as stable as we possibly can. Because keep in mind, like, we're not picking out of these systems. If we do pick, it's because we're picking them to bring them downstairs to the systems where we're actually shipping and picking out and sending you guys. But yeah, keep looking. Like these are beautiful too.
Oh.
Here's some beautiful hammer gardens as well, and I would love to see some torch gardens. Maybe that's coming along here shortly. Wink, wink. But as of right now, these are what we got. Like, I know people like this as well. It's the same type of thing as the zoanthid combo rocks. You might just not want just one color of a Euphelia. So you're like, look at that. I could get a colony of multiple, and it's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, look at these.
Yeah, some acan colonies as well. And some
That's what I'm
plastic.
looking at.
But yeah, this
Purchased
system
a
right
double
here.
XL soft coral combo WYSIWYG.
There you go.
B7. Excited to get this.
Yeah, they're very nice. The big ones are quite
Do you
large.
know where B7 is by chance?
Yeah, let's look over here. Back to the.
Oh, you want to see your coral, Steven?
It's gonna be. I'm gonna have to look at the photo. But these are definitely the XXL.
Or we can see the area at least.
Yeah, this is the area right here of the XXL. So if it has fireworks clothes on it, it's that one. If it has neon green clothes, it's that one. If it has a green hairy mushroom, it's that one. But all these right here are the XXLs. And there will be more coming as well because I think they're beautiful pieces. And like also if you have like a nano tank, it's perfect to just be like, this is going to be what my tank is. I was watching a segment earlier where you guys were showing the really like pico reef tanks.
Yeah.
This is a perfect example for filling out those tanks. Is you could say, you know, I want to have a piece of art in my house and I don't want to wait the long time. And, you know, some people like to do that, but if you want to get ahead and you want to just fill it out, this would be a perfect centerpiece for a nano cube.
Hold on. Let's not let the gear fall in the water. These are just like amazing.
Yeah, they're really something. And there's like dimension to them. They're not just a flat plate, you know. They're actually like has some like cliffs and whatnot. Like especially like this one, you can see like in the ridges of it.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Like that's awesome.
it's very unique. It's very unique.
I like the variety that you get on them.
Oh yeah. Mhm. I mean, like this one is crazy. You get the green star pop, you get fire cloves, you get neon green, cabbage leather, and if you even see down there, there is even a baby little orange rhodactis mushroom on there as well. And the more you look, the more you see. Like look on the back there. There's a discosoma, green discosoma mushroom as well.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
Yeah. All right, let's move to the third tank. I'll show you. Oh, here's this tank right here is. I know we saw a lot of torches, but this is where it's going to get a little bit crazy because we have more torches here. Okay, we have mystery green torches, and everything right here will be encompassed in mystery green. We will throw in some of the golds that have like green hues as well inside of those packs. We make sure that you guys, if you get a surprise, it's a happy surprise, and that's kind of the name of the game with our mystery frag packs. And so you got the greens. You got this is like they call it like a fake holy grail because if you look at it, it kind of looks like that, but it's a little bit more green than that vibrant yellow. There's a lot of different types here, and if you look, like these ones would be even classified as like banana torches here. This is pure yellow. It's beautiful. But yeah, we have also, this is like a big LPS system as well. So we got some bubble coral. What you see is what you get colonies here. We have some big blastos as well. And the more you look, the more you see here. So we got, just look, there's a lot to look at. I know.
Just, oh.
And here's a beautiful banana torch as well, right there.
Oh, that's a healthy coral.
Yeah, so definitely for the 50 corals that you purchase, if whoever buys gets the mystery freebies, like one right there would be a Holy Grail torch. Like that would be a beautiful Holy Grail torch to give away.
Hey, Marco, just a heads up. You're doing such a good job. We were getting close to that 50 mark. So
Okay.
I went ahead and threw an extra 100 in there. So now it's
all right.
100.
I'm fine with that. We have lots of coral, guys. We've been fragging it up for you. So that's fantastic. Maybe, what do you think, Ken? A second Holy Grail torch?
Yeah, or is there something else that's pretty cool?
You know what? You're right. You're right. I think that there's something downstairs that might knock some socks off some people that we should give away. So when we get down there, I'll show it to you. But stay tuned because it's going to be. That's one of my favorite pieces, and I think it'd be great to give away to you guys. But if you keep moving down,
Marco, you got it going on there, my boy.
Thank you very much. So here is more of our rubble rock section for our mushrooms. We try to keep them contained in these baskets, but as we pan further down, you'll see sometimes they do end up escaping a bit, but we've got the orange recordias in here. And these, there's some that are Yumas, but a lot of these are actually the Florida recordias, which have been quite hard to find really over the past like year and a half. And this system, or this bag right here, this basket is all Florida Recordia, and we're trying to grow them out because sometimes it's quite difficult to get, and a lot of people really like them. They're beautiful. They look like there's some like cotton candy ones you see with like the pink. You've got the orange ones. You can get some really interesting color morphs as well. So yeah, and the St. Thomas mushrooms right here.
I got one of these. So you sent me one of these the last time I was out here, and this thing is massive, like grapefruit sized. And I think I saw a couple of little babies.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's awesome. They're almost like when they get really big, they almost look like anemones because like their skirts. Yeah, it's quite interesting.
It's so much detail. Like you really can't tell the detail in this, but like when it gets big,
yeah,
it's so pretty.
Mm-hmm. And if we keep moving down, so more Florida Recordias. Like I said, guys, we're trying to really grow these out because, to be quite honest, when the hurricanes come and there's heat waves, sometimes it takes years before you can actually get them again. So we're not only trying to keep things in stock, but we're also trying to preserve some of these corals so that people can actually enjoy them in the hobby without always trying to look to pull them out of the ocean, right?
Less guilt. Okay.
That's the name of the game of it.
Before we go on, what is this guy right here?
That is a sinularia. That is a soft coral. It's basically like a green Kenya tree.
It's a darker shade than
Yeah.
some of the, like I've got
Like
neon
this here,
green.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I've got these neon green ones
There's
from
so
you
many
guys.
different polymorphs of everything. That's what's so awesome about this kind of stuff. Like, I mean, look at these, like the sun-kissed bounce mushrooms. We have a lot of what you see is what you get of them, and we're also growing them out. We have mystery ones as well.
And these bounce. They're not small. How big would you say they are?
I would say that they are probably like, I want to say that one right there is $2.50. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's like, huge. Yeah, they're quite large. We have like the smallest one is probably like that guy right there, and he's probably the size of a penny.
Dang. Still. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Here's okay. And now I know I'm saying that like torch corals are my favorite coral, but okay, I gotta reverse a minute for a second and say by far my favorite coral is a jawbreaker discosoma mushroom. I have a tank at home and I have them growing out. And when you have a tank that has a lot of yellow and reds in it, it's something that you don't see often. And when you have your nice actinic lights on them, it is a showstopper for people that don't even know what coral is. Yeah, I know some of these are insane.
Yes.
We have mystery and we have what you see is what you get. I try to do the what you see is what you get of the jawbreakers that actually have like really crazy color morphs.
Love it.
Like look at that one on the edge
Yeah.
right there. You see him?
Oh my
It's basically all red with those streaks of yellow.
Oh.
And some of these recordies as well. Like look at that one. That's beautiful.
And we're talking about some of these ones because a lot of the corals in my tank right now are soft corals, and a lot of them came from you the last time I was here. So these neon green ones that we're looking at right here, they look gorgeous in my tank. And I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, they're mushrooms, they're soft corals."
I'm not the guy to be saying that to because I think mushrooms are beautiful. There's so many different colors of them, and you can really have like an actual rainbow in your reef tank if you do it right.
Yes.
Yeah, but other than that, in this system, like I said, rubble to actually get, if you look like that, the reason why we have the rubble in there, if you see that little tiny yellow speck, I don't know, can the camera pick it up?
Oh.
A little tiny yellow speck because sometimes these jawbreakers will pop off a little baby and it will go free floating, and we want to make sure that we catch them and grow them.
Oh man, this is a playground.
Yeah. We wouldn't be able to do it without our team, honestly, because we have people that are looking. Our team is looking with care and actually making sure that we're taking care of these, babying the corals, and making sure that they're happy and healthy when we send them out to you guys.
All those. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I think, is that everything up here?
Yeah, I don't know if people want to see like our sumps, some of the mechanical stuff back here. If you look down this pathway here, this is all we have. Each row is a system. So we have sump. It's all the same. So you got the octo protein skimmer. We have some marine pure blocks. We've got bags. We have a carbon reactor because it kind of, I'm not going to lie, up here is a little bit stuffy. So that's why if you look on the walls, we have some fans. I turned them off right now because
it's starting to get warm.
Screaming in a wind tunnel. But we try to keep the air flowing around up here because it's a little bit more contained than it is downstairs. But other than that, I think we should show them downstairs and show them that very secret freebie coral that might blow some people away.
All right.
Awesome. So Hillary needs about 5 minutes to get downstairs. So Jimmy, me and you got the show. We're gonna hide these guys for a little bit, and stay tuned, guys. 5 minutes. We're gonna go downstairs, show you the second half of this stuff. So Jimmy, I gotta hear your honest opinion. What is that? Just
it's amazing. I was overwhelmed with how much they have there. I didn't know that you had that much.
We just got started, dude. We get to build whatever we want. Customers support us, and quite frankly, I don't need that much money. I'll just put it back into the company, and we get to do cool stuff.
Yeah, that's so awesome, dude. I love it. I mean, there's so many things I wanted there. I'm sitting there going, oh. I mean, I really want to add some color, like in my tanks. Like I'm getting excited about my reef tank again. Ever since I started this one, I mean, I was always excited about it, but I just haven't had anything really take off except for what people call those starter corals. I've got a couple.
You kept it on a starter coral level, right? You've never really pushed the LPS into the next levels yet?
No. I'm afraid. I'm a little bit afraid to, because the whole, do I have to dose and, things like that.
I've been, have a clam. There's plenty of people who can't keep a clam. You've got some higher end stuff.
Yeah. So some of it does good, but the thing is it turns the corner so quickly. Like when I've lost some of the corals, it's like they're good one day and then they're not really fast.
That can happen with starter corals.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
it's true. But some of them just keep growing. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely want to do it. And like, I love zoas because the round, the cool, the colors, how they grow, and they seem like they're pretty easy.
They are, unless you have a fish that likes to eat them.
Yeah. And I don't know if any of these fish will, because I was like, I kind of want to go a bunch of different colors of those in my reef tank. So I've seen someone do just a zoanthid tank, and it looked amazing. Tonight when we were
say it, but sometimes you got to just try it.
Yeah, I know. And then I tried an anemone in here, but I tried it like right away because I had those clownfish. I had those clownfish, and I was like, oh yeah, don't they live in anemones? And so I've never had one of those. I'd like to do that. And tonight, when early in the stream, the guys with Flipper, all those anemones they had, unbelievable.
Yeah, Mark's tank is just he's just unreal. It's awesome.
Yeah, that was really cool. But no, it's really impressive what's going on there. And like I said, I love on the website that you can see the one that you're getting. I think that's awesome. And then you're doing that with fish now as well.
Yeah, we just started. The fish it's a little harder, to be honest. Fish like to move and swim and die and die quickly sometimes. So you got to really pay attention.
Yeah. I mean,
Live Aquaria built, from what I've seen, they built an entire business on that diver's den. And I think that's just a really awesome concept. We're not at a level where I think we can do that effectively. So I wouldn't try doing it on that scale. But I can't say it's not on the roadmap. Yeah.
Well, that's what's cool about, how you've grown this company, where you're at the part of let's be cool.
Well, let's do it. Yeah.
Let's be cool. Like all those things that got you into the hobby. Now you can go, these things are profitable. This may not be as profitable, but that's what we want to do.
Yeah. This thing's cool. Like, you get to a point where you own the building or you own all the inventory. It's like, let's do the fun stuff. Like, let's do a 20 by 20 booth at all the trade shows this year. Let's get a keg of beer at Orlando again. Let's give away $10,000 in t-shirts. Like, we're finally at a level, I think, where we can comfortably like push the envelope, if you will.
Yeah. And that's where we say thank you to everyone on Thanksgiving and this Black Friday, because right? It's really been an amazing journey, and I've been happy to be part of it the last few years to watch what Saltwater Aquarium has become and is becoming into the future. It's very exciting. I'm just really excited to be part of it.
Because we live this. Like, this is what we do want to do. We're doing what we want to do, so we do more of it. Like Marco's up there putting in 16-hour days. No one sees it, right? Right. Weekends, they come in on the weekends. He's there on Sunday. I call him at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, and Mark's over there. Oh, I'm plumbing this fish tank. I'm like, what are you? normal people don't do some of those things, but I don't think we
It's
have very many
true.
normal people around here.
No, and I think that's what's cool about this hobby is it's so passion driven. You know, there's a lot of businesses, a lot of folks that we've met or we've had on the live streams, you know, that have these businesses. It's because they're hobbyists, you know,
Well,
and
yeah,
they,
like Harley earlier today, PNW.
yeah,
He didn't really have a business or a company, and I saw that really cool tank, and I was like, you could probably make this into something. It's a little niche, right? It's a little small. It's a reef tank. It's like $150.
yeah,
Harley, send me 200 of them. He's like, what?
yeah. I've talked to him about that
I
before.
need
He's
like
like,
2 months to make 200. I was like, dude, send me 200. Just do it. Here's the money. I paid him up front. I literally said, here's the money.
Well,
Order the
that's
stuff.
awesome, and I know that he's grateful for that jump start in his business because you know, he was able to really when he went out and bought a machine with that order. I know that from talking to him.
Yeah.
So,
He went out and he was able to do it at scale.
yeah, and that's what's kind of cool is the partnerships you build in business and in relationships in this hobby. It's a small hobby, although then we're looking at a warehouse in Arizona, and this small hobby just went. I'm like, in your place,
It's still a small
there's
hobby.
so much inventory
Compared to like real industries, this isn't like a real industry. It's a small hobby. Everybody knows everybody. You go to the trade show. I have dinner. I've had dinner with half the people there that run all the companies. Like everybody knows everybody at this point.
Yeah.
Everybody knows everybody.
It's very cool. All right, now, Marco, what do you got for us now?
Here we go.
All right, can you see me?
Yeah.
All right, so we're downstairs now. We're starting off with our mystery rock flower tank, okay? So this is the best seller on the website. This is kind of what we started off from. This is our humble beginning, is these rock flower packs, the mystery 5-packs, the singles, the reds, the oranges, and the greens. And right now we have a bunch in here. And this has basically been where we've been stocking them up. And we usually get them from Haiti. We get them from the Caribbean. But a lot of them lately have been coming from like the Dominican Republic. But that's a same exact case with what I was talking about earlier with the Florida Recordias. Sometimes it's really tough to get them. And that's the same exact case with the Florida rock flower anemones. So there's different color morphs. There's different types. If you actually look at them, you can see some differences. Like if you look in here, maybe I can point out a couple of differences for you guys. I know that the majority of them here are Haitian here, so let's see if I can find one that's from the Dominican Republic here. Bear with me. Bear with me.
I love as you're talking, I keep seeing like people scanning the code popping up on the screen. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, I actually can't find it. Maybe we got rid of the last of them, but this is a new batch. They're nice and healthy, and we're always trying to get as many cool color morphs. You know, when we first started, we did a lot of what you see is what you get pieces of these rock flowers, but it was really hard because they would always be moving around, and it'd be pretty hard to keep them contained. But I will say, keep your eyes open because I do believe that if we start getting the Caribbean ones again, there's some of them that are out of this world, and I'm going to have to do what you see is what you get on. There's some of them have like Picasso, they're like two-faced, where they have like two separate colors. They're absolutely beautiful.
Oh, dang.
This is what we actually started off with. And if you just pan over to the left, now we have many more systems.
So this, when I came the first time, this is what I saw. And when I came back, I was like, oh my gosh, it's huge.
We've added lots and lots of different corals and try and just have a piece of everything. You know?
I like that.
I will say a showstopper here, not a freebie, not a freebie here, but this is a massive pink and rainbow carpet anemone. If you look at my hand here, it's, I don't want to get closer. I don't want to get stung, but it is absolutely massive. It's like the size of a basketball, and he's pretty aggressive. That's why he's in his own little container here, but absolutely beautiful piece. You keep looking as well. Like, here's where we keep a lot of our Goniopora. All these right here, what you see is what you get, excluding maybe a handful of them that we actually fragged up. So there's lots of different color morphs in here. And like you can see, like some of these are absolutely beautiful. You can see like we have some of the like pink lemonade ones as well. And the Goniopora that we've had, all these in here have been in here for a very long time. And I would even argue that we have aquaculture, a few of them in the system next to us, but our systems are very, very, our Gonis love our systems. I'll put you down because I know they can be very tough in other people's systems, but for us, it's not a tough thing. You know, some people have a hard time with like pulsing xenia, you know, and it really depends on what's in your water and whatnot. So you got to be on top of testing.
That's true.
You got to be on top of what's actually going in your water and in your tanks to really figure out what's going on. Maybe ICP test as well.
Yes, and we talked about that last week with Tropic Marin
Sure.
and the importance of ICP testing. So hopefully a bunch of people on the stream grab some of those free tests.
Yes, we are ICP testing every single one of our tanks, every single coral tank, I should say, about once every week. So we try to make sure that we're on top of it, you know, because you can be doing this for years and years and years, and all of a sudden one day you look at your fish tank and you say, something's going on. Why does my Ghani look like this? Or why does my torch coral look closed up? And you run ICP and all of a sudden you have high aluminum or high iron, and then you need to correct that, right?
Yep.
I know a lot of people will say like, it's not all about chasing numbers, which I can get behind. But when you're talking about actually maintaining a true coral farm, trying to grow them, propagate them, I have to say it is kind of about the numbers.
Yeah.
But,
okay. I'm gonna take a look at this guy. Like, I love seeing corals that are ready to eat.
Oh, yeah.
Just like so fluffy and healthy. Oh,
yeah.
Just
look at these
and
clams
all of these
too.
clams.
Very, very large.
Now,
those are the Durasa clams.
Are these from ORA?
Yes, they are.
All right. So I think last week we talked to Donna with ORA. So if you guys watched that, these are some of the ORA clams that was on the stream.
Yes, they are. And I will say, like, if you look down, we have some smaller clams as well. In case you don't want like a big kahuna in your tank. We've got like the purple and blue maximas or the Durasas. And yeah, we try to grow them out. I'll tell you what, you know, other people as well have a tough time with clams, but this system is really dialed in. The LPS is happy, the clams are happy, and so they're doing quite well. And you can see like some of them are like an inch and lots of different sizes. Some baby ones.
Look at that. Oh, I love the colors on these guys.
Yeah. Let's walk around this tank and I'll show you guys. There's a lot to show.
There's
here.
a whole lot to see.
Yeah. So here's some of our beautiful frog spawn mystery colonies. So that's basically what we do for our mystery frog spawn packs is we'll be cutting up the purples, the greens, some of the orange octospawns as well, slip their way into there sometimes. You know, when you do buy the mystery packs, we do like to slip in the ultras here and there to make people have a very nice day. But yeah, you can see like, so this is a huge colony and they get smaller and smaller and smaller, and we have the single frags.
And even still, like, that's a decent size
frag. Oh yeah. And we try to be pretty on top of actually giving you guys, when you buy individual frags, at least something that is almost fully encrusting the frag plug. And we do 3/4 inch frag plugs as well as 1.5 inch. So keep that in mind when you're looking at some of these corals. If you look around here, I mean, I know we might as well be a torch coral farm because we have so many torch corals. And these lights up here as well are all Kessel. These are not the latest generation. The one upstairs are the latest generation.
Just,
it's crazy, right? This is with the flow on. So that's what I was saying about upstairs. When you actually see the flow moving around, it just is a spectacle.
That's incredible.
Now here we're moving on. It's basically like the affiliate tank. We have a lot of hammer corals right here as well.
Hold on.
One sec. Hillary got a phone call?
No. Yes, hold on. Come back. There we go. Sorry about that.
We're good. All right, so here is all of our hammer corals. Basically, this is basically our affiliate tank. So all these right here will be fragged for our mystery gold hammers, mystery splatter hammers. And you can see some colonies as well. Like, look at that. That's basically like the ACI Dark Prince, and intermingled inside of that is a splatter hammer.
Love that.
We try to play around with like grafting corals and whatnot, but as we get larger and as we get basically, I mean, like Ken said, we've been doing this for about 3 years. We're going to be we're just getting started. We're going to try different experiments out and see what you guys like. Yeah, some of those are beautiful. So all these right here, like, are Indonesian, but if you look over here, like, that's Australian.
Look at that.
And then this row right here is all the ACI Prince of Darkness hammer colonies.
That's cool. And those came out like 2 years ago?
Yeah, we've been growing them, cutting them up, selling frags. Yeah.
I like that.
And so earlier I was talking about the aquaculture Gonophora. So all this right here, aquaculture Gonophora. So these are all frags that we've made. And really, we just keep fragging the frags. So it is I don't know how you would call it, what generation, but and we've been just fragging these, and these have been a part of our system for a long time now, especially these ultra green with the purple rims on the colonies.
They're so pretty. Yes.
Yeah. And now over here is another side of the start of the system where we start on the other side. If you look on this side, you can see actually the size of some of these Gonipora, what you see is what you get colonies.
Can you put your hand up like
Yeah, I
next
know.
to the glass so they can get?
It's pretty crazy. That's pretty big.
That's insane.
Yeah, I should have I had like, oh wait, maybe I could do a chapstick. That would be better.
There we go.
Like you could actually see the size of a chapstick versus that. So
Like, that's a nice WYSIWYG.
yes, it is. And back here is a really funny piece. I mean, that's our green pipe organ, and it just keeps growing. It's growing and growing and growing.
Yes.
We have also some grow out here, like some flamethrower chalices and whatnot. You know, sometimes they find their way in here. If we want to see, you know, even if all the parameters are perfect in a tank, sometimes, just sometimes, if you move a coral to a different tank, they just do better.
Yep.
And so we try to spread the love, if you will. So that's why you see upstairs we have a lot of torches. Down here we have torches, and we try to spread it all around.
I like that. Look at this fox face over here.
Yeah, he's just hanging out.
Maybe not. All right, he's hiding in the rock.
All right, let's make our way.
Oh.
This is the 220. This is one of our first tanks we had outside of one of these guys. And this is basically where we grow out a lot of our soft coral frags for our leathers and whatnot. So if you could see, if you look closely on that, maybe you can see where we've been fragging off of him. You can see the little bit of a pale spot on him for the green devil's hand leather. That's basically what we do in this system. And a lot of our lobophilia do really, really well in this system. So you can see them all on the bottom here.
Yeah.
And here's some Christmas tree fobia colonies that we cut up for frags for you guys. And all right, so I was talking about the rock flowers, the Caribbean ones, and why I want to do what you see is what you get when I can get them again, because that guy right there is we call it a tropic fire rock flower anemone, and that is from the Caribbean. So when we start getting them again, you have to show you this
Put your
side.
hand up again so we can see
Yeah,
this. This is
like
incredible.
it's pretty deep in there, but it's probably, what would you say, 3 inches across, 4 inches across, maybe?
I'd say 4.
Yeah.
And it's not even fully open. Like, it's kind of.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's some very, very beautiful color morphs of them. And I can't wait to get them back from the Caribbean, because some of the Caribbean ones are absolutely stunning. And in here, really, it's nothing really super exciting about this tank, other than this is what we use to basically propagate a lot of our Kenya trees, a lot of our corals over here, and fragging up the toadstool leathers and whatnot.
Nice.
All right, so we're moving on to the other systems here. So the lights are off on this side. I'm sorry about that, guys. A little bit of a technical, mechanical difficulty. But here's some other colonies. Hopefully you can see them. These are some big frog spawns and splatter hammers. And right here, also some more Holy Grail torches. And you can see why they're called Holy Grail. They're absolutely beautiful.
Look at that in the camera. Look how nice
Yeah.
it is. Oh.
Yeah, and that's with the light. And maybe if I do this.
I say that's with the light off.
About that.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Look at that, you guys. Just wow.
Yeah. Behind it's a cotton candy, a cotton candy fobia, I believe, is what we used to frag to. I know you guys like those. And more Euphilia, right? We've got frog spawns. We've got the holographic hammer colonies. We've got some of the green hairy mushrooms. And if you move over this way, you can also see all of our acam pucks. So these are basically like when we have a colony and it sits for a while, starts to grow, we'll start to cut them up and kind of give people some variety. So we'll cut up a few of them and then glue them on here so you can actually have, a combination, like a combo rock.
Look how healthy those are. Like, oh, those are gorgeous.
Yeah, they are happy acams.
Let's see. There we go.
And that is, I believe we call that burning banana stylo canela. I believe that's what that is.
It's so
That is from ACI, and we've just been growing it out here.
That's pretty. Oh, yes.
Yeah, so all right, so turning around here, this is another basically all predominantly SPS colony, or SPS system, if you will. So this is where we have a lot of grout with like our Darth Maul, Monopora, some of our chalices, some of the, we have lots and lots of Monopora, but I will show you guys, if you stick around, an absurd tank with Monopora that I think will blow your mind. But stay tuned because to me it's absolutely
It's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah. We have some. This is a pretty interesting piece as
Oh.
well. It's a
Is that branching?
Yeah, branching green star pollen.
Okay, I was talking to, I think, Brady. I was talking to you the other day about branching star polyp. It's right here.
Yeah, I hardly ever see them. Usually they don't do very well, but this guy we've had for literally probably a year and a half, and he's been growing and growing and growing, and it's
That's
beautiful.
so cool.
Make your way around here too. I mean, we have lots and lots of SBS. This is LPS here. This is some Galaxia, neon green Galaxia that we've been growing out. This is a very, very aggressive coral, but it's beautiful. I mean, this is how it goes. Sometimes, like the most beautiful, like the carpet anemones, they're so aggressive, but they're so beautiful. But these guys, I will tell you a trick, all right?
Okay.
There is a trick. If you see at nighttime, they have sweeper tentacles that can be sometimes 6 to 8 inches long, right? At nighttime, if you see that, you can go in there with some scissors, and yes, you can actually cut their sweeper tentacles off, get them out of your tank, and you'll have a lot more better luck with corals around them. And it won't hurt the coral. It's absolutely fine.
So if you're not familiar with sweeper tentacles, this third one back.
Yeah, there you go.
I can see. I don't know if the camera's picking this up. You can kind of see it.
It's like a translucent tentacle.
Yeah,
much
like
longer.
waving around in there. And I know too. There's one. This middle row. There's a couple back there.
Yeah.
Mark Levenson, Me Loves Reef, was on earlier, and he's got a great video demonstrating this at night. So go check that out.
Pretty crazy how big they can get.
Yes.
Pretty crazy. This is basically a plate of Hollywood Stunner chalice.
Look at that.
And there is some variance, right? So we were talking about how you can have the same coral and different polymorphs within them. It's like, look at these guys. This is Hollywood Stunner. And look right here, and then this is Hollywood Stunner. I don't know if the camera can kind of pick it up, but like, this is like much more neon than the Hollywood Stunner chalice.
And even these two in the front corner right here.
Yes, like it's more purple and blue. Yeah.
That's pretty.
We got some plutonium chalice here. I like this coral a lot too.
And they're a little bit aggressive as well, right?
Chalices, their tentacles are really potent, but usually they don't have long tentacles. So it's the same thing with like, even like Gonapora. Gonapora have some really, really potent tentacles, but they're very, very short. But if they land on something or something lands on it, it will probably kill it. So just because it's a tiny one, they pack a punch.
They pack a punch. Do your research before you buy, please.
Yes. But yeah, basically just swapped out these racks. We're starting to grow out more SPS in this system. We have some scroll corals. You look back there, you can see dark maul monopora frags. And we're just trying to create actual like decent sized frags for you guys. So like, if you look at this is the crazy eye chalice. You can see how like overgrown it is, and we will be sending frags that are of that size. Like we do not want to sell you guys a spec, right? We do not like, if you look over here and you look at these red monoporas, those are not ready to sell yet. Like these frags, and we're waiting for them to grow out before we move them. But the one in the back, like that mean streak monopora right behind those four, like that would be appropriate to actually give to you guys.
We like that.
All right, let's make our way into the coral cutting room.
Oh, okay.
All right. In this room, we'll be giving away another crazy freebie. All right.
Oh, I haven't even seen this room.
It's very special. This was our last edition before upstairs. So, what do you know? More Euphilia here. We got some beautiful golds, greens. These are also like for our mystery hammer packs that are not gold. So we'll set in the greens, some of the teals, some of the purples as well. And behind them, you can see all these. These qualify as green and or gold hammers. So we will put these in mystery green packs and mystery gold packs. And now I know you see over here, these are all of our button scullies, which I think that maybe one or two of these should potentially go into freebie, maybe. Yeah. I think we're gonna do that. I think that'd be great. Yeah, there's some absurd color morphs on those, but there is which one are you looking at?
This like bright orange, red, yellow.
And it's hard to show like what size they are. I can't really dive my head in there because this is a deeper system. But I would say that they range from the size of $50 to what would you say, Hillary? How big would you say that is right there?
Oh gosh.
A golf ball?
Bigger than a golf ball.
Yeah, maybe a little bit bigger than a golf ball.
Oh man, they're
Well,
incredible.
each square of the frag plug is 0.75 inches, right?
There you go. Yeah. 3/4 of an inch. Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, over here, I know there's more. We have some really, really big, meaty corals here, some acanthophilias for you guys. We just started to hold them. The systems are happy with them. We have 2, 4, 6, 8 of them right now. And you can see there's different color marks. You got the greens, you got like kind of the war paint. You can call them like war paint, like kind of like the war paint scolies, war paint acanthophilias. And these ones are quite large. Like these are definitely.
Those are big boys.
Yeah, these are bigger than my hand, open wide. But all right. So before we move on, I think I know what needs to be a freebie here.
Oh gosh, this is gonna kill me that I can't.
If you look right there.
Oh stop.
Do you see that?
Stop.
That crazy, crazy yellow scolie with the red lines and the blue in the center?
Yes.
I think that we should give that a freebie. What do you think, Kenny?
Oh my gosh.
I think we should do it.
It doesn't even look like a scolie. What is it?
It's a scolie.
Look, how close can I get without throwing the phone?
Be careful.
Look at that.
You know what? I'm going to lift it up. I'm going
Okay.
to lift it up. Hopefully I don't irritate it, but I'm going to lift it up because it is an absolutely incredible piece.
Yes, this is not even doing it justice. Oh
Yes.
my gosh.
So one of you guys will get this piece. It's absolutely absurd. I think this piece, I've never seen a scolie that's like this.
You pull it down a little more.
You want down a little bit?
Yeah, it's not quite focused. It's up.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. You got the greens, like you look at the sides of it too.
Look at that.
Absolutely insane. So yeah, smash the like button, guys, if you want that in your coral order.
Me, I want
Yeah.
it. Scolies are my favorite coral, but I've yet to
They're
get
beautiful.
one day.
All right, so over here, we've got some more soft corals. But guys, now remember upstairs, I was talking about how upstairs we do not like to really pick out of, and that's kind of the goal is to be the farm upstairs, right? So down here, we have some of the same corals, but this is for picking out of. So like we will be taking this water, putting it in a bag, and sending it to you guys. So there's a little bit more fluctuations in the water parameters here, and we need to make sure that we're conscious of that. And so that's why we segregate the farm upstairs and the picking to downstairs. So you can see like we have more Florida recordias down here. We have individual, we've got some like rainbow yumas. And so look at some of these really large recordias. Those are all Florida recordias, and they're very, very large.
It's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of rhodactis as well. We've got some discosoma, green hairy mushroom colonies as well. And this is also another rubble tank because, guys, with the mushrooms, they definitely like to float around. But so our plan usually is when we put them in, if we get a shipment in, we hold them for a while, we let them adhere to the rubble, and then we'll glue them to frags and send them to you guys. There's some elephant ear mushrooms as well. Those get very large.
Oh, yep.
And then, so right over here, this is where we do all of our fragging. We've got our diamond bandsaw in our little tub. This is where we'll be chopping them up and fragging them. And then if you look over here, this is another piece. So everything you're looking at right now, outside of the tub you just looked at, is one system. So this tank, and this tank is all one system, including these sumps down here. If you look at this, this is where we keep a lot of our like zoanthid frags that are more newer, I would say. It's like we have like the Bob Marley and the Rastas over here. We have like Yodas. We have the green the banana. What is that called? Zombie banana. We have Fruit Loops back there, and we also have, you can see back there, some rainbow chalices that are growing out with the yellow rim with the blue and red.
Oh, those are pretty.
Yeah, they grow pretty slow, but their color definitely packs a punch. And over here, we have more SBS as well as some beautiful torch corals, my friends. I love torches though. I could have this entire farm be torch corals and I'd be happy. And we also have some. So this is this is mean streak monopora that's growing. We've got this is not listed yet, but we are growing this out. This is some sort of branching Indonesian monopora. It's quite vibrant.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I like the texture on it.
Yeah, right. It's pretty. We try to collect the things that are different to actually grow out that we usually don't see often. You look over here, we have the Jake Adams green slimer as well up there. And then we have more green digitata. And here's another perfect example of a banana torch. I mean, that is just pure yellow.
Look at that. It looks like bananas in
right? And these are just some crazy, crazy big New York Knicks torch colonies.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, so I think I need to show them the crazy, crazy Monopora tank.
Yeah.
You ready for a walk?
I'm ready for a walk.
All right, let's do it. I will note as well, if you look down there a little bit, you can see some coral because we try to really maximize our space. So in the sump, like this is all one system. From here, these two, the tub, the tank, and then this tank and this tub is all one system. So basically all the mechanical filtration is down here. And if we're going to be adding any sort of refugium, it will be inside of here, like, Chaeto or something like that, or marine pure blocks. But we do have some coral down there, but you guys, I know it's everywhere. We're going to go to the Monopora.
Yes. Do we have any questions so far, Ken? I can't quite see the screen all the way down.
I mean, I think people are just in awe, really, about the colors and just everything, really.
Understandably so. I've seen most of this before, some of it before. Still blowing me away.
I know we're taking you guys through the darkness, but we're almost
It's worth
there.
it. I promise it's worth it.
This is in the darkness.
All right. So if you look at this, you got anemones, but if you look at the size of some of these Monopora, these are our green Monopora, our red Monopora. We have an encrusting meteor shower Cephastria, and this is basically what we frag up for our frags here. If you notice, we do have a green and red Monopora on the overstock right now because obviously we have a lot of it and we want to get rid of some of it. So if you guys want a frag of it, feel free to get it because it is at a massive discount right now. I want to pull one of these up for you and show you if I can get him without snapping him off. Yeah, they're absolutely absurd. Let me see if I can get a better one for you guys. I'm gonna go deep in here, right?
Do you want to switch places? You might have better.
See if I can do this. I'll just show the size of this so that you guys can see. So like the size of this guy, first I'm gonna put it in front of this guy back here, right? See how small he is?
Tiny.
If you look at the size of this guy,
Oh, it's not.
it's got some beautiful like purple streaks. And I love when you see corals actually mature and actually get larger. You can all of a sudden see different colors that you haven't seen when they were frag. You really see that pop out in some of these Monoporas as they get larger.
Yes.
Like look at all, you can see like the purple streaks and whatnot. It's absolutely beautiful.
I don't know. Can you guys see the purple? I can't quite see it on the camera, so I hope it's coming through that you can see it because he's right. They have.
Like if you see that one back there, you can really see the
Yeah.
purple streaks on it.
Yeah, so like right over
I
there.
don't know if I'm gonna be able to reach that, guys. But yeah, so this is a crazy tank that we've had. And if you look around, you can kind of see more encrusting corals down here that we're just kind of growing out. And here are rose bubble tip anemones as well. We've been selling a lot of those to you guys, and we're trying to grow them, but you guys like them so much, I can't grow them. Yeah, they're all over the place.
What size tub is this? This is
Oh,
like
man.
an agricultural.
Yeah, I think that this
Farm
is
tub?
probably 500 gallons, I think.
That kind of gives you an idea, like size wise.
Yeah. If you look around, you can see, like, so this is all one system, these two tubs here.
Dang.
And just for our, like, overstock grow out.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, yeah, do you guys have any questions? Want to go back in the light, maybe?
Maybe so.
Good.
All right, let me ask everybody if you have any questions, put it in the chat. That is, I'm kind of exhausted after that one. that was
Go big or go home, right?
I wonder who's gonna win the Ultra Scully and the Holy Grail torch.
Let's just show them that one
You
more
wanna
time.
show 'em again?
Let's show them that one more time.
Yeah. All right.
Greg's staying there. Over. I'm gonna get all scheduled with Mark for it. I just need you to call off the names and hats and whatever.
Jimmy, do you have a team big enough?
We can get him a tank big enough.
All right, so this will be a freebie, guys.
I just. Oh.
Yeah. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
Absolutely
But
beautiful.
get your orders in now if you haven't already. Don't miss your chance.
Okay.
All right.
Marco, that's awesome. I
Thank
cannot
you so
even
much.
believe everything you've done there is just phenomenal.
We're just getting started.
Yeah, that's what's exciting. Ken, yeah, I can't hear your mic, Ken. I don't hear Ken. Did we lose your mic, Ken? I hear you through
Or
Mark's
mine?
mic, I think.
Yeah, show that again. It's so crazy to me.
I know.
Check. What the hell? Check, check,
Now
check.
I hear you. Now I hear you.
There we go.
Yeah, sorry. My DJI went used the whole battery today. 6 hours left.
You need mine?
That will happen.
No, awesome. So one customer was asking how much overtime do you work?
I don't stop, unfortunately, but I love it. You know, it's not even a
State of
job.
Tennessee, Illinois
That's
Department
what I
of
said.
Labor.
We just work. We just do stuff all the time. We just do whatever we do.
Yeah. I didn't point out that too. This is a pretty cool colony, the cold fusion monopora. We're growing that one out. You can see he was getting stung by that torch coral, but when we moved him a little bit away.
Couple of questions. Someone said, what do you feed the tanks?
Good question.
We feed them a combination of the saltwater aquarium reef multi-packs, phytoplankton, ROE, and really kind of just a blend of everything. We try to really mix it up so that they're always getting every single vitamin and nutrient that they would in the wild.
So like frozen food, Jimmy, for example.
Yes, frozen food and dry powder with liquid phyto inside of a mixture.
We have a different color morph in here.
The
Another
drawings are coming
question
up,
is-
guys. You're waiting for the drawings. We're going to do a little trivia and then announce the winners. We're almost done.
I'm interested in a holographic hammer. Can I see one?
Let's see if I can find. I think that is unfortunately the tank that the light turned off on. See if I can show it.
And
See if
then,
I'll
Marco,
move it
what
forward.
is your favorite coral in the system?
Trying to see it. The lights have been off, so he's not that holographic-y right now.
Oh, I have that. I have one of those.
Yeah, they're
That's what
beautiful.
It's called,
My favorite coral in the entire farm is probably the jawbreakers. I know it's simple, but the color morphs like the yellow and red, they're just beautiful to me, and they're my favorite. But like, if you were to ask me in the other system, I mean, probably the massive New York mixed torch, just because it's beautiful. It's so big.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Hey, and I want to point out again that, you know, this was all shot on Hillary's iPhone or her cell phone, but she was using the max spec
I have a Bucky
lens
shirt on.
on there in order
There's no
for you
Bucky
to all
shirt.
see that really good. And the video looked great.
So disappointing.
So if you want to take good photos and
Bucky
video, pick
That's
that
not
guy up.
Bucky.
I know that I want one
It's not.
because Mark got one and I didn't.
You definitely need it.
Yeah, it's very cool. It works really good, huh?
It does. I'm
I
impressed.
think if I'm going to make good YouTube
I don't
videos,
buy
I
it.
think I need
It's a
that.
knockoff. You got it from China.
Mark, we hear you. Who's
Awesome,
got
man.
what from China?
I think we're gonna do some trivia now, Marco. Thank you so much for the tour.
Yeah, of course.
I'm pretty sure you added like 50 to 100 more orders to pack here in the last hour. So
Well,
Yeah,
guys,
get
look
ready,
forward to
Russ.
that on Monday and Tuesday. And
Yes.
thank you for everything you're doing. Customers love it, man.
fantastic. I would say, guys, keep your eyes open every Monday and Tuesday. I'm adding more what you see is what you get to the website every Monday and Tuesday. So keep your eyes open for that.
Ah, good tip. Monday and Tuesday, look for those.
Yeah, but I would say also we couldn't do it without our awesome team, and we do a really great job together. So thank you guys, and thank
Hey,
you for buying the corals.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. How many folks do you have working there, taking care of all that?
I believe we're sitting at 8. I believe.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's amazing. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Craig Tracks, saltwateraquarium.com customer service.
There's Mark. There's Mr. Saltwater Tank.
Oh.
Are you Tracks now?
You know we're coming to an end now, aren't you? Mark's drinking.
It is. This is coming up on the 5th hour of the saltwateraquarium.com live stream. This is where the coffee comes in very helpful. We're not talking Hillary 6 shots extra with your Starbucks latte coffee, but it's helping. And this is also the part in the show where you get to win more if you can guess the incredibly impossible. He Googled it because he's not in his head. It's so hard. Greg Tracks movie trivia, which is expanded to song trivia this year. And wait. There's also Hillary Aquarium trivia as well. She has some very good questions, and I know that she knows them in her head. I'm not convinced you know this in your head and you didn't Google them. Well, with that, let's turn it over to Greg Tracks.
Let's go, Tracks. I don't hear Greg.
No mic. No mic. You need a mic.
I need a mic. Okay. Looking for a mic.
Yeah, he took that out of his ear. Kind of. We kind of
I gotta
hear you
change
now.
shirts and stuff. Anyway, all right. So welcome to the trivia portion of the show. We're going to alternate between me doing holiday song trivia and Hillary doing reefing trivia. It's not about the first correct person to answer. That might be you, and you might be chosen. Ken is watching the comments from the multiple streams we've got going, and those comments go flying by. It's different than the comments you're seeing on the one platform you're on. There's a lot more coming in. If you answer again, and answer again, and answer again, and answer again until we call a name. Ken is choosing the first correct answer that he sees. Makes sense? Pretty simple. Most everybody seems to get it, but every week so far, someone's complete. I answer first. That's great. And thank you for answering first. Answer again. And again, with that first correct answer, hopefully you get chosen. How you win, you're going to answer. It's going to come up. Ken's going to put it on the screen. He's going to put your username or your name up there. Winner, when your name is announced, you are going to email me at sales@saltwateraquarium.com from an email address that you have on file with us from your account. Because what you're winning this week is store credit. If you don't have an account created yet, make sure you create one with that email. You're going to email sales@saltwateraquarium.com with the winning question and the winning answer. So far, it's been all store credit this season, and we're keeping that up this week. We've been alternating between 50s and 100s. It's the final Tanksgiving. We're doing all hundreds tonight. 10 questions, $100 a question. Pretty darn simple. It's store credit at saltwateraquarium.com, and you can use it on anything that you want to.
Even Matt brands.
Everything. It's free money for you on the website.
Free money Tracks. Say it ain't so.
Cash money. Not cash money. It's worth cash money on our website.
Yeah.
No, we're not sending anybody money on the website. Simple enough. All right, here we go. Let's start out with a song trivia. In Rocking Around the Christmas Tree, what kind of pie are they going to have later? They're going to eat some kind of pie. It's right there in the lyrics. In Rocking Around the Christmas Tree, for $100 store credit, what kind of pie are they going to have later?
That's a song.
Rocking Around the Christmas Tree is, but in the song, later we'll have.
Tracks. You're just not made for showbiz, buddy.
Anybody at Cat?
Yeah, it's right there.
Hey, you got
Oh
it?
my goodness.
He's going to call it out to you.
Lauren Schmidt. Lauren. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling. Email sales@saltwateraquarium.com. Your question and answer, your name obviously, and
from that email address so we can add the store credit. Awesome. As I'm taking note of this, let's turn it over to Hillary for her. Hillary.
She is not here yet.
Stop.
No, we can talk about the sales. Give her a minute. Talk about what's going on.
So yeah, we're gonna do mine. We'll do mine first here. And then if we're still waiting on Hill, we bantered for years in this. We can do it there too. Worst case scenario, for some reason, fell asleep or something. It's been.
No, her camera's there. It's just backwards. I don't know.
Oh.
Hillary, can you hear this?
Yes.
Ah, she is there. I was wondering why you're showing me the wall, dude. I'm like, oh, the wall. Did she fall down?
I'm here. I'm here. All right, my turn?
Yes, ma'am. Question one.
Question number one. What is the name of the super strong tissues that bivalves use to attach themselves to structures?
Camera, go over here.
I'm looking for the name of the tissue that bivalves use to attach themselves to surfaces. And if you know anything about this, there's a product out on the market. I believe it's called maybe SeaTac. That's the name of the Seattle airport. But it's like a glue that is available that you can use. Yes. Thistle fibers or thistle threads. Yep, you got it.
Get that credit. Alrighty. First week we did one of my favorites. Christmas together. It's truly touching. The second favorite is the second song.
Hey, now we're talking.
In Hard Candy Christmas, it's Tommy. What you drinking to get drunk on in Hard Candy Christmas?
AirPods.
Mike, am I able to put that better?
No, you're very hard to hear.
I will speak slowly.
Is that better?
Dolly Parton got drunk on something particular in Hard Candy Christmas.
I can't hear it.
Hey, done theater for years. We're going to use a ridiculous projecting voice. Dolly Parton. Great song, Hard Candy Christmas. What is Dolly getting drunk on in the song?
Jack Daniels.
Good choice.
It's Tennessee whiskey.
It is Tennessee whiskey, but that's not the answer. Not the answer.
Everyone says eggnog.
Nog. She's not singing about nog. No one wants cool, creamy nog. That's disgusting. This stuff that Dolly's drinking sounds delicious. Not nog. Good answer, but not the nog. There's other songs with nog. This one, there is no nog present. We got a winner. Who is it?
Doug Blackburn from Facebook, Apple Mom.
Doug Blackburn. Awesome, Douglas. Make sure you email sales@saltwateraquarium.com. Question and answer. Get that credit.
Hillary, it's all you, girl.
All right. Question number two. What is the oldest living fish? So I'm looking for the type of fish and its name and where you can go see this fish at. So it's kind of like a three-part question. The oldest living fish, What type of fish is it? What is its name? And where can you find it?
It's like triple hard.
I know. It's the last week. It's $100.
Mine are easy. I thought it was easy. Everyone said eggnog, but
You know, I thought they were too easy last week, so I'm like, all right, I gotta ratchet it up.
what movie is it from, Mark? I know I didn't Google my shirt. Elf. You sit on the throat of lies. You're not Santa. You smell like beef and cheese.
Yes.
Yes.
You need to watch more
So
Christmas.
again, folks, oldest living fish, and where can you see it?
Looks like
You
we
got
have
a
a
winner.
winner. Methuselah. It's an Australian lungfish at California Academy of Sciences.
Mark Hextall. Didn't he already win?
Mark Hextall. We had a Ken Hextall and a Mark Hextall, so every win, but you just got some credit. Awesome. Nice job, folks. Mark, make sure you email me. Also, I don't think anyone did last week, but it's folks like, did I win? Again, we're calling your names. I'm writing it down. It's pretty simple to know if you won. All right. Third question. Theodore the Chipmunk sings All I Want for Christmas is My Two Front Teeth. Both of my girls sang this when they were around 2 years old without their front teeth at a Christmas cabaret. Gosh, was it stinking adorable. But Theodore sings in the Chipmunk song, All I Want for Christmas is My Two Front Teeth, but he can't say Merry Christmas. He says, Merry Criv, Criv, Criv. What does Theodore say instead of Merry Christmas?
You just said it.
No, instead of Merry Christmas.
He
He's trying to say Merry Christmas instead. You guys go, and he said something.
An answer.
That does not count as an answer. No.
Why not?
Because it doesn't.
I Googled it and it came up.
Well, that's because you're wrong and you're Googling stuff and you're a cheater. Yep. Is that a name? Nope. Still no. It's right at the end of the song. What does Theodore say right at the end of the song? Merry Christmas, Christmas. Ah! And ends the song with this holiday phrase. It's a holiday phrase. I'll take it. No. How are people getting the fish ones easier than these? There we go. Who do we got? At David Charkowski. Okay. At David.
Sounds huge.
Charkowski. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Good job, David. Make sure you're emailing into sales@saltwaterquarium.com. Question and answer to get that credit. Hillary, over to you for the next one.
All right, Jimmy, this was I had you in mind when I wrote this. So many pufferfish fit into the family Tetradontidae, which means 4 teeth. But there's another family of pufferfish that we sometimes see in our aquarium. So can you tell me what that second family of pufferfish is? So I'm looking for that scientific name, and I'm also looking for the meaning of that name.
Small pufferfish.
Cute pufferfish.
Is there a pufferfish that isn't cute,
No.
Hillary? Answer
No,
that
I
honestly.
regretted that as soon as I said it. Like, no, there's none of them that are cute.
Okay.
They're all cute.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know. Maybe somebody out there has their own opinion and thinks pufferfish aren't cute.
No.
Aren't they allowed to their
Well,
own opinion?
as you would say, someone out there is therefore wrong.
Correct. You would be wrong. Yes.
So, second family of pufferfish and what that name means.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know this stuff. I just sell this stuff, man.
Does the Toby puffer fit into this family of pufferfish?
Toby?
No, the Toby puffer fits into Tetradontidae. But Jimmy's puffer might fit into this other category.
Which one? Got another one.
Jimmy, can you win? Can Jimmy win, or is this not open to employees?
No.
Sad. Sorry, Jimmy.
Jimmy wins every day because he gets his own video series at saltwaterquarium.com.
There's that.
That's the wrong one, I think.
Uh-oh.
Did you choose the wrong thing?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, there's an answer up, but Ken says it's wrong. We're taking it down.
Yes.
That's the right one.
There's the right one. Who do we have?
Diodontidae means 2 teeth. A lot of times that's those
Jason
crushing
Morris.
plates.
Yeah, what Hillary said. Jason, you won. Again, all trivia winners, email in to sales@saltwaterquarium to claim your I can't even think. It's been a long day. I'm going on 16 hours. Start credit. Oh my God, it's 16-hour day. Yeah. So, all right, where are we at? Next up, okay, great movie, great song. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Clark W. Griswold stares out over his backyard in his domain, envisioning the swimming pool. All he wants to do is get his family this swimming pool for Christmas with that Christmas bonus he's waiting on. As he envisions the family enjoying the pool, Cousin Eddie walking around in like a Speedo tucked into his shirt, and then this hot brunette coming in and stripping down for all the kids there outside. What song is playing during Clark's vision? During Clark's vision of his swimming pool in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, what song is playing as he looks out the window?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Baby Got Back.
True. There were some interesting song choices this year at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, if you watched it. Gen Xers, man, we got a little Lil Jon, we got a little Busta Rhymes, we had Shaggy talking about banging on the bathroom floor at the Macy's Holiday Parade. It was fantastic. Lil Jon, Turn Down for What? With Jeffrey the Giraffe on the Toys R Us display being the DJ. It was fantastic. If you didn't see it, get yourself a drink and watch the replay. It was something else. Clark's song, a little bit different. Do we have it yet? Hey, we got it. I'll shut up. 10 boils. Melikiniki is for
I should have guessed that. Yeah.
Say Merry Christmas to you. I should write your name down, Dan. Dan Boyles. You won that one. Hillary, back to you.
All right, so if you were paying attention to last week's live stream, Mark, this question is some trivia for you that you specifically asked for, so I hope you remember what you read. How many species of jawfish do we know of as of today? What number of jawfish do we know of?
We talked about Coral Magazine earlier in the live stream. Hillary has an article in the Jawfish Coral Magazine, so make sure you grab it.
Bring it to a trade show, have her sign it. Ooh.
Wow. I don't have one of those.
Hillary, can we get a signed copy?
Please.
Of course.
With a glossy
Anything
8x10
for you.
headshot suitable for
I
framing.
promise to tag you on Instagram.
Why do we need this many jawfish?
Oh, what's wrong with that many number of jawfish?
We saw like a blue jawfish, and that's it. There's more than that?
No,
I got one. I know that one. Oh, perfect.
You're talking about, you got like a
Two.
head
There can be
jawfish,
as
right?
many jawfish as there needs to be.
It's however the jawfish identifies.
That's a lot of ways to identify.
That is a lot of ways.
Oh, I found one.
Oh, we got one.
Oh, do we have somebody?
Waiting. You saw it.
Yes.
Steve Kiss. Steve
Really?
Kiss 396. At Steve Kiss 396. Make sure you email in for your credit. Awesome. Again, folks, everyone tonight on trivia is getting $100 store credit. My final one. Last holiday trivia of the season before we get to Hillary's last for the season. Again, thanks so much for tuning into the live streams. Really enjoyed putting these on, enjoying goofy, stupid stuff like this. Gives us something to do on a Friday night.
15 hours.
Well, there's that. And the classic, A Fairy Tale of New York by the Pogues. The Pogues! An Irish band. Fairy Tale of New York. Shane MacGowan sings. Where is Shane MacGowan singing on Christmas Eve? It was Christmas Eve, babe. In where is he? He is in where? Where's Shane MacGowan of the Pogues in the Fairy Tale of New York? Very famous Irish band. Shane, very famous for the worst teeth in show business. Where was Shane MacGowan singing from? It's an Irish band. That might be kind of a hint for us. I don't know. The Pogues. If you don't know it, look it up. It's also got some really off-color language, and they still play it unedited at the holidays on the radio, and it's very surprising.
That's because a lot of the holidays is unedited. Just like the live stream in Saltwater Tank.
It's like a slur and like swearing, and they play it, and I'm like, this is the normal radio.
They're angry Irishmen.
Well, whatever, but yeah, so, hey, there we go. Chris Ives. Christmas Eve, babe, in the drunk tank. And I sing to you. Awesome. Hillary, your final question.
All right. I feel like I need to kick it up a notch to like be on your level.
Why not? Go for it.
How do you sing about fish facts? Okay.
You don't have to
I'm
sing.
on.
You have to put Hillary's spin on it. It doesn't have to be singing. That's a Greg Tracks thing.
Okay. Well. Okay. So I've got a themed Christmas-y question this morning. I was making gingerbread cookies with my family, so including.
Wait. You were making gingerbread cookies?
And she didn't give us any. Didn't give us any.
She didn't even mention this.
I haven't
We can
nailed them
send
out
you a
yet.
label for the box.
Okay, give me
To
a label.
us, Chappie.
I put a fish on mine. Anyway, so cookie cutter sharks are a fairly small shark, but they get their name from the bite that they leave on their prey, even though their prey is pretty large. It's a very unique size bite. Can you tell me the approximate diameter of a cookie cutter shark bite?
How approximate are you going? You've got numbers here. What is Ken looking for? And Hillary, it's not about the size. It's what they do with it. That's what my mommy always told me.
Plugging away.
So we've got centimeters or inches, very specific. Ken, I'm going to leave this up to you as to how specific you want to get on the answer here. I guess I need to see the answer there, Mark.
I mean, you guys are Googling it. If you Google it, this should come up.
Nope, it's done. We're still on drunk tank. Found something. Size bite mark is. That was a range. Nope, not it. They give a range. We want specifically, approximately, kind of, sort of, what size bite mark. We'll take it. 2 centimeters. Renee Lalande.
Very nice.
Renee Lalande. Awesome. Renee, your final holiday reef trivia person of the year. Thank you to everyone that's tuned into all these live streams as we've gone on week to week to week. We're going to do it again next year, the year after that, until you people stop watching. It's a good old time. So again, all winners, email sales@saltwateraquarium.com. The question and answer you got. Your name's very helpful. Mostly, make sure it's the name that I called, but also please make sure that you've got an account with Saltwater Aquarium so that I can easily add that store credit for you. When you've got your credit, I'll tell you, you log in, and when you go to checkout, just click on store credit as a payment option. You can use all of it, some of it, it never goes away. Totally up to you. But I need you to have an account for me to add that. So when you email and you don't, then I'll say, hey, make that account. Right at the top, sign in or register. Make sure you got that account. Thank you so much, folks.
What do you mean? There's more tracks. You can't walk away like that.
Of trivia?
No. Of giveaways. It's Tanksgiving.
Well, I'm just
There's still more to give
put my
away.
coat back on.
Put your coat back on and get back up.
Mariah's cold. She needs to cover up.
Okay. Part of the tradition here at saltwateraquarium.com around Tanksgiving is that we give an aquarium or aquarium gear away every day. And since this is Ken's business, Ken gets to do what he wants. And on November 27th,
We're all just living. It's like, what is this random
let's do something
prize?
totally different. And he gave away a Snake River Wagyu package.
I wanted that one. It's not open to employees. I wanted some Wagyu.
As much as he orders, you could probably slip one in the order and he wouldn't notice.
Possibly.
Okay, so we can't guarantee your cholesterol isn't going to rise after you eat this, but it's going to taste really good. And if you need cooking ideas, talk to Ken because this guy's got cooking these tomahawks down. Snake River Wagyu. I'm still laughing at this package. This is phenomenal. I'm like, damn, I'm still hungry. Dinner was hours ago. All right, the winner of this, Joshua Curtin, you're the winner of the Snake River.
Wagyu package.
It's a
So all
Wagyu
these winners,
package.
Thanksgiving winners, real quick.
Everybody wants
You've
Wagyu.
already entered. We're calling your name. I will email these winners, trivia winners. I will email you. These Thanksgiving winners, though, I've already got my emails ready to go saying what you want and what I need from you. So make sure you respond to that when you see it.
And now back to aquarium-related giveaways. November 26th, Ecotech Marine Radiant XR15 G6 Pro. There's the title for you. Yeah, so here's a great light for if you have a bigger tank and you want to spotlight something specific. like any of those rock flower anemones or scullies that we were talking about earlier from our coral farm, or you have a smaller tank, you want 2 of these, you want to spread them out as opposed to having one XR30. I personally get a lot of questions about, do I go XR 15 or 30 Pro or blue? If you like the bluer look in your tank, go the blue. Or if you think you need crazy par numbers, go the blue route. But for 95% of reefers out there, the XR30 or XR15 Pro will do just fine. And if you want them super blue, yes, the Pro model will do that too.
Turn it up.
That's a good idea for sure. Anyway, XR15 Pro G6.
Toys R Us one.
You're still enamored with that, aren't you?
It was so great.
Pro LED, Chris Rooser, you're the winner of this one. Congrats on that one. And if you didn't win the Radeon, you're looking for a Radeon, it is 20% off until when? Tonight?
Midnight.
Midnight tonight. You've got.
We should talk about the expiring midnight stuff.
2-day flash sale. Yesterday and today.
2.5 hours left. All right. Continuing on with the also other items that are 20% off until midnight tonight, 2.5 hours left. Neptune Systems Apex ATK version 2 auto top off kit. Here's the top off kit that I use on my tanks, and here's why. Not only can it pump water very high up if you have high head pressure, the nice thing is it's very easy to set up login on this so I can see if the pump is running. How often is it turning on and off? And I can actually see if that pump is doing its thing. Besides the fact that the tank water top off level is dropping, it might be dropping, or both sensors say, hey, we're out of the water. I'm going to go, okay, I'm going to go into my Apex Fusion dashboard. I'm going to go, here's a log for it. Oh, I can see that it's running. Then I know the pump isn't running. Well, the pump may be broken, but I can at least know that the sensors are turning on and off. They're getting high and low water level readings. The pump is at least getting a signal to turn on. So November 25th, our giveaway was the Neptune Systems ATK top-off kit, version 2. Joe, okay, I'm going to butcher your name. Sorry, Joe.
Stakowski.
You say it.
Stakowski. The J's silent, right, Joe?
Yeah, right. There you go, Joe. You're the winner.
Regardless, I'm going to email you.
Trax is going to email you and ask you if he's right in that email.
My message is all set. I'm not going to, but sure thing, Mark. Yes, whatever you say.
That's right. Okay. November 24th, Aqua Illuminations Nero 5 wave pump. Here's a pump, circular in nature. Lots of there are various flow patterns that you can create through the app, the My AI app, or if you have a Neptune Systems Apex, you can get the MXM box, and you can attach the Nero to that, and you can set up various flow patterns very easily, point, drag, and click with a user interface. November 24th, our giveaway was Aqua Illuminations Nero 5 wave pump kit. Tom Pickersgill. That was a name for you.
That was an easy one.
Tom Pickersgill, you're the winner on that one. What? November 23rd, I'm looking at this going, I had to Joe get off camera to look at that. Bashy sump of your choice. Seriously, boss?
A lot of sumps out there.
Like any bashy sump.
Yeah, whatever you want, man. Whatever you want. Take it up another level.
Wow. That's pretty awesome. There's one that I wish I could win, but I'm not because I'm an employee. All right. Any bashy sump you want. Bashy makes sumps. They make the sump that's sitting right over here. They made it for us. They make big sumps, small sumps, sumps with refusion, sumps without refusion.
I'm gonna throw in one clarification. One of the sumps on the website, not a custom sump. We're not gonna have you do your dream sump. I'm sorry, and to go through Bash. One of the sumps you see for sale on the website.
Yeah, good call. Okay, clarification then. Any sump of your choice that is a pre-made item, and don't worry, Bashy has tons of them, lots of them.
Or we'll make it.
Or if you do want something custom, they can make it. But as Trax explained, that's excluded from this giveaway. All right, November 23rd, Bashy Sump of your choice winner, Andrew Haynes. You're the winner on that one. Congrats. I still can't believe we're giving that away.
And one thing with the giveaways too this month, every single giveaway has been claimed except for one. There's one out there, and I've already emailed you and told you you have 30 days to choose your prize, but you needed to pick what it is that you wanted. Kind of like this, you got to pick your sump. It's in my message. And I even responded saying, hey, I need you to pick. And pick. Check your emails, winners. Somebody hasn't claimed their prize. Besides that, everybody else has. Mark is rooting through stuff over there, so I'm going to start reading this next one. Hydros. Hydros is a great controller alternative to Neptune Apex. Red Sea just announced their new controller system. We honestly don't know much about it yet. Wasn't even at trade shows this summer. But Hydros has been in the game a couple years now, doing some great stuff. And there's so many different ways to start with what you want with Hydros. The Hydros has come out with the Hydro Start. You entered it. You're winning it. William Boyle, you got yourself a Hydros Start. Good job. I'll be emailing you. Mark, it's the last giveaway of Tanksgiving for the live streams. There's still some Tanksgiving left, but it will not be on the live streams. Who's our last one for this one, Mark?
Speaking of that, great tracks.
Yes, Mark.
If they're on one of the giveaways after the live streams are ended, how will they know that they won?
I'll be emailing you. We'll post it on our social media. Yeah, we'll announce on social media. All these winners get announced on social media too. But any of the Tanksgiving specific winners, I do contact you. You have 30 days to claim your prize, like I said. And yeah, so if you don't get, I did have a guy this year that won an adaptive reef control board last year. Whoops, I never responded. Can I still get it? Sorry, no, it's way past 30 days. Sorry.
Okay. The last live stream giveaway for this year's Tanksgiving giveaways, November 21st, we had a Red Sea Reefer 420 G3 aquarium with black stand. I'm looking at this going.
I've got a special promo going on Red Sea.
Ooh. And
12% off, get a free bucket of salt.
if you're looking for a Red Sea tank right now, they're 12% off, and you get a free bucket of salt to help make that aquarium salty because remember, saltwater tanks are cooler. All right, the aquarium Red Sea Reefer G3 aquarium, that's the newest series that are out. 425 liters with black stand. The thing's got a sump. It's got all kinds of space if you want a roller mat in there. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at this off camera like, I kind of want that too. But no, I'm excluded from this.
Mark, the 425, so the G3s, they've started doing the Euro bracing on top. Is 425 where that starts?
From the pictures, it looks like it includes the Euro bracing on the top, and I believe they do the Euro bracing on the bottom.
Yeah, not all the G3s, but I believe it at the 425 is where it starts.
Yeah, have to double check that.
Yes.
So,
boss says yes.
The winner, Mark Verkick, can confirm that with us once assuming he responds to your email.
Yeah, you're absolutely not just gonna have a tank randomly shipped to you. Your wife drives home, can't get in the driveway. You're gonna be in trouble. Not gonna like that.
Or worse yet, you're on a 2-week cruise and there's this big box sitting in your house, outside of your house. Someone tries to porch pirate that. I'm impressive, but I feel for you.
Yeah, it won't work. Anyway, that's all the giveaways. Is that it? Is Tanksgiving
Wait.
over?
No, Tanksgiving is not over, Trash.
Oh, thank
It
God.
runs through.
Good gracious God.
It's Cyber Monday. We've got all kinds of sales still going on, but some sales do expire tonight at midnight, like the Aqua Illuminations, Neptune Systems, Ecotech Marine Radion sales. That ends tonight, Friday night at midnight. If you're watching this Saturday morning, we're sorry you should have been with us on Friday night, but we have all kind of other sales going on through the weekend. So if you're out shopping today, you're just tuning in, jump in on those sales. If you're watching on a Saturday or Sunday, even Cyber Monday, there's also sales going on. And of course, Tanksgiving is still going on. saltwateraquarium.com/Tanksgiving. You can see what the giveaways are that we're going to keep going through Monday. With that, this is the end of the live streams for this Thanksgiving series. What do you all think? Do you like the new format? Do you like the longer format? Do you like the guests? Love it, hate us, let us know. We're here for you all. We operate so you can have successful tanks, and we want you to have some fun along the way. Now, can't help you if you didn't win, but we do want to know what you thought of the streams. Leave us a note. Give us some feedback. If you call and talk to Greg, go easy on the man. He's pulling some long hours.
This is a long day. Yeah, if you ever call in, you need something, you get me or you get my associate Liz. Either of us can help you out with anything. It doesn't have to be me helping you. Liz does all of her stuff too. Folks, this is it. This is the end of the live streams. We've got the Fireball. This is one thing we've been doing every single year since these started. Thank you. I always thank you all so much for your time. These long live streams, the short, whatever you tuned in for, whatever you shopped with or didn't shop, you're just kind of hanging out for this season. Thank you for spending your time, your money, your consideration on shopping, working, and being with us your holiday season. It's a busy time of year, especially this weekend with Thanksgiving just yesterday. Some of you, like your whole family, can't get together and get postponed to the weekend and kind of extend that holiday. Thank you for spending that time and choosing to be here with us for your holiday. It really does mean a lot to a small family business. If you saw our Thanksgiving thank you post, I drew up that little sketch. That's the home office staff. It was like 11 folks, 12 folks. That's who's here every day working and slogging for you. This weekend also, we're normally closed on weekends. That staff's all coming in to pack your orders to get these holiday volumes out on time. They'll pack. You'll get tracking tomorrow. If you get tracking tomorrow, it's not going anywhere until Monday when the shipping actually happens. But they're going to be packing all weekend just to get your stuff out. Thank you so much.
There's your fireball for your shot tracks.
Ball at. I only drink this crap for you people on the holidays. Ken, you want to say any final parting words here for the peoples?
I just really want to say thank you guys for supporting us. This year's been amazing. Looking forward to doing better next year. Thank you.
Tastes like Christmas. Well,
and with that, Pappy Van Winkle says goodbye.
See you guys.